a clearer picture of where this thing is headed. But right now, it's all anecdotal. Lots of attention being paid to early voting, with Republicans turning out early in greater numbers than ever before. And there are reports of low turnout in some Democratic strongholds, including Detroit. And then there are the polls, which have shown this race to be remarkably close, with Trump having the slight edge in enough states to give at least some pollsters the confidence that he will come out on top. But even Donald Trump knows it ain't over till you know who sings. And he spoke about that today when he voted not far from here in Palm Beach.
I feel very confident. I have felt. You know, we went in with a very big lead today, and it looks like Republicans have shown up in force.
I've been sharing my opinions on this election pretty much every night on my show, the Leventhal Report, which follows Ed's show. It's no secret I'm rooting for Trump to win because I think he's the only candidate who realizes just how fragile our nation is right now and how scary our future is if dramatic changes aren't made quickly. I'm concerned about inflation. I'm concerned about perceived American weakness on the world stage, but I'm most concerned about our wide-open southern border and the incredibly awful impact it's had on our schools, our hospitals, our local economies, and most importantly, our crime rates. To me, the border is the most important issue, and to me, Donald Trump is the only one who has a plan and a pledge to fix it. So the rallies are over. The polls close soon. The votes are being counted in some places already. And sometime in the next few hours, we will learn who our next president will be, or maybe we won't. Maybe it'll be weeks before we find out. But let's begin tonight with a closer look at some of the most important swing states in the nation that will likely decide the winner of this election. Our whip around starts with national correspondent Mike Carter, who joins us live from Hampton Township, Pennsylvania, with a look at the voting lines and the mood on the ground in what many believe is the most important battleground state in the nation this time around. Mike, how's it looking there?
Yeah, Rick, certainly is an important state, Commonwealth, I should say, of Pennsylvania. 19 electoral college votes on the table when it comes to Pennsylvania. If Donald Trump can pick off the state of Pennsylvania from Kamala Harris, that will shatter her blue wall. We're here in Cranberry Township, about 30 minutes north of Pittsburgh. It's been a steady flow of voters in and out all day, and that is something that we haven't seen really all over the state because we've seen long lines in other counties across the state, including here in Northampton County. This is about 70 miles north of Philadelphia. Folks there have been waiting in long lines to cast their ballots here on Election Day. And earlier this morning, President Trump had a message for his supporters who are facing long lines to vote.
I would like to tell all of the people that are in line to stay in line. We have tremendous Republican lines, and I've been asked actually to say it. It takes a while. I'd like to just make the statement that I'd like the Republicans to stay online.
Of course he wants those Republicans to stay in line. Donald Trump and Kamala Harris entering Election Day here in Pennsylvania after making a series of campaign stops in the Keystone State on Monday. Trump narrowly edging out Harris in the final polling of this race, but for both candidates, it's all going to be about turnout. Meanwhile, on the very important race for the Senate seat here in Pennsylvania, Democratic Senator Bob Casey coming into Election Day with a slim polling lead, albeit within the margin of error, but many believe a large Trump turnout could be just enough to get Republican Dave McCormick over the finish line. Well, Kamala Harris's camp feels that there is a quiet Kamala vote out there that we haven't really seen come in here in Pennsylvania as of yet. We are seeing lower voter turnout numbers in the southeastern part of this state. That's where 40% of the population lives, and that's where Philadelphia is. That's where both Bob Casey and Kamala Harris really need to pick up those votes if they want to have a chance to win this state. Rick, on the other end of the spectrum, more rural counties like Butler County, where we are now, we are seeing higher than usual turnout. That spells good news for Republicans. Also keep this in mind. In 2020, Democrats entered Election Day with about 1 million early vote lead. In 2024, that's down to just a 400,000 vote early vote lead. Now, Joe Biden only won Pennsylvania by a little more than 80,000 votes. So if you do the math, the numbers just aren't favoring Democrats wherever you look right now when it comes to the state of Pennsylvania. Rick?
I'm pretty good at math, Mike Carter. Thanks for that very much. Real quick about the weather, because I know it's raining down here in Florida, and rain can keep people from going to the polls. Is it pretty clear there? It looks like you're not getting wet.
No, it's been clear pretty much all day. A few spot showers in Allegheny County, western part of the state today, but nothing that would deter anyone, especially you think about those Trump supporters who've been waiting 4 years to get out to the polls, Rick. Nothing, not rain, not snow, not hail, was going to prevent them from getting out of the polls. Pretty clear day here in Pennsylvania.
Well, it looks good, and we appreciate your hard work there, Mike. Keep it up. Thank you very much. Polls are showing Kamala Harris with a slim 1-point lead in Wisconsin. We're going to get to Wisconsin in a minute, but I think we have a live guest waiting on us right now. Is it Hogan Gidley? Okay. Polls are showing Kamala Harris with a slim 1-point lead heading into the final hours of voting, suggesting Donald Trump really does need a strong turnout to capture the Badger State. Correspondent Logan Raddick is joining us live from Jefferson County with more on what the polls and the voters are saying there. Logan.
Rick, good evening. We've been watching that Trump turnout here in Wisconsin because right now we're in Jefferson County. This is a Republican plus 15 county that went for Trump the last 2 election cycles. Now, it was raining throughout the day, but people were coming in and out about every 30 seconds earlier while it was raining. And for the last hour and a half or so, as you see behind me, there has been a line of voters out to the parking lot waiting to vote. So very, very high turnout in this majority Republican county here in Wisconsin. Now, more than 1.5 million people here in Wisconsin cast their ballots early, whether it was absentee or in person. That's about 40% of eligible voters here in the state. And polls show, as you mentioned, Rick, Kamala Harris has about a 1-point lead, but that is, of course, within the margin of error. Keep in mind, Wisconsin is a state that typically has close elections. In fact, in the last 24 years, 12 elections have been decided by 30,000 votes or less. So we are expecting a close one here in Wisconsin. Right now, it seems to be a toss-up. But we talked to people in this majority Republican county about the turnout they're seeing today and how it compares to previous elections.
I think it's a toss-up. It looks real close to me. I think we're going to have to wait and see, to the very end, who's going to take Wisconsin.
There's a lot riding on this election. My total belief for me, just personally, is that we have freedom at stake. We have lots of things that can change our country one way or the other.
There's tons more people voting this year, more than ever. Even the college students are getting involved. I mean, there's a lot on this election.
Now, again, you see that this is a very busy precinct here in a Republican majority county, but some other numbers from the early voting: urban turnout down, female turnout down. So we'll see if those 3 factors, Rick, can combine into a Trump victory here in Wisconsin, either later tonight or if results come in tomorrow. Back to you.
Logan, it's remarkable how close it's been there. Trump won by about 22,000 votes, I believe, in 2016, and he lost by about 20,000 in 2020. So we'll see if your prediction is on point here. Thank you very much, Logan Raddick. Finally, let's head to battleground North Carolina, which is another of the 7 states considered crucial to determining tonight's winner. National correspondent Christina Thompson is there and joins us now with the latest on polls and predictions in North Carolina. And now I'm told that she's not ready. Well, it's election night, folks. Almost anything can happen, and we're going to keep an eye on everything for you as it develops. So right now, we're going to take a break, and when we come back, much more on Election Night 2024. So stick with us.
You served your country with honor. Now get the benefits you've rightfully earned. Paul R. Lawrence has written the book every veteran should own, Veterans Benefits for You. This step-by-step guide breaks down what you need to know, from financial compensation and disabilities to information for dependents and parents. This book is a must-read for all servicemen and women. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call the number on your screen or go online to order.
After the United States Constitution was ratified in 1788, James Madison presented a set of amendments to further clarify the intent of the framers. 10 amendments were adopted and became known as the Bill of Rights. Madison and his Federalist allies wanted to address their critics who feared that a strong federal government might overpower the rights of states and individuals. Madison's Bill of Rights tackled those fears one by one. The Bill of Rights includes guarantees for freedom of religion, freedom of speech, a free press, freedom to assemble, the right to trial by jury, and the right to bear arms. The British monarchy had abused many of these rights before the American Revolution. The Bill of Rights protected liberty and strengthened our foundation as a country, with power loaned to the government by the consent of the governed. James Madison, who later became our 4th president, presented the Bill of Rights to our first Congress at Federal Hall in New York City, where George Washington was sworn in as our first president. The Bill of Rights resulted in solid political support for the new government. For his efforts, Madison became known as the father of the Constitution, but he was uncomfortable with the title. He said the Constitution was the work of many heads and many hands.
In the early morning hours of May 2nd, 2011, the Central Intelligence Agency launched Operation Neptune Spear and set into motion a mission to bring one of the world's most notorious terrorists to justice. All indications were that Osama bin Laden was asleep as the U.S. Naval Special Warfare Development Group, known as SEAL Team 6, approached his highly secured 3-story Pakistani-based compound. When located in his living quarters on the 3rd floor of his compound, the head of the Islamist group Al-Qaeda was found using his young wife as a shield. The Obama administration reported the 54-year-old terrorist was given a traditional Islamic burial at sea. 9 years, 7 months, and 21 days following his infamous attack on New York's Twin Towers, killing thousands of innocent civilians, its mastermind, Osama bin Laden, was dead.
Welcome back to the briefing. I'm Rick Leventhal in for Ed Henry. Let's head to Georgia now, another critical swing state where Trump has had some mixed results in the past. There are some encouraging signs for GOP faithful there, including record-breaking Republican turnout for early voting, which could be a difference maker for Trump in the Peach State. You can see correspondent Carolyn Ryan joining us live from Atlanta now with more. Carolyn, what's happening?
Hi, Rick. Good to see you. So polls close here in about 45 minutes from now. The Secretary of State's office has described turnout today as steady and solid throughout the day. And yeah, you mentioned the early voting here in Georgia. 4 million voters cast ballots in the early voting period, which is half of the state's electorate. And officials are expecting about 1 million more will have cast ballots by the end of the day today. Now, Georgia does not require updated vote counts by county. So we're going to have to wait for the polls to close to get a better understanding of the turnout, particularly in urban areas versus rural areas. But we are hearing that early reports suggest 2016 level turnout in urban counties today, meaning Democrats will need a big post-work surge in those urban counties. We're talking about Fulton, DeKalb, Chatham counties in order to make up some ground. And here's why. According to Democrat data expert Tom Bonnier, during those early voting days, turnout in urban areas was down by 153,000 votes compared to 2020. Female turnout was down about 46,000 votes, and rural turnout, again, which favors Republicans, was up by more than 170,000 votes. So if those trends continue today, that could spell trouble for Democrats. Now, the other big question people are asking, will Georgia announce a winner by the end of the night tonight? Well, here is what the Georgia GOP chair thinks.
We have new laws on the books, sort of a Floridification of our elections. So the early vote should be in by 8 p.m., maybe another million and a half to be counted for Election Day. So yes, I believe we'll have a result on Election night.
And Rick, we are going to be here at the watch party for the Georgia GOP and Team Trump in Buckhead, Atlanta. Tonight we'll be with them for the entirety of the night, so we'll be watching together as those results start trickling in after the polls close, again, which here in Georgia is 7 p.m. Eastern. Rick.
Thanks for that, Carolyn. Georgia expected it, as she said, to be very, very close. Finally, let's head to battleground North Carolina, another of the 7 states considered crucial to determining tonight's winner. National correspondent Christina Thompson is there and joins us now with the latest on polls and predictions. Christina.
It's very crucial, but it is very tricky. It's quite hard to predict an outcome here in North Carolina. Donald Trump did win back in 2016 and 2020, though his lead in 2020 was far less than it was in 2016. Now, why is it so hard to make a prediction here in North Carolina? That is because the majority of voters are unaffiliated. So there are 38% of voters who voted, and we have no idea who they cast their ballot for. 32% Democrat, 30% Republican. The Republicans did outvote Democrats in early voting. 4.7 million North Carolinians voted early, which leaves about 3 million eligible to vote today. However, election officials that I spoke with say they'll be happy if about 1 million or maybe 1.5 million of those voters actually turn up to a precinct today to vote, since only about 900,000 turned up on Election Day in 2020. That was only 16% of the total ballots cast during the entire election. In 2016, that number was a bit higher. 33% of ballots were cast on the actual election day. Now, this trend is showing us that when more voters vote early, less are likely to turn up on election day. But do keep in mind that COVID might have skewed these numbers back in 2020. However, I did personally call roughly half of the counties across North Carolina, and their election officials tell me that this year the number of ballots cast today will be around 20% of the total ballots for the state. But they're saying that number could actually be a little bit less. Voter turnout today was less than they were anticipating. All of this is to say that voters in North Carolina who are going to vote probably already did so. That is the trend that we're seeing. Now, can we use this data to help predict which way North Carolina will fall? Frustratingly, no, and that's thanks to several reasons. The polls do show Donald Trump is leading Kamala Harris by about a percentage points. However, we know oftentimes polling can be wrong, and some factors that could swing this away from Donald Trump is that large number of unaffiliated voters that I mentioned before, and Republican women who might have voted against the party this year. But female turnout and urban turnout, those were both lower this year than compared to 2020. Rural turnout, that was up, and rural turnout is what's going to help Donald Trump in this election, as the rural counties in North Carolina tend to lean red and the cities tend to lean blue. 16 electoral college votes up for grabs. That is one more than the last presidential elections. These precincts do close at 7:30. And then from there, North Carolina has one of the most transparent voting processes, vote counting processes in the entire country. So we could know who won the election here in North Carolina as early as 10 minutes after these polling precincts close. It could be closer to an hour, and that reason is because North Carolina recently passed a law that does delay counting the in-person vote that came in today. Back to you.
Christina Thompson, thanks so much for your report. We'll check back with you throughout the evening. Of course, our election coverage will continue throughout this night. Less than an hour now away from the start of official election night coverage, which I'll be a part of. But right now, we want to head up I-95, not far, up to West Palm Beach, where former principal deputy press secretary at the Trump White House and former national press secretary for the Trump campaign, Hogan Gidley, is standing by. I wonder if it's going to be a victory party there tonight, Hogan. What do you think?
I hope so, Rick. It seems like all the numbers are trending in the right direction. Trump voters need to stay in line, get out and vote today. That's what's so crucial here. Use any cliche you want. Finish the drill, run through the tape, whatever. That's what I think most people are focused on, because obviously the early voting numbers were really good. The question was, were you cannibalizing same-day voting? Meaning, didn't change the number of the total amount of voters, you just changed the date on which they voted. I think, though, the numbers are good enough to where you're getting some low-propensity voters early on, which, of course, means they don't really participate in elections too much. So same-day votes will matter massively here, and it looks like if the Trump voters get out, they stay in line, they actually vote, then it's going to be a really good night for Donald Trump and for America.
Hogan, not to press the point, but what specifically have you seen so far today that leads you to believe that Trump will win this thing?
Well, I'm not saying he's going to. What I'm saying is we're very optimistic because the numbers early on showed Republicans, women, men, Hispanics, black men, even women, some women getting out in record numbers that we hadn't seen before in the early vote. That's a good thing, something Republicans typically don't do. But at the same time, the question was, are those people just usually voters that vote on Election Day and they just did it early and they got the message? Or were they low propensity voters who rarely get out and vote? It turns out a lot of them rarely get out and vote. So if the ones who want to vote on Election Day actually get out and vote on Election Day, it's not just the date that is going to change, but the overall number that is going to change. And what we're hearing in a lot of these suburbs, the numbers are up for Donald Trump, and it looks really good. But you can't pretend as though people shouldn't still be focused, honed in, and vigilant on what they have to do, which is cast the ballot. This is the time to do it. Don't get out of line.
Understood. Roughly 82 million early ballots cast, and as you mentioned, the indicators seem to lean to the Republican side, and the left appears to be a little bit panicked about that. Here's what former President Obama's 2012 campaign manager Jim Messina told MSNBC's Jen Psaki earlier.
Okay, what's their biggest concern right now if you're the Harris team?
Well, look, I think it's a couple things. The early vote numbers are a little scary, and you and I have been texting back and forth. Republicans didn't do what they did last time. Last time Trump said don't early vote, and so they didn't. Republicans do have an advantage in early vote numbers. When the early vote come in, it's going to look a little bit different than 2020, and that's scary.
Hogan, you've been through this before. I mean, I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you don't bite your nails down to the nub all night long, waiting for the results.
I've been losing my mind now for a couple of days. I mean, there's not much you can do at this point except hope people get out, hope people vote for the right candidate, and that's Donald Trump. It's very frustrating when you see the media onslaught, the massive amounts, 90% negative coverage against Donald Trump, 90% positive coverage on Kamala Harris. You know it's skewed. You know it's unfair. You hope that the American people see through that. And when Kamala comes in, it's a condensed time frame. People don't really get to know her much, and they spend $1 billion trying to sell you a bad product. You don't know how many of the American people are going to be fooled by that. But right now it seems like with all the missteps from the Kamala campaign, she's inauthentic. She's very radical. The woke policies people don't like, and she's a failure. She's been the vice president for 4 years. That was the closing message of the Trump campaign, which is, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? The answer is obviously no. So we're hoping today, Election Day, we'll see a vast surge of Trump votes, and they'll push him over the top.
Well, you make a really good point, and that is that it's not a level playing field. It hasn't been since they announced that she was going to be the new Democratic nominee back in July. There is a huge demographic that both parties are trying to get out to the polls, and that's younger voters. Historically, young voters have been a part of the Democratic coalition, yet this election cycle, it appears that many of them are opting to perhaps be keyboard warriors and talk a lot of smack online, but then not show up at the polls. Are you seeing any signs of that? And do you think Harris lost trust among those young voters, and might that make a difference?
Well, I think she did. She came off weak for not doing a lot of the podcasts, for example, that Trump did, not to mention the spaces with Elon Musk, Joe Rogan, very popular, the Nelk Boys, some of those folks that traditionally don't get a lot of big presidential candidates on their show. You're speaking directly to those young voters, and you're talking about the issues that matter to them. I mean, they're the future generation, so what we do today will undoubtedly affect them tomorrow. Kamala's got problems in that area, and you've seen a lot of kind of depressed numbers on her side, whether it be African Americans, Hispanics, women. While she has a lead over Donald Trump still has a higher lead amongst men than Kamala Harris has amongst women. So a lot of this is going to, again, come down to the get out the vote apparatus. You know, we can talk football if you want to, but it's the blocking and tackling. It's the poll watchers, the poll workers, the voter mobilization, the voter registration, the ballot chasing, the ballot harvesting. Those are things that win elections. And so Donald Trump did a smart thing by outsourcing a lot of that to some of those groups, as you mentioned, that can talk right to younger voters, like Turning Point USA, for example, like Elon Musk, and they've done a good job with that. Look, we're all speculating now. We'll know a whole lot more later tonight as numbers start coming in. But I'd rather be in Donald Trump's shoes right now than Kamala Harris, there's no question.
Hogan, time for one last question. During his rally last night, Trump decided to have an emotional heart-to-heart moment with some of his supporters. I want you to listen to this.
Because it's you much more so than me, frankly. You're incredible people. You built this country, and you're going to save this country, but you're incredible people. You're really incredible people. And as I said in the very beginning, this isn't my campaign. This is your campaign. This is a great campaign that's now it's 9 years, and we've been fighting side by side every step of the way. We've been together.
Do you think the message is getting through to people who might be on the fence, Hogan?
He's just so likable, Rick. I mean, he's so relatable. How could a billionaire businessman from New York be so at one with so many different people in this country from different backgrounds, socioeconomic, racial, gender, everything else? I mean, when he goes to McDonald's and he did that, that thing there with them, you could just hear it and feel it in the people who are coming through the line. That's who Donald Trump is. He understands and appreciates the hard workers. He understands those who are in the high rises but are also down the trenches doing the tough things, that watch WWE, and the disdain for average Americans. You can see that and feel that when Kamala Harris speaks. They don't care about us. They care about political power, and whoever they have to step on to get it, they'll do it. I mean, she called her own president a racist and a rapist, did Kamala Harris on a debate stage. She'll say and do anything to try and win political votes. She did the same thing to Donald Trump, lying about him at the end, and that was the closing argument. I'm not him. Donald Trump was telling you the things he's going to do to improve your life, regardless of race, religion, color, or creed, and you can trust him because he already did it 4 years ago. Kamala Harris can't point to her record because it will remind people what a failure she has been, and so she has to talk about a to-do list. You know and I know, any marriage, if you gave someone a to-do list and your honey-do list stayed around for 4 years, you'd have problems in paradise, no question about it.
Hogan Gidley, you and I are on the same page for sure. Thanks for joining me. Have fun there tonight. Coming up, the polls will be closing very, very soon with voters across the nation casting their last-minute ballots. Our live election night coverage begins soon, and we will be giving you real-time updates on what the numbers look like, so make sure you stay tuned for that. We'll be right back.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
I believe that this nation should commit itself to achieving the goal, before this decade is out, of landing a man on the moon and returning him safely to the earth.
In 1961, newly elected President John Fitzgerald Kennedy announced to the Congress and to all of mankind America's intention to send man to the moon. Previously restricted to the realm of science fiction, the president's commitment set in motion an unprecedented effort to fulfill one of man's oldest dreams. The obstacles were monumental, not the least of which was to create an energy source capable of sending a manned spacecraft to the moon. The answer stood 363 feet tall and delivered 8 million pounds of thrust, making the Saturn V the most powerful rocket ever built. On July 20th, 1969, Apollo 11, carrying astronauts Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, and Edwin Buzz Aldrin, circled the moon until Armstrong and Aldrin entered the lunar module and readied themselves for their historic landing. With just 20 seconds of fuel left, disaster was narrowly averted when Armstrong had to manually fly the Eagle away from unexpected boulders to a smoother and less dangerous landing zone. Although the imagery was poor, Neil Armstrong's words came through loud and clear.
It's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind.
However, the flight was not without controversy. Buzz Aldrin, a devout Christian, administered himself communion on the moon. Since NASA was already fighting a lawsuit from atheist Madalyn Murray O'Hair, who objected to the earlier Apollo 8 crew reading from the book of Genesis, Aldrin's communion was kept a secret from the public. Not so secret was the plaque bolted to the descent ladder on the lunar module. It was left on the moon to greet future visitors and reads, "We came in peace for all mankind." For Newsmax TV, I'm Bill Curtis, and this is an American moment.
Stressed and fatigued? Brain feeling foggy? Don't have the energy you used to? It may be your liver. You must protect your body's most precious asset. Best-selling author and surgeon Dr. Russell Blaylock has developed natural solutions. His breakthrough new book, The Liver Cure, will help you boost energy, detoxify your body, clear brain fog, and reignite your metabolism. Improve your health and quality of life. Get The Liver Cure today.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Welcome back to your briefing on the 2024 election. I'm Rick Leventhal, filling in for Ed Henry. Some polls have now closed in parts of Indiana and Kentucky, and we're patiently waiting for 7 p.m. when a majority of the polls close here on the East Coast. For more on voting, let's welcome in pollster at McLaughlin & Associates, Jim McLaughlin. Jim, I know you've seen some of the exit polling, which is the best way right now to sort of gauge what the mood is and what's happening at the various polling sites. What have you learned from those exit polls so far?
Look, from what it looks like is it's not a good sign if you're Kamala Harris. And the reason why I'll say is this, is because you've got 70% of Americans, according to the exit polls, and again, you got to take them with a little bit of grain of salt, but it's what we know now. 70% of Americans say the country is off on the wrong track. You've got 72% say they're angry or dissatisfied with the direction of the country. And then you've got 58% that are telling us they disapprove of the job that Joe Biden did as president. So what that's telling us is voters were looking for change. And remember, Kamala Harris is the one that said she wouldn't have changed anything from, what Joe Biden did. So I think so far, the early exit polls, it's a pretty good sign for the Republicans. But with all that being said, I'm telling everybody, go out and vote. And you have to go out and vote. And especially in places like California. In a place like California, where we're probably not going to know the results of the election, which is a whole nother travesty for a few days or so, there's 6 battleground seats. There's another battleground seat in Washington. Republicans have to make sure that they get out there and vote, not just in the presidential election, but they also have to vote in these all-important battleground congressional races.
Jim, I see that incredible screensaver behind you, and I'm just wondering if you think that the lack of reporting on the assassination attempts against Donald Trump and the unlevel playing field we mentioned earlier amongst all media when it comes to the two candidates, is that going to have an impact on this? Do you think she might get more votes than she would have had the press been more honest about this whole thing?
Look, I don't think there's any question. We've been seeing it now ever since Donald Trump came down that escalator, how biased they've been against Donald Trump. Could you imagine if a Democrat candidate had reacted to an assassination attempt the way Donald Trump did? I mean, think about it. I thought the guy who is no conservative by any stretch of the imagination, but Mark Zuckerberg said it best. He called it bad, what. I mean, Donald Trump showed incredible strength after that, and then he actually survived the second assassination attempt, and who knows how many others have been going on. And when you think about all the negative rhetoric that's been going on, where they're calling him a Nazi, they're calling him a Hitler and all that other kind of stuff, it's shameful. It's shameful what the media's done.
I couldn't agree more. Jim, there's been a tremendous amount of early voting. Does that mean that we can expect this election to be called sooner rather than later?
Yeah, let's hope so. Because, again, I think it's a travesty. You have, and notice they all seem to be blue states that have trouble counting votes. You look at places like Georgia and Florida that have had problems counting votes in the past, but now they're models for the rest of the country. Watch a place like Florida, with Florida, which used to be a battleground state, but in Florida, they vote early in person, they vote early by mail, and they vote on election day. And they're going to tell us by about 10, 11 o'clock at night who won the race for president, who won their elections down there. But unfortunately, these blue states don't seem to be able to do that. And, you know, it really makes you wonder. And unfortunately, because they have these problems, of course, normal people are going to question these election results.
Yeah, and they're both ready. Both sides are ready to challenge if necessary. Jim McLaughlin, we appreciate your insight and your expertise. Thanks very much. We're just minutes away from most polls closing here on the East Coast. And as I mentioned, our live election night coverage will kick into high gear at 7 p.m. Eastern, when we'll be giving you real-time updates on the results as they come in. So keep it right here on Newsmax 2. We'll be right back.
We're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
March 6th, 1857, marked one of the darkest days of American jurisprudence. That day, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled in Scott v. Sanford that African Americans were not and could never be citizens of the United States. Dred Scott and Harriet Scott were slaves living in Missouri. From there, they traveled with their lien holders first to the free state of Illinois, then into the free territory of Wisconsin, before returning to the slave state of Missouri. There, they tried to buy their freedom but were refused. Subsequently, they filed individual lawsuits in a Missouri court seeking their freedom on the grounds their past residence in a free state and free territory had legally liberated them from slavery. A Missouri state court agreed, but 2 years later, the Missouri Supreme Court reversed that decision, sending the case to the United States Supreme Court to ultimately decide their fate. In writing the Dred Scott decision, then Chief Justice Roger Brooke Taney chose to ignore legal precedents, distort history, disregard specific legal doctrines, and accepted constitutional statutes. His opinion asserted that Congress had no constitutional authority to forbid or abolish slavery in the territories. Consequently, the Missouri Compromise, which for the previous 40 years had served as the accepted settlement over such issues, was immediately deemed unconstitutional. Sadly, the United States Supreme Court has never overturned the Dred Scott decision. However, with Congress passing both the 13th Amendment abolishing slavery and the 14th Amendment defining citizenship and all the protections thereof, the issue was resolved legislatively. Dred and Harriet Scott eventually gained their freedom, but not through the courts. In 1857, a family purchased their lien and then set them free. Dred Scott died the following year, but his wife lived long enough to see the end of the Civil War and the passage of the 13th Amendment outlawing slavery. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
Abraham Lincoln began the war between the states with a single stated purpose: to preserve the Union. So it surprised everyone when in July of 1862, President Lincoln announced his intentions to issue an Emancipation Proclamation to free the Southern slaves. Lincoln was urged to delay his proclamation until the Union Army could boast a battlefield victory. That opportunity came at the Battle of Antietam, when Union forces drove Lee's army out of Maryland. 5 days later, on September 22, 1862, President Lincoln issued the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, stating slaves in those areas still in rebellion within 100 days will be freed. This action made slavery the focus of the war and ultimately caused France and England to withdraw their support of the South. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV. Welcome back to the briefing on this election night. I'm Rick Leventhal, filling in for Ed.
Senator Ted Cruz spending the final weekend of his re-election bid campaigning in El Paso and McAllen, Texas, taking his statewide tour to two of the state's metro areas with the biggest concentrations of Latino voters as he looks to bolster his support among one of the state's key voting blocs. The two border cities served as fitting backdrops for Cruz to take on an issue at the heart of his campaign, immigration. Our border correspondent, Jason Jones, is in Houston with more on the senator's bid for re-election. Jason, what's happening?
Oh, Rick, it's good to be with you, buddy. We're here in Houston, Texas at Ground Zero, where they are hoping tonight for a big win. But it's interesting, you know, this is the grand marquee of the election for the state of Texas, as the senator has been going against this congressman, Colin Allred, out of North Texas. Now, these two have, you know, massive background differences here, but what's really interesting is Colin Allred, the congressman, has really been hitting the senator hard on the abortion issue. We're hearing about this nationwide and that women voters are turning out for it. At the same time, though, just as you mentioned, Rick, you know, Senator Cruz has been really a leading voice on the border issue. I can tell you this, I don't care what's polling, I am on the ground all the time on that border. This open border policies have impacted the great state of Texas tremendously. So it's really going to be interesting to see how this really plays out when people go to the elections here and really vote today and to see how it ends. But what I can tell you is this, what we're hearing is that there's a point difference between 1 to 4 in the polls. It doesn't matter which poll you look at. I don't know about you, I don't get polled very often, but what I can tell you is this race, they have been saying, is very close, and it's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. Is border a much bigger issue, or is it this abortion issue that we've been hearing about? But we'll be able to find out here shortly, as 254 counties across the state of Texas have set to vote, and it's finishing here shortly.
Any early indications on turnout there, Jason?
No, not right now, buddy.
Okay.
I can tell you it ought to be interesting, though. Well, as soon as we get some more data for you, I'll throw it your way. But right now, it'll be interesting to see how things play out in Texas here.
Well, we'll be watching. Jason Jones, thanks so much. It's more than just who will win the White House that we're voting for today, of course. Control of the House and Senate are also up for grabs. For more on the balance of power in Congress, let's welcome in senior contributor at The Federalist, Ben Weingarten. Ben, thanks for being with us. Republicans currently control the House by a very small margin of 8 seats. Is it possible Republicans might lose control tonight?
Well, I guess anything is possible. If you look at the Cook political report and sort of the real toss-up seats, we're talking about 22. So it's on a knife's edge. And it's worth noting that last time around in 2020, interestingly, that really preserved and won the House for Republicans. So I think it's going to be interesting to see what kind of coattails we see, if there are split tickets as well. But I think the early voting numbers, obviously, as well as at least the anecdotal evidence in terms of turnout today, rural versus urban versus suburban areas, and even what we're seeing in states like, for example, Nevada broadly, Duval County, Florida, all suggest that Republicans' get out the vote operation is substantially better than what we saw in 2020, and that there's more enthusiasm on the Republican side. So that should be a boon in the around 20-plus seats that are really on a knife's edge going into tonight.
Well, also interesting, Ben, is the fight for control of the Senate, where Democrats currently have a slim 1-seat majority. Many think that there's a good chance of the Senate flipping red. In West Virginia, Democrat-turned-independent Joe Manchin is retiring, and the state's popular governor, Jim Justice, could flip Manchin's seat, right? And then in Montana, Democrat John Tester facing a difficult re-election battle. And in Ohio, Democrat Sherrod Brown is locked in a very close race. And then there's Maryland, where I grew up, where former Republican Governor Larry Hogan is, I'm told, the most competitive GOP contender in a U.S. Senate race there in years. So do you see Republicans taking the Senate?
On this one, I think the conventional wisdom is right. The shaky seats, it looks like, are more on the Democrat side than the Republican side. Democrats are sort of playing prevent defense. And we know this, by the way, because you see the likes of Bob Casey, for example, in Pennsylvania, sort of cozying up to Donald Trump in terms of his message going into Election Day. We've seen sort of a similar tact by Sherrod Brown in Ohio as well. So look, I think Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, Montana, obviously West Virginia for sure, which is essentially a red state at this point, certainly a MAGA state. all of that augurs very positively for Republicans. And maybe a sneaky potential knock-on effect to that is, and we'll see obviously what transpires tonight, this could also potentially impact the leadership race in the Senate as well. Obviously, this is massively important to the extent Donald Trump is in the White House for the Trump agenda and for Trump's nominees getting through. And on the other hand, the Senate can be a place that blocks a radical, likely Kamala Harris agenda as well. So hugely significant what happens, obviously, in the upper chamber.
Well, we just heard Jason's report on Ted Cruz fighting for his seat in Texas. Kind of surprised to hear that he might be in danger of losing that seat. I want to get your thoughts on that, as well as any other Republicans who you think might be in danger of losing their seats.
Yeah, well, I think to Jason's point, if the race comes down ultimately to immigration being the deciding issue, that's a huge boon to Ted Cruz. It's worth noting that many of the polls down the stretch have shown something like a 5-point margin in Ted Cruz's favor. Also worth noting that he is really campaigning without essentially the backing of the Republican establishment, which is very telling. This is part of a concerted long-term effort by the Democrats to try and flip Texas into a blue state. They think that that would give them ultimately a permanent majority, certainly in presidential races. So I view this as one more step in that direction in terms of the emphasis on that state, also telling the kind of candidate they ran against Ted Cruz. I do expect him to prevail, but it's certainly a hard-fought race, and we'll see how it looks versus Beto O'Rourke's performance there. And I think more generally, you know, the question is going to be, ultimately, are those core issues, immigration, inflation, and the economy, are those the issues that disproportionately swing voters versus, again, the conventional wisdom indicating that it's actually about abortion and those policies, and that the Republican position on it isn't palatable enough. Also, Democrats are reporting that students at universities are turning out in substantial numbers. We'll see if that's the case or not. But everything suggests that urban turnout is depressed relative to 2020, and ultimately the Republican get out the vote operation looks a lot stronger. And so if you're in a shaky blue seat, I think you're more at risk than if you're in a purple district and a Republican.
Well, those at big cities always vote blue. And if there's low turnout in the big cities, that would suggest to me that Kamala Harris just didn't excite the voters enough to get them to go to the polls.
And ironically, and I'm sure Joe Biden wouldn't make this case publicly, but obviously let's see what happens. If Kamala Harris does fall tonight, and it is on account of the low turnout, particularly in urban areas, he's going to say, look, I was able to win the Rust Belt, and I was able to do well with urban voters disproportionately. And so his theory of the case, he's probably going to argue, wins the day. Obviously, we'll see what happens ultimately tonight. But that really is what it comes down to. Urban vote and then sort of the suburban upper middle class vote. Does it turn out the way Democrats expect? Is there substantial crossover, independence towards the Democrat side, the sort of Liz Cheney Republican wing versus, on the other hand, the Reagan Democrat wing? I think we might see more crossover to the Republican side.
Well, we're going to keep an eye on this. Ben Weingarten, we appreciate you being with us. I don't know about you folks back home, but I'm starting to feel it now. Our live election night coverage is starting in just minutes. We're going to be giving all of you real-time updates on the results as they start rolling in right here on Newsmax 2. So make sure you stay tuned for that, and we're coming right back.
Our regular programming will continue in just a minute. Right now, enjoy this American moment.
It was erected in the dead of night, and for 28 years separated East Germany from West Germany. The Berlin Wall quickly came to symbolize the stark difference between the free West and the communist East. In June of 1987, President Reagan visited the wall at the famous Brandenburg Gate and used the occasion to issue two public challenges to then Soviet Premier Mikhail Gorbachev.
If you seek liberalization, come here to this gate. Mr. Gorbachev, open this gate.
His second challenge was more blunt, and as it turned out, even more prophetic.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
On November 9th, 1989, 2 years, 5 months, and 1 day after President Reagan's famous challenge, that is exactly what happened. Only the Soviets didn't tear down the wall, the people of Berlin did. Once the East German government announced their borders to the West were open, the free people on both sides of the wall worked in unison to chip it away piece by piece until this monument to tyranny was completely destroyed. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
Somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest far right. Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
I think that at the heart of my philosophy is much more libertarianism than
well, that's the fashionable word these days, I guess. A conservative is no longer just that. He's a libertarian.
Well, always has been. Because how do we call a liberal? You know, someone very profoundly once said many years ago that if fascism ever comes to America, it'll come in the name of liberalism. And what is fascism? Fascism is private ownership, private enterprise, but total government control and regulation. Well, isn't this the liberal philosophy? The conservative, so-called, is the one that says less government, get off my back, get out of my pocket, and let me have more control of my own destiny.
Welcome back to the briefing. I'm Rick Leventhal in for Ed Henry. The world's most famous hippo has made a huge prediction about tonight's election. Now, if you can't read Thai, I'm going to spell it out for you. Well, maybe not. One of those says Donald Trump, and one of them says Kamala Harris. You're going to have to take my word for it. And internet sensation Mu Dang chose the watermelon with the local spelling of Donald Trump carved into the surface. I see two hippos. I guess one of them is the more famous one. It's the baby at the bottom. That's the more famous one. Okay, so the more famous hippo, the baby hippo, picked the Donald Trump watermelon. The mama, or whoever the other hippo is, picked Kamala Harris. Now, I don't know why Mu Dang gets more credit here than the other hippo, but according to the words in front of me, Mu Dang has predicted that Donald Trump will win the 2024 presidential election. I don't know if that animal is even old enough to have voted in the last one, but Mu Dang has made his choice in 2024. And I also know this stunt happened yesterday at the Khao Khao Open Zoo in Thailand. Mu Dang got some tasty watermelons, so did the other hippo. And Mu Dang officially joined millions of voters in betting markets in their choice of Donald Trump becoming the 47th President of the United States. Of course, we don't know yet who's going to win, but John Bachman and Bianca De La Garza will be joining us in moments to begin our election night coverage. And we're going to go for hours here on Newsmax 2. We hope you'll stick with us and watch the results as they come in.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
America's battle against slavery began a lot earlier than the outbreak of the Civil War in 1861. 40 years prior, in 1820, the Missouri Territory petitioned the Congress for statehood. But Missouri allowed slavery, and Northern Republicans, known as Jeffersonian Republicans, blocked its petition until Missouri agreed to outlaw slavery. New York Representative James Talmadge Jr. then suggested Republicans support Missouri statehood provided that the further introduction of slavery or involuntary servitude be prohibited, and that the children born of slaves in free states be freed at age 25. Southern Democrats, afraid the addition of another free state would upset their power in Congress, eventually leading to the abolishment of slavery throughout the country, strongly disagreed and fought equally as hard to keep slavery legal within the Missouri Territory. A stalemate ensued until Maine, a decidedly free state, also petitioned the Congress for statehood. Whatever compromise would be reached would have far-reaching effects, including how slavery would be treated in those vast territories recently acquired by America's 1803 Louisiana Purchase. When signed into law by President James Monroe on March 6, 1820, the Missouri Compromise allowed Maine to enter the Union as a free state, prohibited slavery in any of the territories acquired by the Louisiana Purchase above the 36th parallel, and permitted the slave states of Missouri and Arkansas to join the Union. When the decision was announced, 77-year-old Thomas Jefferson predicted the line it had drawn would someday tear the Union apart. 40 years later, he was proven correct. In 1857, the United States Supreme Court, in its infamous Dred Scott decision, ruled that Congress did not have the authority to restrict slavery in individual states, thereby making the Missouri Compromise unconstitutional. The result only further fueled public anger over slavery, and 4 years later, in 1861, America's bloody Civil War was ignited. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
When Rosa Parks stepped on that Montgomery, Alabama bus on December 1st, 1955, she didn't set out to make history. She just wanted to get home. Montgomery's segregated buses had divided seating, white passengers in front, colored passengers in the back. When the bus driver needed more seats for his white passengers, he ordered her and 3 others to vacate their seats. The others complied and moved, but Rosa quietly refused and was quickly arrested. Working alongside Dr. Martin Luther King, Rosa's arrest sparked a highly effective citywide protest with African Americans boycotting city buses. Rosa's protest and resulting boycott didn't end segregation, but it sparked a movement that ended the racial system, paving the way for a more equal society. You're watching An American Moment.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Welcome in. What we have been finally waiting for all this time is finally here. It's election night and the polls are just now starting to close across the East Coast. You can see the states here on your screen where they have just finished voting. Great to have you with us here on election night. I'm John Bachman.
Hi, everybody. I'm Bianca De La Garza. So great to have you with us and get some coffee. It's going to be a long night. We're going to be here along with the ride for you. It is official. First polls have closed. We'll bring you the latest updates moment by moment as we get them into us here at N2.
Yes, we showed you some of the states that have just closed their polls. Let's take a look at some of the other important closing times around the country, when we're really going to start to stop talking about the narratives and really start talking about the numbers. And here you can see Georgia closing at 7 p.m., then North Carolina at 7:30, and then Pennsylvania at 8 o'clock. And we're going to get those results in. Georgia, North Carolina expected to come in pretty quickly. Pennsylvania, we're going to have to wait a little bit. Then the next batch of results will come in at 9 o'clock Eastern time. Wisconsin and Michigan, we're watching very closely there to see if the blue wall holds for Kamala Harris. And then later this evening, Nevada and Arizona, also 2 crucial battleground states.
You know, it's interesting. These are the battleground states, but there's been some, you know, interesting sort of notations that would be looking at states like Virginia, 13 electoral votes, an earlier close. Could Donald Trump have possibly Virginia in play? And obviously, Georgia is going to be an early closer.
Yeah.
I know that's your home state there,
Yes.
so you know it very well. Be looking at some of the heavily black communities there, and Fulton County is one of them, DeKalb as well, and Clayton. So, you know, Donald Trump seems to have, you know, sort of a, you heard him today, very much confidence going into this, thinking he ran the best campaign possible. Clearly, they both think they left it all on the field, but it all comes down to now the American voters.
That's right. We have a great team of reporters, of course, spread across the country, covering these key battleground races. And we'll get to those reporters in just a second. You see them here on the screen. So we'll have the whole entire thing covered for you. And we'll get to that in just a moment. But we do have some early results. Let's go ahead and talk about that. Kentucky and Indiana, they are all reporting early results here. And as expected, we can go ahead and show you here on the map with Kentucky about 4% of the vote coming in. We can show that to you. It's heavily favored for Donald Trump at this point. He's got 60%, 39% for Kamala Harris. And then in Indiana, we have about 11% of the vote coming in there, and similar numbers you can see here on the screen. So these are the early results that we can show you. We should expect to get numbers very soon here from Georgia and North Carolina. But let's take a look at the prospects for the Electoral College map. That's something that's going to be very important here in this election. And I'll get that loaded up here. And we have our projections here on the screen. If you notice here, if we can take a look at that map, guys, and show the swing states, they are in gold right now. We're talking about Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. And so when those start to come in after 7 o'clock, North Carolina and Georgia, we'll drill down on those counties that you heard Bianca talking about. DeKalb County, how is that going to turn out? Normally favors Democrats. Will it come in as strong as it did in 2020? Cobb County is another important area in Georgia we'll be looking very closely at. And Clayton County as well. I talked to Congressman Doug Collins from Georgia today. Will the black vote show up in places like Atlanta? We talked to, I'm sure you talked to Mark Halpern today as well, talking about what Kamala Harris is doing today. A lot of black radio stations, including some in Atlanta, that will give you a tell on if they're concerned or not about the vote showing up today on Election Day. And I think there are still a lot of concerns.
Yeah, that was sort of the take is, you know, where the boiler room, you know, indications were the radio interviews, the robocalls she did today would sort of give you an indication of that. Also, looking at North Carolina, it's a state that Donald Trump has taken now in 2020, 2016. So the thought is that tonight would also be a win for him in that battleground state. But it's been fascinating. You know, obviously this has felt like a very long cycle of where we are. And now here it all comes down to this. You know, it's not just the black vote in Georgia and other parts too. The Latino vote is something. You know, the battleground state of Pennsylvania has been talked about quite a bit too, and how, you know, the working class voter feels ignored by, you know, the Democrats. So issues like fracking, issues like the steel industry. And
we have our first round of calls, actually. You know, we're going to be interrupting each other tonight, but we've been doing this a long time, so I apologize. We'll interrupt. We are going to call Kentucky for Donald Trump. So our first call for Donald Trump, Kentucky, and also Vermont for Kamala Harris. So no surprises there in the first batch of calls. We are still waiting for Georgia. That will be one of the first tells. But you were just talking about Pennsylvania. Yeah. And when the results start to come in, and here's the call for Donald Trump, you see the green check marks on the screen, and that's how we're going to know when these races are officially called.
And just to note, too, that is 8 electoral votes for the state of Kentucky.
Yes.
And then you look at Vermont, that we are calling for Kamala Harris, and that is 3.
Okay, so 8-3. We got points.
Board.
We got points on the board. And when we talk about Pennsylvania, we're going to be looking at these counties: Chester County, Philadelphia County, Bucks County, Lehigh County, Monroe, Northampton, Lackawanna, Allegheny, and Erie County. All counties that went for Joe Biden heavily in 2020. We're going to see what those vote totals look like tonight. All right?
John Huddy is at one of the places to be. He's at the watch party. He's in West Palm Beach, where we know so many people are gathering. And there was a sound check earlier. All those familiar songs in the playlist that we know. So give us sort of set the scene, if you will, John. We know that Trump himself is with Elon Musk and family at Mar-a-Lago, just a few miles down the road.
Right.
Yeah, we found out that Musk was there a little bit earlier this evening. It's definitely starting to fill up here, Bianca and John. You know, when we last spoke, there was a sound check going on. We heard some opera, and you know, that was kind of a preview of the sounds to come. We've heard, of course, the playlist, Kid Rock, and you know, some of the other songs, hits from the 80s and from the 90s and early 2000s. But anyway, on the ground, we're starting to see familiar faces. Some of Trump's senior staff, surrogates, Corey Lewandowski, you know, Bruce Lavelle, who's been, you know, on the show numerous times. As you guys know, you guys have interviewed him a number of times. And at Mar-a-Lago, that's where Trump is right now. Of course, he's going to be watching the returns there with his family, with close friends, close supporters, senior staff, advisors, and, you know, the Trump surrogates that are starting to arrive here. Those, like I said, the familiar faces that we've seen on the campaign trail throughout the course of this campaign, starting in Iowa and all the way to this point, you know. And I remember one of the young producers, I'm not going to say who it was, but when we were in Iowa at the start of all this, he was getting very stressed, and I put my hands on his shoulder and I said, take a deep breath. It's only the beginning. Well, here we are. We're at this point. As we know, Trump arrived here in Palm Beach at PBI, Palm Beach International, very early this morning, right around 5 a.m., went to Mar-a-Lago. This, of course, after the rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan, the final rally, once again, basically ending the campaign there, as he's done in his previous campaigns in 2020, you know, and before that as well. But earlier today, after casting his vote at a recreation center close to Mar-a-Lago, he took some questions from the press, including, number one, what his plan was this evening, when he was going to possibly come to the convention center, and then just overall his feelings about the campaign getting to this point. Here's in part what he had to say.
On the assumption I win, I mean, I don't know if something else happens. I don't know what's going to happen in terms of declaring victory. But if in normal times I would go over to the convention center, let's say at 10 o'clock or 11 o'clock or something, but I just don't know. Regrets, you always have regrets. I can't think of any, to be honest, to use her expression. I can't think of any. Look, I ran a great campaign. I think it was maybe the best of the three.
And again, you know, ending it in Grand Rapids at that rally, which, by the way, and I talked about this in the earlier show, Grand Rapids was where he held the rally right after the Republican National Convention with J.D. Vance, you know, obviously announcing his running mate during the convention. And it was his first rally, as you guys remember, and I was there in Grand Rapids after the first, I can't believe I have to say the first, attempted assassination in Butler, Pennsylvania. So obviously it holds significance. And Michigan, of course, holds significance. Trump has been there numerous times, along with Pennsylvania, along with North Carolina, appealing to auto workers, to union workers, to voters about not only the economy, but immigration as well. Michigan has seen a surge in illegal migrants since 2021, along with the other blue wall states as well. So Trump trying to, you know, again, it's been razor close. I mean, it's been too close to call in Michigan, as we've seen. And, you know, I've had, and John and Bianca, I'm sure you guys have been asked numerous times by family and friends, what do you think is going to happen? And I've told people, it's like guessing who's going to win the World Series at the beginning of the baseball season. Good luck with that. Though I did pick the Dodgers because I am a Dodgers fan. But anyway, that's another story. Guys, back to you.
Good for you, John, I'm picking the right team in the World Series.
Thanks, John. We check back in with you as the night goes on, and we have another race to call for you, and this is the state of South Carolina going to Donald Trump. 9 electoral votes. So again, we are here at Newsmax calling South Carolina for Donald Trump, in addition to Kentucky and Indiana. So now we are getting some of these early poll results in. Obviously, we're watching the other East Coast and the other polls closing. Georgia's closing, and it's going to be a long night as we kind of see these trickle in. And we know that there could be some early movement, but then the later the hours go, there could be the West Coast, so we're watching and waiting just for anything.
Yeah, a lot of concern and interest about Georgia and North Carolina. We'll get those results to you as soon as possible. In the meantime, let's check in now with James Rosen, who is with the Howard campaign at Howard University, with the Harris campaign at Howard University, her alma mater there. This is where she's hoping to have her victory party, but nonetheless, there is an event scheduled there, victory or not. James Rosen, good evening.
John, good evening to you. It's starting to become a little more festive here than over the past several hours. We're listening right now to the dulcet tones of the Jackson 5 played on giant loudspeakers. I'm going to ask my cameraman, Mike Palmer, to pan out and show you a little bit of the scene here at the Yard in Howard University, the Vice President's alma mater. Right over my shoulder there, you can see the lectern, which they're still building. I mean, we were watching union carpenters operating power tools and circular saws well into the afternoon here. If I were at the center of a big party that was starting, I was, let's say, my wedding, and I were still hearing circular saws in motion, I'd be a little worried about how things were going to come off. But you can see the crowd now starting to fill out in the bleachers. They're fairly close to where the lectern will be. The Vice President herself had a fairly uneventful day in the morning. She conducted radio phone calls with various programs in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh, also in Atlanta and Raleigh. It's interesting, the shows they chose and the venues the campaign chose, showing that those were spots where they still felt they could mobilize voters. Then in the afternoon, the Vice President took a trip over to, unannounced, to DNC headquarters, where she was met by the DNC chairman, Jamie Harrison, and armed with profound thanks and boxes of Doritos, she tried to boost the morale of the volunteers there. At one point, she manned the phone banks. At one point, with a phone in her hand, she said, "What's your name?" And she said, "Hi, it's Kamala Harris." And then she paused and she said, "Waiting for you to grow 10 years. So apparently at that point, the phone banks had succeeded in placing the Vice President on the phone with an 8-year-old child. So one person who is kind of the forgotten man in all of tonight's balloting, the forlorn spectral figure waiting in the White House for the results, President of the United States, Joe Biden. He will not be attending tonight's watch party event here at Howard University. That's customary. Bill Clinton did not attend the watch party for Al Gore, and President Obama did not attend the watch party for Mr. Biden 4 years ago. In any case, we are told that there is a lid on the Vice President's activities until at least 9:45 p.m. Eastern Time. That's White House lingo, meaning that there's not going to be any movements or anything for the traveling pool that's accompanying the Vice President, which is now sitting at the Vice President's residence, the U.S. Naval Observatory in Northwest Washington, until at least 9:45 p.m. Eastern Time. People keep asking me, when do you think the Vice President will come out here and speak? And the answer, as always in these situations, depends on how the balloting is going. If the Vice President and her aides believed that waiting just another hour would enable them to declare victory, then they would do that. If it was really close and there was no chance to declare victory meaningfully, then they would keep deferring when the Vice President will speak, and I think you'll see similar calculations in Mar-a-Lago. John?
All right, so at least nothing for 2.5 hours. James will be clocking
It's going to fly by.
Yeah.
James, real quick, I was watching your reports earlier. You said this was about 5:30, 6 o'clock. They were still constructing the stage, that union workers were kind of up there doing some last-minute things. Did they just get behind? Is it all set? Is it done? Is it ready?
Let's just say this, we're not hearing the circular saws anymore. But again, like at 5:30, 6 o'clock, you know, when you've got a big event, you know, that's slated to start in just a few hours' time, if it were my wedding or, you know, my daughter's sweet 16, I don't have a daughter, but you get the idea. I'd be worried if I was still hearing the construction at work so close to the start time of the thing. There hasn't been much in the way of entertainment so far. We saw a dance sequence about an hour and a half ago. We saw a choir sing. But as we showed you at the beginning of this segment, the crowds are starting to show up. There was a real concern on my part when the bleachers were empty, and by my unofficial count, they only looked like they might hold about 500 people, that when those bleachers were filled, as they are now, that the members of the news media might outnumber the actual Harris supporters on hand here tonight. But I think that concern has been safely allayed now that not only the bleachers are filled, but the area, the grassy area in front of the bleachers, attendees have been allowed to fill that space as well.
All right, well, we love all the scoop from the ground there that you're providing. James Rosen will continue to check in with you throughout the evening there at Howard University to see what type of speech will be given, if one. Thanks, James.
Thank you.
I have a couple versions race. All right, the race to 270, we have another call. Very close, I think, to making a call. Some results coming in, some new data. Perhaps not a call, but just some new data coming in for Florida. Donald Trump with the lead there, 52 to 47%. 38% of the vote is in right now. we'll get a closer look at where this data is coming from, which could give us some indication on how Florida is breaking for Donald Trump, but expected to win pretty handily there. And then we've already called Indiana for Donald Trump. He won handily there with just 15% of the votes coming in. We are able to project Donald Trump as the winner in Indiana. And the next race, we can also call something, I believe, for Kamala Harris. I think we'll just go through these here. Okay, so this is the Senate race in Indiana. Jim Banks, who is a current congressman, he was running against Valerie McRae. And again, a heavily Republican state. Jim Banks doing very well there. This race is called for him. 13% of the vote is in.
Which is great because, you know, the upper chamber and the balance of power, many say the GOP has a real shot at taking this. So you have that seat there with Jim Banks and us calling that. We're looking at Montana, John Tester, the Democrat, vulnerable. Yep. In Ohio, you wonder if Bernie Moreno can edge it out over Sherrod Brown. So again, Indiana state
and you've got that
senator.
crucial race in Pennsylvania with Bob Casey and Dave McCormick. And, you know, and of course, what we're looking to see with a lot of these Senate races in the states where Donald Trump, if he does win in a state like Pennsylvania, or Wisconsin, for example, with Eric Tavi, how long are the coattails? How much of effect is Donald Trump having? And here we have another, the expected result here. We're calling the race in Indiana for Mike Braun running against Jennifer McCormick, the Democrat. Again, a heavily Republican state. Mike Braun will be returning to the U.S. Senate. And then we have, I believe, the Indiana. Oh, this is the governor's race. I'm sorry. Mike Braun, the former U.S. Senator, running for governor in Indiana. And then we have, I believe we have one more race to call, and that's Vermont for Kamala Harris. Again, not a big surprise here. Vermont, one of the most liberal states, home to Bernie Sanders, who is the second most liberal senator behind Kamala Harris.
I know. So this is not a shocker.
She kind of changed her whole outlook when she was running for president. All right. Let's get to our next guests. Two people you know very well. David Harris Jr. is one of those people, host of The Pulse right here on N2, and Rick Leventhal, host of The Leventhal Report, which you can also catch here on N2. Gentlemen, great to have you with us tonight.
Thanks so much.
All right,
Absolutely
David.
good to be here. Thank you.
David, let's start with you. This is one of the things that we were talking about all day with Mark Halperin. One of the things you just heard James Rosen report. Kamala Harris doing a lot of black radio in cities like Atlanta and Detroit and Philadelphia and Pittsburgh today, perhaps a signal that the vote didn't show up on Election Day quite like Democrats had hoped.
No, I don't think that they have. I don't think that they are, nor do I think will they. I think black men and women in this country are absolutely awakened to the demise of the Democrat Party, to the shameful behavior and speech from Barack Hussein Obama that basically came out to try to shame black men into voting for Kamala. Are you kidding me? We know how to think for ourselves. And we think deeper than skin color. We think about policy. And I've seen so many videos. I've posted so many videos on my social media of young black men and women and older black men and women that are just simply posing the question, are we better off now than we were under President Trump? And nobody can say yes to that. Everybody understands that the last 3.5 years has been an absolute disaster. And Kamala's been the vice president, and she signed off. Joe said that she was the last person in the room when the Afghanistan withdrawal took place, and she even herself said that she was one of the last people to agree with or talk to Joe before he made any major decisions, and then go to the Affordable Care Act, go to the Inflation Reduction Act, and she was the tie-breaking vote on something that absolutely broke the economy. So it's simple. They broke it. President Donald Trump will fix it. But when it comes to black men and women, brown men and women around this country, I think they understand now more than ever, definitely more than 4 years ago, that we need true leadership in the White House. We need somebody with strong policy-making decisions and not somebody with just a lot of negative, divisive rhetoric and say, well, I'm not him, so vote for me. Black men and women are waking up in this country like never before, and I am truly amazed, surprised, shocked, and elated that the stranglehold that the Democrats have had on the black community is crumbling. Couldn't be happier.
And obviously, Donald Trump knows that. It's been evident at a lot of his rallies in different states, even in Bronx. One of the next states, battleground to be closing polls, will be 7:30. You know, Rick, that's been a state that was also ravaged by Hurricane Helene, which became a political issue as well, because when it first happened, Joe Biden's on the beach, Kamala Harris picking up checks. It was Donald Trump who went there. Also, we're looking at some of the results coming in the state of Georgia, also impacted. We know Donald Trump was in Valdosta. Right now, Harris is 51% with the precincts that are reporting, just 4% of precincts, 4% of votes in there. So, but these are issues that Americans, when they're looking for leaderships, who will be there? And a lot of folks felt abandoned and looked at Donald Trump, who was there again when we saw him in East Palestine. So, you know, some of the things that we've been covering in the past few weeks leading up, of course, to our historic day, but many people still rebuilding and even got to the polls for early voting despite losing everything, Rick.
Well, I'd be really surprised if Donald Trump doesn't win North Carolina tonight. As you mentioned earlier, he won it the last 2 election cycles, and spending a lot of time in that state and being on the ground with those hurricane victims when the current administration was not says a lot. I'm also really interested in what happens in Georgia because Democrats do outnumber Republicans as far as we can tell in Georgia, and it's razor thin there. And I would just caution people, you know, you see these early numbers coming in. We don't know specifically where those numbers are coming from, or if we do, may not be on the screen right now. But obviously the big cities vote blue, and many of the rural areas are voting red. So you have to take that into consideration when you see one candidate with a lead over the other. It's more also about where those votes are coming from. And guys, you know, I covered breaking news most of my nearly 40-year career in journalism. I haven't done a whole lot of politics, but I can tell you this: I've never been more interested in the outcome of a race than I am tonight.
Yeah, and just looking at these counties where the votes are coming in Georgia, like Burke County, which is south of Augusta, going for Harris, heavily Democratic area, but rural area. And you see some of this Fayette County has come in for Kamala Harris, Rockdale County for Kamala Harris. Not a lot of surprises on the map. We don't have results yet from Fulton County. We don't have results from Cobb County, DeKalb County, or Gwinnett County, the heavily populated areas in the metro area. So we'll look to see. But you can see 51% for Kamala Harris again, but just 3% of the vote being tallied in Georgia. David and Rick, we'll see you guys later tonight. Great to have you both with us.
Thanks,
we
guys.
Look forward to what unfolds.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you.
16 electoral votes in the battleground state of Georgia, and there was also record-shattering early votes. 4 million people. You know, Raffensperger, the Secretary of State, saying this is unprecedented. So it's going to take, obviously, a little while to get through all these. Our Carolyn Ryan is actually in Atlanta. She joins us now live right now to kind of give us the pulse of what she's been hearing. You've been talking to a lot of voters who were standing in lines today as well, Carolyn.
Hey, good to see you guys. Yeah, you've really hit the nail on the head with some of your commentary there. So polls did close here about 23 minutes ago, with the exception of about 10 polls, which we're still waiting on. There were those 10 that are going to stay open about 20 to 40 minutes later because there were some non-credible threats today, including some bomb threats here in the state of Georgia that delayed voting temporarily. So those polling precincts that impacted will stay open a little bit later tonight. But I do want to talk about turnout because that is really important. The Secretary of State has described turnout for today as just solid and steady. Seems like nobody's really doing cartwheels with excitement over the turnout today on Election Day. I think it's right where most people anticipated that it would be. So we know 4 million people voted early in Georgia, and officials were expecting about 1 million more would be casting a ballot today on Election Day. Now, Georgia doesn't require updated vote counts by county, so we are waiting now that polls have closed to get a better understanding of turnout, particularly as you all were just talking about in those urban areas versus the rural areas. But we are hearing that early reports suggest 2016 level turnout in urban counties today, meaning Democrats really going to need, they would really need a big surge of people coming into the polls to vote after work today in those big urban counties, Fulton, DeKalb, Chatham, if they wanted to make up ground. And because we know from early voting, they just didn't see the turnout that Democrats had hoped. I mean, urban areas, when you're looking at early voting, the turnout in urban areas was down by about 153,000 votes compared to 2020, while on the same token, in rural areas, the turnout early voting was way up over its levels in 2020. So if those trends continue today, that could spell some trouble for Democrats. Now, the other big question people are wondering here in Georgia is, are we going to know and announce a winner here in Georgia by the end of the night tonight? Well, here is what the Georgia GOP chair thinks.
I believe we are. You know, we have new laws on the books, sort of a Floridification of our elections. So the early vote should be in by 8 p.m., maybe another million and a half to be counted for Election Day. So yes, I believe we'll have a result on Election night.
Well, let's hope he is right. We'll be tracking all of it, and we do expect those early votes to know the results of that within the hour by about 8 o'clock. So we will keep you updated from Georgia, guys. Back to you.
Thank you. And again, just a reminder, 2016, Trump won by 5%. In 2020, Joe Biden only won by 0.5%. And
yeah, you think about the big difference, too, in 2020 and 2024, and Carolyn's reported so much about this. Brian Kemp is actually participating with the Trump campaign this time around. He's got a great ground game, very popular governor, and they didn't really campaign together at the end, but Brian Kemp did support Donald Trump, and we'll see if that can bring him over the finish line with victorious. All right, so election night has started. The polls are starting to come in now. Battleground states like North Carolina, Georgia, Virginia, Ohio, West Virginia, they're all starting to wrap up their voting for the day.
We've called a few races, much more ahead for you right here. America Votes. We'll be right back with more.
When Rosa Parks stepped on that Montgomery, Alabama bus on December 1st, 1955, she didn't set out to make history. She just wanted to get home. Montgomery's segregated buses had divided seating, white passengers in front, colored passengers in the back. When the bus driver needed more seats for his white passengers, he ordered her and 3 others to vacate their seats. The others complied and moved. But Rosa quietly refused and was quickly arrested. Working alongside Dr. Martin Luther King, Rosa's arrest sparked a highly effective citywide protest with African Americans boycotting city buses. Rosa's protest and resulting boycott didn't end segregation, but it sparked a movement that ended the racial system, paving the way for a more equal society. You're watching An American Moment. In the early morning hours of May 2nd, 2011, the Central Intelligence Agency launched Operation Neptune Spear and set into motion a mission to bring one of the world's most notorious terrorists to justice. All indications were that Osama bin Laden was asleep as the U.S. Naval Special Warfare Development Group, known as SEAL Team 6, approached his highly secured 3-story Pakistani-based compound. When located in his living quarters on the 3rd floor of his compound, the head of the Islamist group Al-Qaeda was found using his young wife as a shield. The Obama administration reported the 54-year-old terrorist was given a traditional Islamic burial at sea. 9 years, 7 months, and 21 days following his infamous attack on New York's Twin Towers, killing thousands of innocent civilians, its mastermind, Osama bin Laden, was dead.
Somewhere I read of the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest far right. Like anybody, I would like to live a long life. Longevity has its place. But I'm not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. And He's allowed me to go up to the mountain. And I've looked over and I've seen the promised land. I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
All right, welcome back to our special coverage of Election Night 2024. And of course, a lot of focus is on Pennsylvania. We're waiting for that battleground state to come in. Right here, it'll come in at 8 o'clock tonight. In the meantime, let's talk about what's going on in Georgia and Florida. Let's start with Georgia real quick here. And you can see the map. These are the counties that are reporting. So we're getting some data coming in from the Atlanta metro area, Fulton County, Douglas County, and the like. Let's check on Fulton County right now. That's DeKalb County. Let's see if we can pull that up. Fulton County here. And you can see 83% of the vote. This is less than 1% of the votes counted. So 83%. We'll watch Fulton County, but not a lot of votes being counted just quite yet. But what we can tell you is that the result in Georgia looking pretty typical for something you'd expect right now. Let's take a look at Florida, too, because there were a lot of questions about what all these new voters moving to the state of Florida post-pandemic would do to this state. And you can see there are some surprises here. Look at Miami-Dade County down the very southern tip of Florida. That is now red. Before, Miami-Dade County had always leaned blue, heavily Democratic area. It has turned red. You see Hillsborough County here, too. That area has come in for blue, but this is a pretty typical result for what we would expect for Florida. Also, we can talk about the Senate races. Another thing to look at in the state of Florida, there were some polls that were showing that Rick Scott was in maybe a closer race than a lot of people were expecting, but the results coming in so far, over 5 million, close to 6 million votes counted so far, and Rick Scott has 54% of the vote compared to Debbie Mercarsol Powell, who has 44% of the vote. So there's a look at Florida and Georgia, things kind of lining up the way we expected thus far. Bianca?
Also, Donald Trump, a resident of Florida. We know how he and Melania were voting earlier today, of course. Let's talk about the Keystone State, Pennsylvania, with the most electoral votes of any battleground state, 19 up for grabs. And Donald Trump won the state narrowly in 2016 by a margin of 0.7. Joe Biden 2020 only won it by 1.2%. Now, some of the margins coming in around the Pittsburgh area could be pivotal. Polls don't close until 8 o'clock. Our national correspondent Mike Carter is joining us now from Pittsburgh, and he's been talking to voters there all day long. Mike, great to see you this evening. What are you feeling like today? What are folks saying about their vote tonight?
Yeah, Bianca, good to be with you guys. We're just north of Pittsburgh in Butler County, about 30 minutes north. But what we are seeing are long lines of men in Pittsburgh. That's very interesting because, as we know, Kamala Harris is expected to do very well with women. And in Pittsburgh, a very blue city, you are seeing long lines of men. We'll have to read into that. 27 minutes to go until the polls close across the Keystone State. What we are seeing here in Pennsylvania is lower than usual turnout in Philadelphia, the southeastern part of this state is where 40% of the population is. Heavy Democrat precincts really folks are not coming out to the polls in the numbers that folks like Kamala Harris and the Democrat and incumbent Senator Bob Casey really need if they want to do well across the state. Again, we're about 30 minutes north of Pittsburgh in Butler County, of course, where former President Trump was shot over the summer. If there's one common theme that we've been hearing from voters today, it has to do with the economy over the last 4 years. Of course, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, it hasn't been that great for a lot of folks. Inflation up 20% since Biden-Harris took office in January of 2021. Grocery prices up 21% over that 4-year period. The cost of energy up nearly 30%. Car insurance up more than 57%. And the price of rent up more than 23% since January of 2021. We mentioned that Kamala Harris here in Pennsylvania, she looks like she is doing well with women. What we don't know is what that means when it comes to male independent voters, male Democrats. She's doing well with women. Well, what do the numbers mean when it comes to men voters? We did talk to a number of female voters today, and you would expect abortion to be at the high end of the list. That wasn't what we found. It was economic issues, people trying to pay rent, trying to pay bills, including this one young lady who just graduated from Penn State.
I'm voting for Trump today because I just recently graduated from college and I can't afford to live on my own. And once I started paying my own bills, I changed to a Republican, so we're going Trump 24 today.
The reality kind of hit quickly.
Reality hit real quick when those student loans are due and you're working a minimum wage job with a college degree at home.
You know, Biden-Harris administration, they wanted to get rid of those student loans. They did, offer some help with some people. Did you receive any of that help?
That was actually why I voted for them in the first place, as the student loan relief, which ended up being a lie. It ended up not qualifying, because when you're middle class, you don't get any help. You're stuck in the middle, and everybody says they want to help the middle class, but nobody actually does anything for it.
All right, we're here now with Ben Walsh. She's kind of the social media guru for the United Republicans of Butler County. Ben, you're very tapped into what's going on here in the Keystone State. What are you seeing? What are you hearing from your sources on the ground here? What are people talking about in Pennsylvania today?
Well, like you said, the male turnout in Allegheny County is unprecedented, according to what we've heard. Yeah, anecdotally, but the numbers themselves in rural counties like Fayette County, which Trump won handsomely in 2020, they're actually breaking their record from 2020 in terms of turnout. In terms of exit polls, NBC has Trump up 1 statewide, which is huge. Another exit poll has Trump with a more white electorate, which is favorable to him. Overall, it's devastating for Kamala Harris, and it's a more favorable electorate for Donald Trump now than it was in 2020. Very good news.
All right, Ben Walsh, appreciate your insight. Thank you very much. Put my earpiece back in my ear. Guys, I also want to impart this. Donald Trump has been calling into radio shows in the Philadelphia area and Wisconsin today, making a last effort pitch to those more urban voters, saying, hey, don't forget about me, because I haven't forgotten about you. Send it back to you.
Mike Carter.
Yeah, thanks. It sounds like that woman about the student debt feels like that she was forgotten about, or a little bit of buyer's remorse there. So just some of the stories from the ground there. But again, those polls don't close until 8 o'clock officially in the state of Pennsylvania.
All right, let's get some more updates for everyone on some results that we can call for you here. When it comes to the presidential race in West Virginia, we're calling that for Donald Trump. Again, not a surprise here. He was expected to win. We also have a call for you in the West Virginia Senate race there. Jim Justice, who is the governor, will be going to the U.S. Senate. He and his famous bulldog, baby dog, who everybody loves. You see Jim Justice defeating Glenn Elliott there. I think that bulldog is going to be making some appearances on the floor of the Senate.
Last time he did it was great. So there you have it. West Virginia, again, hit hard by Hurricane Helene. And you have to wonder how much of that will play also into Virginia, because it doesn't stop at state lines, John. I mean, the hurricane ravaged a lot of the portions of the country there. We don't know if Virginia, which way it's going to go, but there's 13 electoral votes up for Virginia bordering West Virginia. Again, we are calling West Virginia for Donald Trump right now. And as we look here, still waiting for North Carolina. Polls have just closed there, the battleground state, and now ticking through to Florida. Rick Scott commanding numbers here.
Let's take a look at, go ahead and keep talking about Rick Scott and his number, but I'm just going to take a closer look at Florida, because, well, we're seeing more of the counties come in, and it's pretty much exactly like you would expect. The key areas of Florida. Palm Beach County did come in. It is a very close race. Palm Beach County has traditionally been a very Democratic area, with about 95% of the vote coming in. Rick Scott in the Senate race just lost by less than 2 points to Debbie Murkowski Powell in Palm Beach County. So that shows you how close things are. But Florida, is a very red state. Republicans now outnumber Democrats by more than 1 million voters, so we're not expecting a lot of surprises there. So that's the presidential race in Florida. You can see the tally here on your screen. Donald Trump with 54% of the vote, Harris with 45%. And again, we're not really too worried about Florida and how it's going to come down. We expect it to come down for Donald Trump, and not really a swing state anymore, the state of Florida.
No, and a lot of industry has moved into the state of Florida, like folks like Citadel. And so you have sort of also that explosion of economics that people have wanted to come to Florida for jobs, and also economy, as we know, is on the ballot. So pleased to bring in with us right now Eric Metaxas, best-selling author, radio host, to talk about what he is feeling. Eric, I also want to talk to you about the evangelical vote, something that Donald Trump has really been able to capture and get a lot of support from evangelicals. The comment that Kamala Harris said at one of her rallies when someone said Christ is king, and she said, you're at the wrong rally, sort of also painted the picture of how different when it comes to faith these two candidates really are.
Well, could it be more dramatic? I mean, first of all, it's almost funny. Somebody screams Jesus is Lord, and she's such a bad politician. Obama would never have done that, to say, oh, you're at the wrong rally. I mean, most people would assume that they're at the wrong rally, but for her actually to say that is astonishing. And but it's nice to have things clarified for us. Listen, the policies of Biden and Kamala Harris could not be more wicked. Most Americans, even earlier in the segment, the reporter talked about the loan forgiveness. What a joke. That's taking money out of the hands of working class Americans to pay for the loans of college students. It's preposterous. It's a bribe, basically, is what it is. And what it really underscores is that Kamala Harris and the left at this point will do and say literally anything to get elected. And if you talk about values, the values of evangelicals or Christians across America, the values of any American, that lying, stealing, these things are not okay. And what we've seen from the left, it's not the party of Tip O'Neill, it's not the party of Mike Dukakis or Bill Clinton. They have gone dramatically toward the Marxist side of things, and they are saying things that I think most Americans know. They'll just say anything, they'll do anything to get elected. So my concern actually is, will they try to steal the election? If Donald Trump wins, will they do what they did 4 years ago and do anything to steal the election? So I actually think this story's not going to be over. I think for a few weeks, we're going to see the Dems do anything they can. They've hired some people, Mark Elias and others, to litigate. So they're not exactly interested in a fair fight.
There are a lot of lawyers just waiting for challenges to come up, and we'll be watching. That's something else we'll be watching very closely to see tonight. Eric Metaxas, always great to see you. Thanks, man.
Thanks, Eric.
Thank you.
All right, we're not just following the presidential race, of course. We're also keeping track of what's happening with the majorities in the House and the Senate. The balance of power is going to be a key part of this entire next government that takes shape. We'll have more on those races right after this.
Abraham Lincoln began the war between the states with a single stated purpose: to preserve the Union. So it surprised everyone when in July of 1862, President Lincoln announced his intentions to issue an Emancipation Proclamation to free the Southern slaves. Lincoln was urged to delay his proclamation until the Union Army could boast a battlefield victory. That opportunity came at the Battle of Antietam, when Union forces drove Lee's army out of Maryland. 5 days later, on September 22, 1862, President Lincoln issued the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, stating slaves in those areas still in rebellion within 100 days will be freed. This action made slavery the focus of the war and ultimately caused France and England to withdraw their support of the South. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV. It's a region of the world that has known little peace since the beginnings of recorded history. But in September of 1978, President Sadat of Egypt, Prime Minister Begin of Israel, and President Carter of the United States set out to change that. Initiated by the Egyptian leader's proclamation that he would be willing to travel anywhere, even Jerusalem, to seek peace, President Carter persuaded the two former enemies to meet with him at Camp David to seek a lasting peace. On the 17th of September, 1978, the Camp David Accords were signed, returning the Sinai to Egypt and creating a framework by which Palestinians could have autonomous and self-governing control over the West Bank and Gaza. During the announcement, President Carter was clear more work needed to be done.
The questions that have brought warfare and bitterness to the Middle East for the last 30 years will not be settled overnight.
In 1978, President Anwar Sadat and Prime Minister Menachem Begin were awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. Jimmy Carter's Nobel Prize would come later in 2002 for his decades of work seeking solutions to international conflicts. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
I was exhausted all the time, and I just didn't feel like myself. And then came the weight gain. I found out I was like millions of Americans whose thyroid gland wasn't functioning like it was supposed to. And that's why I started taking Actilin, a premium nutritional supplement. Actilin was created by renowned physician Dr. David Brownstein, formulated with 17 powerful ingredients to specifically support your thyroid function, adrenal health, and metabolism. And now, you can get a free bottle of Actilin with our special offer. Just pay a small shipping and handling charge. Plus, receive Dr. Brownstein's free special report, A Doctor's Guide to a Healthy Thyroid. If you're experiencing loss of energy, cold hands and feet, dry skin, weight gain, or joint pain, Actilin may be right for you. Don't wait. Act now. Get your free trial bottle of Actilin, valued at $39.95.
Welcome back to Vote for America. I'm Bianca De La Garza along with John Bachman. Great to see you on this historic election. And we just want to be clear and state for the record here that Newsmax has no reason to believe that any voter fraud has occurred. The statements about 2020, that we believe the results were fair and final as a network, Newsmax. So as we watch the results coming in, obviously polls are just starting to close, some of them on the East Coast, but we will be monitoring everything and watching it very closely as we move forward with our reporters across the entire nation who are at many of the biggest cities and biggest poll sites in battleground states.
Yeah, I know. A lot of interest in what's taking place, obviously, tonight. Let's get to our next guest now. CPAC Chairman Matt Schlapp. Matt, great to see you.
See you, and I'm here with a great guy.
Hi,
And
how you doing, guys?
Senator Rick Santorum. Hey, guys.
Yeah, I just thought I'd sit in.
Why not? I want to talk about Pennsylvania. Polls are closing in about 10 minutes. Senator Santorum, a state you know very well, is the former senator. We had Mike Carter in Pittsburgh, one of the cities we'll be looking at. Also, Allentown with a huge Latino population. Tell us some of the things that you'll be looking at as the polls close. We start to see sort of some of the early precincts reporting.
Yeah, I mean, well, obviously turnout. I mean, turnout, and Philadelphia is really the key to the Democrats. I mean, if you think about this, that the Democrats, the city of Philadelphia is 12% of the population of the state, and it's 5-1 Democrat, and so it makes up obviously a lot more than 12% of the Democratic vote of the state, and if their number is down, that is a huge problem. And what we saw in the early voting is that their number was down and was down dramatically. And so the question is, did they make it up on election day? And we don't know that, unlike Georgia and some of the other states that I can track the day of voting and let you know what the turnout is. Pennsylvania does not do that. So we won't know what's going on there until stay tuned. Until the numbers come in, we'll be able to tell you. But what we do know is that rural areas have turned out very, very heavily. I'm hearing that all across the state, that in the red counties, Trump vote is up, and a lot of energy and enthusiasm. So even if Philadelphia does turn out with its normal vote, if the rural areas can swamp it if they turn out even more.
All right, Matt, Republicans have a slim majority in the House. Looks like they're going to take control of the Senate. But what do you think about the coattails of Donald Trump tonight if he does win? What is the House going to look like?
Yeah, basically already operational control of the Senate is already tied. Chuck Schumer is going to have a lot more time to make those tofu patties on that fake grill of his on his patio. But, so here's the truth is people said Donald Trump would be a drag on the ticket, that we had to get somebody new, and a lot of congressional people, even friends of mine, said we got to separate ourselves from Trump. That was a disaster. Tonight, I think the House will pick up seats if Donald Trump wins states. It really is dependent on Donald Trump's coattails. It's kind of like how politics used to be in this country. It's that way again. If Donald Trump wins these battleground states, we will pick up House seats. If he wins the presidency, there will be enough House Republicans to give Mike Johnson, who's been the hardest working man in politics, a little more of a cushion, and we won't be talking about impeachment for 2 more years.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll be watching very closely. New York, there's some key House races, California as well, and then Virginia, there's a couple. We'll get the results on those. Just part of the program here tonight. Our thanks to Rick Santorum and Matt Schlapp. Great to see you both.
Thanks, guys. Our coverage of the path to 270 electoral votes continues. We're going to take a very quick break. We're back with more right here on N2.
It's a fact. 80% of your immune system is controlled by gut bacteria, and many people suffer from digestion woes. Dr. David Brownstein created Bactipro to help. This premium formula supports optimal immune health and contains 6 powerful probiotics. So try Bactipro to see if it helps you with our risk-free offer. Get 30 days of Bactipro at no cost to you. Go online now or call us toll-free today.
January 15th, 1929 was a chilly day in Atlanta, Georgia, when a family gathered to welcome into this world a new life, and with it, a new hope for America. Throughout his 39 years, he instilled in Americans a new spirit of justice and freedom, based on equality instead of status, and character instead of race. He waged a nonviolent war on racial segregation, with appearances that radiated with an energy that transcended all races, all faiths, and people of all ages, with words that still resonate today.
I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land.
He spoke to us of his dreams and his beliefs that justice too long delayed is justice denied.
I ask you to join with me in prayer. Almighty God, our sons, pride of our nation, this day have set upon a mighty endeavor, a struggle to preserve our republic, our religion, and our civilization, and to set free a suffering humanity. Lead them straight and true. Give strength to their arms, stoutness to their hearts, steadfastness in their faith. They will need thy blessings. Their road will be long and hard. For the enemy is strong. He may hurl back our forces. Success may not come with rushing speed, but we shall return again and again. And we know that by thy grace and by the righteousness of our cause, our sons will triumph, and a peace that will let all men live in freedom, reaping the just rewards of their honest toil. Thy will be done, Almighty God. Amen.
Stressed and fatigued? Brain feeling foggy? Don't have the energy you used to? It may be your liver. You must protect your body's most precious asset. Best-selling author and surgeon Dr. Russell Blaylock has developed natural solutions. His breakthrough new book, The Liver Cure, will help you boost energy, detoxify your body, clear brain fog, and reignite your metabolism. Improve your health and quality of life. Get The Liver Cure today.
All right, welcome back to our special coverage of Election Night 2024. Can you believe it's actually here?
I can,
Yeah.
and I'm quite happy, actually.
Yes, it's been a while. All right, we're going to get to TW Shannon in just a second, but I wanted to take a close look here at my screen on the computer and what's going on in Georgia. We have some election results coming in from the state of Georgia. Nothing final yet, but over 1 million votes have been counted so far. And you can see here on the screen Pretty typical breakdown of what you'd expect from Georgia. Now, we have Fulton County results coming in, but less than 1% of the vote thus far. Kamala Harris is doing very well there with 82%. Now, Donald Trump as a whole is doing very well in the state of Georgia with 62% of the vote. Now, we do expect that to change and get a little closer when we start counting more votes from Fulton County. We also don't have results yet from Clayton County or Cobb County. These are two of the bellwether counties in Georgia that are going to let us know how that all shakes out. But things looking pretty good right now for Donald Trump with 62%. 19% of the vote has been counted.
Let's bring in a former Speaker of the Oklahoma House of Representatives, T.W. Shannon. And why this is encouraging is because if Donald Trump can get all the states he had in 2020, plus Georgia, plus Pennsylvania, he gets to the Electoral College 270, T.W.
That's exactly right. Hey, I'm here in Florida, and I got to tell you, Bianca and John, the enthusiasm is through the roof. Listen, people have lined up for Donald Trump for the last 4 years because they've seen the misery caused by Kamala Harris. But going back to those Georgia numbers, they're real interesting because Kamala Harris is behind 9 points where Joe Biden was with the black vote. There's been a lot of effort placed on the black vote. They pulled out every black celebrity in the country, and she's still behind 9 points with black voters in Georgia. That is fatal for her right now. And so obviously there's still a lot of vote to come in, a lot to go, but it's not looking like a good night for Kamala Harris in Georgia based on that early exit polling right now because of her underperformance with the black vote. Donald Trump has broken the wall with the black vote. He has transformed the Republican Party into the party of the working class man and woman for everybody, not just black Americans, but all Americans.
All right, T.W. Shannon, also Newsmax contributor, one of our good friends. We see him frequently on our programs.
We do. We'll be checking in with you in Florida. And obviously, Oprah was part of the closing arguments, really not in touch with a lot of the hard-working folks in America.
Yeah, we heard from David Harris Jr., too, talking about this, the lecturing at the last minute for these votes, not necessarily going to work. All right, we're going to be back. We got plenty of coverage for you. We're going to be here for a little while, maybe until 2 a.m. We'll be with you all night. Stay tuned.
And moral principles of the Judeo-Christian faith and the God of that tradition are found throughout the Declaration of Independence. Most presidents of the United States have declared their faith in God and have encouraged us to read the Bible. I'm encouraged to believe that Americans at this hour are striving to retain their spiritual identity despite the inroads of materialism and the rising tide of permissivism. On the front page of a Chicago newspaper some time ago, there appeared a picture of Betsy Ross sewing the first American flag. And over the picture was the caption, "Time to check our stitches." Let's check the stitches of racism that still persist in America. Let's check the stitches of poverty that bind some of our countrymen. Let's check the stitches of foreign policy to be sure that our objectives and goals are in keeping with the American dream.
I call upon the scientific community in our country, those who gave us nuclear weapons, to turn their great talents now to the cause of mankind and world peace.
On March 23, 1983, President Reagan surprised not only the nation, but members of his own cabinet and military by announcing an Oval Office address that the United States would embark on creating an anti-missile system to stop and destroy nuclear-tipped missiles in space. Reagan called the program the Strategic Defense Initiative, or SDI, while his critics quickly dubbed the program Star Wars. Still, the idea gained popular support and played a key role in undermining the Soviet Union and its arms buildup. By 1987, with his own nation facing economic collapse and unable to match the U.S. program, Soviet leader Mikhail Gorbachev capitulated and signed the Intermediate Range Nuclear Forces Treaty. Within 4 years, the Soviet Empire itself would collapse, ending a Cold War that lasted more than 4 decades. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
Federal agencies urge every family to have an emergency radio. During any disaster, electrical power may get cut. The emergency radio gives you the vital information you need. Newsmax wants you to have the Dynamo Emergency Band Radio. It doesn't need batteries and works in any emergencies. It retails for $30. You can get it with the free offer. Call or go online and get the emergency radio today. Your life may depend on it.
Hi folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
Polls are closing at 8 p.m. You can see the states there right now where polls have just closed. As of 1 minute ago, we are getting some results.
Already?
Yes, it is.
Wow.
It's going to be a long night, but a fun one. We're calling some races here already. Indiana for Donald Trump, Kentucky for Donald Trump, South Carolina, and West Virginia going to Donald Trump. Kamala Harris, we are calling the state of Vermont.
Yes, we're talking about these polls that were closing. Of course, one of the states that everyone is hyper interested in is Pennsylvania. Now, there has been an issue there in Luzerne County. The voting hours have been extended to 9:30 Eastern Time. Also, Cambria County's voting hours were extended to 10 p.m. due to some voting incidents there, but those voters will still be allowed to wrap up those votes, and we'll bring you the updates on Pennsylvania and the other states closing their polls at 8 o'clock as soon as we have that information. We are monitoring some results here for you. Real quickly, let's talk about, I'm sorry, what was that, Brittany? Okay. We're going to go to Sarah Williamson, who's going to join us live from the Trump campaign party headquarters in West Palm Beach. Hey, Sarah.
Hey, John. Hey, Bianca. Look, there is such enthusiasm here at the Trump headquarters where they're going to be having that watch party tonight. There is thousands of people, sorry, hundreds, but if not thousands, because they're going to be filling it, that is still flowing in as we speak. People dressed to the nines from all walks of life. You can see these people here who are just flowing in and walking around, and they're so excited to be here. They've brought their signs. They're dressing up. I've spoken to a bunch of Trump supporters, and I have one lovely lady here with me now. Her name is Julie, and Julie has been very patient to speak with us today. Julie, tell us why you voted for Trump.
He had nothing to lose. He had nothing to gain by doing this. He was truly in it for the love of the country, and his transparency and his honesty should speak volumes.
Do you think he's going to win this election? Are you feeling confident?
I am. I am optimistic about this election. I feel it. I feel the energy at all the rallies. I feel it with amongst friends that have asked me questions that I've given them honest answers to, and I've changed them over. So.
And you're a very dedicated Trump supporter. You were telling me last night you stay up, you watch all the rallies. To just tell us why you are so enthusiastic about him as a candidate in comparison to the average politician.
Like I said, he has nothing to personally gain by this. So that should tell you everything. And he gives you hope. He gives you strength. When you watch him, everybody's joyful. I mean, I will go to a rally at 2 in the afternoon, by myself even, and he doesn't come on until 10 o'clock at night, and it's just amazing. He shows strength, and I think the countries around the world see it. Beautiful. And I just want to thank him.
Yeah, that's very kind of you. You said she wanted to make sure that we saw her sign thanking the president, but we have a lot of international media here as well. Julie, thank you very much for that. A lot of people we've seen crews from Romania, from Israel, from Italy, from Bulgaria. everyone is here right now, just waiting enthusiastically to be able to get a glimpse of what is going on inside. We saw some special guests walking past as well, including our friend Will Scharf, the Trump lawyer who swung by before. I didn't get to speak to him because he was in a rush to get inside, but hopefully we'll get to pull aside some other Newsmax, friends of Newsmax later on as we continue to hang out here with Trump supporters. John, Bianca.
A lot of happy folks there in Palm Beach, Florida, where you are, Sarah Williamson. Appreciate that update, and a lot of good.
Have the envelope, please.
Of Congress and senators came a historic election cycle, and it all comes down to now. Polls are just about to close in 1 hour out in the state of Arizona, a battleground state that we are watching very closely. Pleased to have in Congressman Andy Biggs with us right now to talk about what he is seeing right now. And also, Congressman, results for your race against Katrina Schaefer are expected to cross the wires about 10 p.m. Eastern here. So your final message to supporters, I guess, in the final hour of voting out there in Arizona, sir.
My final message is to get out and vote. If you're in line, stay in line. Vote Republican top to bottom. That's the final message, because things are still a little bit close here, and we want everyone to vote and stay in line to vote. And if that happens, we win, because it's a turnout election in Arizona right now.
I just texted somebody who's at Mar-a-Lago right now, and I said, what are the vibes like? And he said the vibes are very good, very positive right now. Congressman, give us your assessment on the Senate race there in Arizona. Kari Lake is up against Ruben Gallego, a guy you know from serving with in the House. How's that going to shake out?
It's going to be really close, and Kari's got a really good chance to win. I'll tell you why. Because the movement from the early ballots, the Republicans had a significant lead in early ballots, and then we've held that lead through the day and the dumps and the people who register. So you come in and say you're a Republican or a Democrat, an independent, those who come in and vote. So you know where they're coming from. So we've held our own against the Democrats there. The question will be, where are the independents breaking? And according to sources that I've talked to, the independents seem to be breaking to the right this time. And if that's the case, Kari Lake's got a good chance to eke out that victory over Ruben Gallegos.
Yeah.
You know, there's 11 electoral votes for the state of Arizona. Immigration outside of the economy is one of the topics that is so important for a lot of Americans, even if they're not in a border state, Congressman Biggs. A lot of Americans who are polled say they support deportations, which is something Donald Trump has been talking about at his rallies, and also the death penalty. If there's an illegal who kills an American, there's some real change that he wants if he gets into the White House. Tell us your thoughts on how immigration is going to settle some of the voters' minds in your home state.
Well, border security is like the #1 issue. It's top issue here. And in Arizona, like everywhere else in the country, 75% or so of the people say that Donald Trump is going to do a better job on the border security than Kamala Harris, and that includes Democrats as well. So when President Trump talks tough on the border, and we know that in our state, I can just give you the concrete examples. In 1 year, the Yuma sector saw fewer than 9,000 encounters, and they have seen literally millions of encounters since Kamala Harris and Joe Biden have taken over the border. So we know what it's like when you actually enforce the law, and we know what it's like when you don't enforce the law. So that's a huge issue, and I do believe that's why it's breaking the way it's breaking with the independents and the party non-declareds here in Arizona. They're going the way of border security. They're going the way of less crime.
All right, Congressman Andy Biggs, thanks so much for being with us. Good luck in your contest tonight, and we'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, Congressman.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, much more election night coverage right here on N2. We're going to take a quick break. We're back with more live coverage.
When Rosa Parks stepped on that Montgomery, Alabama bus on December 1st, 1955, she didn't set out to make history. She just wanted to get home. Montgomery's segregated buses had divided seating, white passengers in front, colored passengers in the back. When the bus driver needed more seats for his white passengers, he ordered her and 3 others to vacate their seats. The others complied and moved, but Rosa quietly refused and was quickly arrested. Working alongside Dr. Martin Luther King, Rosa's arrest sparked a highly effective citywide protest with African Americans boycotting city buses. Rosa's protest and resulting boycott didn't end segregation, but it sparked a movement that ended the racial system, paving the way for a more equal society. You're watching An American Moment.
Here, watching the results. Polls are closing. Welcome back to N2. I'm Bianca De La Garza.
And I'm John Bachman. Great to have everyone with us. I think we're going to get to some calls. We can talk about electoral college votes here. Washington, D.C., Oklahoma, Maryland, Massachusetts, Tennessee, Alabama, and Rhode Island. I think those are all being called here pretty soon. Do we have those?
Well, we do know Florida, we are just calling for Donald Trump, and he was out voting earlier today with Melania, and he said that he was going to be watching from Mar-a-Lago. And he now stands at 105 with the states, in addition to Florida, we called West Virginia, South Carolina, Kentucky, Indiana for Donald Trump. But Elon Musk also watching returns tonight with Donald Trump.
That's the place to be, is Mar-a-Lago. But let's get out to Bonita Springs, Florida right now, another place you want to be if you're in the Rick Scott campaign, because he has a victory already up on the board. Our correspondent Dante McGlone is standing by there with our first victorious senator of the night. Dante.
Hey, Dante.
Hey, how are you, John and Bianca? Hoping all is well there in West Palm and Boca. Yeah, I'm here at the Rick Scott watch party, and the atmosphere has been electric. Everyone here has expressed their expectation for the win for the Scott campaign, which can also strengthen his position within the leadership for the GOP with this big win. Senator Scott ran against Democratic contender Debbie Morse-Powell. Sorry about that, I messed her name up. And the two traded criticism throughout the campaign. This Senate race was the only race on the ballot here in Florida. And we have a lot going on. I think Senator Scott's going to come out at some point, and we're going to try to take him at some point. We'll get some VO for you guys. But make no mistake, like, this race has been like highly watched. Everyone wants to know the advantage within the Senate for the GOP, and Mitch McConnell stepping aside, and we're hoping that Senator Rick Scott comes ahead and takes a hold. Back to you.
Dante, thank you so much for that live update. Obviously, a lot of excited folks and happy folks in that room. We'll continue to watch the results and the parties that will be starting and kicking off as the night ticks on. Thanks, Dante.
It's a good assignment to get the Rick Scott campaign. I covered his governor's race. Great food at the Rick Scott, both at the primary and the general election.
Well, I hope there's a coffee stand. I heard over at the West Palm Beach Convention Center there was a big coffee stand, because it could be a late night.
We're going to have to order some coffee here. We're going to be here, maybe till 2 o'clock tonight. But we got some race calls to get through. District of Columbia, even though nothing's been counted, you know how it shakes out in Washington, D.C. They're already projecting that for Kamala Harris. Also, Oklahoma, Maryland, Massachusetts, Tennessee, Alabama, and Rhode Island. Those races also coming in. No real surprises there. The red states breaking red, the blue places breaking blue.
And we also are putting up Oklahoma. We are calling it for President Donald Trump there, Oklahoma, with 7 electoral votes. So as we tick away there, he's now past 100. And also we're calling Maryland for Kamala Harris. Not too much of a surprise there as well.
We'll watch that Senate race, too, in Maryland, too. Larry Hogan, the outgoing governor, he's running for Senate there. And he's basically running on a split ticket, telling people, we know you're going to vote for Kamala Harris, but don't forget to vote for me as well as a Republican. Popular governor, could cross over and win there.
Yeah, some of those down ballot races like Bob Casey in Pennsylvania running against McCormick, the Democrat running, saying, putting ads about him and Donald Trump because of, the way people wants to have the split ticket. Also here, Massachusetts, that was 4. And Tennessee, you went too fast. Okay, Tennessee going for Trump, Massachusetts going for Kamala, but there you have it. Right. Exciting as polls are starting to close. And again, we are waiting for, of course, a lot of the West Coast polls will be a little bit later on. So one to watch there, Arizona. And we're waiting for some more information on Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia, and the Pennsylvania results coming in. We'll get to those in a second. Right now, let's get out to Texas and our correspondent Jason Jones, who's covering the Ted Cruz Senate race there. What can you tell us, Jason?
Well, John, Bianca, hey, it's good to see the old team back together, guys, by the way, for the big Super Bowl event here tonight. Listen, we're here with Ted Cruz in Houston, Texas. The polls just closed at 7 o'clock, and the numbers are coming in. I'm watching it real time here. We've got about 10 different counties where the data is coming in. Over 2 million different votes have come in now. Ted Cruz, of these 10 votes, 10 counties, he's at 52%, leading his competitor, Congressman Allred. But look, we've got a long night here. Texas is big, guys. We got 254 counties here to count. So it's going to be a while here, but I can tell you the enthusiasm here, as you can see behind me, it's alive and well, and we'll be reporting on it the rest of the night. But the data is finally coming in. So the campaign's over. Now it's a matter of looking and see what the numbers are and what the voters really had to think about. This open border that we covered on your program for so long and all the issues across this nation. Back to you.
Yeah, and all of the lives that were lost at the hands of illegals. I think of Jocelyn Nunn appearing in an ad with Donald Trump, the pure emotion there, Jason. Good to have you in. I know you're watching the crowd there and talking to lots of Cruz supporters, so we'll be checking back with you throughout the evening. Thanks, Jason.
Great to be with you.
All right, stick around. We continue to monitor the states. More election results coming in. States like Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina. We're all on pins and needles. A live look for you at the Donald Trump party in West Palm Beach, Florida. We'll check in there as well. Stay with us.
At 9:47 a.m. on the 20th of February, 1962, Lieutenant Colonel John Glenn Jr. of New Concord, Ohio, found himself sitting on top of an Atlas 6 rocket filled with 600,000 pounds of fuel. At liftoff, 360,000 pounds of thrust hurled the massive rocket and its occupant into space and America's history books. John Glenn became the 4th human being to enter space and the first American to orbit the Earth. For his remarkable heroism, President Kennedy awarded Colonel Glenn NASA's Distinguished Service Medal.
As our knowledge of this universe in which we live increases, may God grant us the wisdom and guidance to use it wisely. Thank you, Colonel.
Glenn went on to become the United States Senator from Ohio, and in 1984 ran for the Democratic presidential nomination, but lost to Walter Mondale.
I think that the heart of my philosophy is much more libertarianism than well, that's the fashionable word these days, I guess. A conservative is no longer just that. He's a libertarian. And always has been. Because how do we call a liberal? You know, someone very profoundly once said many years ago that if fascism ever comes to America, it'll come in the name of liberalism. And what is fascism? Fascism is private ownership, private enterprise, but total government control and regulation. Well, isn't this the liberal philosophy? The conservative, so-called, is the one that says less government, get off my back, get out of my pocket, and let me have more control of my own destiny.
Welcome back. We're going to take a look at the map here and kind of break down how things are shaking out in states like Georgia, North Carolina, Virginia. You can see them kind of trending in certain directions here on the screens, but don't panic. Don't focus too much on what you see right now. Let's kind of break down the numbers for you and take a look a little bit. Here's the state of Georgia for you, and you can see the metro Atlanta area here, Fulton County, Cobb County. Those were breaking Democrat. They've been trending that way for a long time. This is the metro Atlanta area, and this is favored for Kamala Harris. But what you can see here in the state of Georgia is you see the rural votes coming out for Donald Trump. This was the concern. This was, what needed to happen in order for Donald Trump to win. And with about 43% of the vote being counted right now, Donald Trump has an 11-point lead in Georgia. So there's that. Let's go ahead and take a look at the state of North Carolina, a key state for Donald Trump to win. Right now, when you look at North Carolina, we got about 9% of the vote coming in, but it is very close, about 4 points right now separating Donald Trump and Kamala Harris. Donald Trump has won North Carolina the last 2 election cycles. He's looking to win that again. So we're watching North Carolina very closely to see how some of those counties come down. Let's take a look at Virginia as well. This is also getting a little bit closer for Donald Trump. This would be a huge pickup for the former president if he is able to take Virginia. But you can see some of the areas here, like Loudoun County and Fairfax County in Virginia. You've seen Donald Trump here in these counties. He has been able to cut into the Democrats' lead where he lost by a pretty big difference. You can see he's still losing significantly in Arlington County, in that part where Arlington, Virginia is, in Loudoun County and Fairfax County. But he is eating into his lead a little bit in Virginia, into the Democrats' lead. All right, let's take a look at Pennsylvania, because this is, what everybody wants to know. We'll watch these collar counties around Philadelphia and see how they break down. Not a lot of the vote, just 5% coming in thus far. Kamala Harris there has a lead in Pennsylvania. But again, it's still early in the night. We're still waiting for a lot of the counties to report their votes. Georgia trending well for Donald Trump. Early in the night for North Carolina in terms of counting. Early in the night for Virginia, and early in the night for Pennsylvania there as well. Bianca, back to you.
A lot of this, John, is what we've been seeing is early voting. There had been record turnout in states like Georgia and other places. We know that a lot of folks have been already at the polls, so not just today. And when you look at some of those counties in Virginia, not surprised. I mean, Loudoun County, some of the things they're talking about is, boys and girls sports. And we know the story with Scott Smith, which really, maybe was the reason Youngkin won governor. And these are the types of issues that Americans are looking at and saying the progressives and the radicals pushed it maybe a little bit too far here with their trans agenda. Obviously, Virginia being in play for Donald Trump, and it's still early, but looking at some of those counties, looking at them being red, very interesting as well, could be an indicator, things we're watching very closely. Live here on your screen are the crowds that are already gathering in West Palm Beach. This is the convention center just up the road and across the intercoastal from beautiful Mar-a-Lago. And a lot of the folks there will be gathering, hoping to see a speech from Donald Trump tonight. But we watch, obviously, a lot of polls still open in the western part of our great nation. So there is still time for people to vote. And also, if you are in line, you have to stay in line, because even when polls close, if you are in line, you will be able to vote. So you look at all those MAGA hats there, some of the dark MAGA hats. We know Elon Musk is also with Donald Trump over at Mar-a-Lago. So what an exciting night, and what a historic night. As we continue our coverage, pleased to bring in right now the former Lieutenant Governor of New York, Betsy McCoy, who has been writing about some of the issues that are really on a lot of voters' minds, but also one of the wedge issues. I want to talk to you about abortion, Betsy, because Kamala Harris obviously has tried to use the issue with younger voters. But you have actually called out some of the issues that this may backfire on them, as this being sort of the main issue when people can't afford gas or groceries. And a lot of women are the main caretakers of their family.
Well, let's also look at it this way. Kamala Harris's claims about abortion are a big lie, probably the biggest lie in this election. She has said again and again that former President Trump will support a national abortion ban. And she claims that if she is the president, she will codify Roe v. Wade. Neither of these things is constitutionally possible, because what the Supreme Court made very clear, is that regulating abortion is not within the enumerated powers of the federal government. Read the Constitution. Regulating abortion belongs only to the states. So even if Donald Trump had an inclination to ban abortion, which he does not, it would be impossible. The Supreme Court would strike that down. And furthermore, the Supreme Court would also strike down any attempt by Kamala Harris to codify Roe v. Wade. So that's why it's the big lie in this election.
Yeah, you know, I've even heard some of the surrogates for her saying that today, and you have to push back the gaslighting that's been going on, but not just with abortion, be the border, her lightweight, you know, barely any policy. She's never done a news conference, not one single news conference in this election cycle. Pretty incredible.
Yeah, and Betsy, part of Donald Trump's closing argument was that he wants to make sure women are protected from migrant crimes. How effective do you think that was in terms of a closing speech?
Well, it's very powerful in terms of protecting women in sports. And parents all over this country, dads and moms, are very, very concerned with this issue because raising kids, I had 3 daughters of my own. I now have 5 grandkids. I want to see them in sports, and I don't want to see my daughters or my granddaughters brutalized by a man pretending to be a female in sports.
No, and that's kind of what we were picking up on Loudoun County in Virginia. That was a big issue. And it also got to the point where when parents went to school boards and complained, they were being called domestic terrorists by the Biden-Harris DOJ. Yeah. So these past 2 years, there's been so many flashpoints. New York, for one reason. I mean, the state has been, you know, hurting the sanctuary cities of New York City. You have migrant gangs, 11 years old, and they're so young. Betsy, they can't be charged as adults. So you have all those radical DA policies now and bail reform. These kids aren't even being charged yet. They're running street crimes like you know, transnational gangs.
That's right. The impact of the border on crime, on street safety, on public schooling. The impact of the border is affecting people all over the country, even as far away from the border as New York City, Connecticut, Maine, very affected by the border crisis. Maine is a poor state, and yet the taxpayers in Maine are spending their money putting migrants from Africa in motels when they can barely afford to pay for a room for their own families.
There's also, you've written about sort of concerns about disease, too. And, you know, they weren't getting vaccinated.
I have a piece coming out tonight about tuberculosis.
Okay.
Tuberculosis is coming across the border, Bianca. And, you know, we won a war against tuberculosis in the 20th century. Americans should not have to fight that war again. And yet tuberculosis is coming across the border, and it's spreading across the country.
Well, we will look for that piece, and of course, we'll watch you with John Burnett, First Edition, as always, former Lieutenant Governor of New York. Now you can see her every morning here on N2. Betsy McCoy, appreciate it. Thanks for being with us this evening, this historic election.
A pleasure.
All right, let's talk about Michigan now and welcome in former gubernatorial candidate Tudor Dixon and talk about what's going on in that state. Some of the results coming in. Tudor, give us your feeling on how you think Michigan is going to shake out.
I think Michigan is a very interesting state this time. I think that we are seeing we're seeing some groups that typically go to Democrats that are going to go to Donald Trump. Maybe you saw last night at his rally that he had the mayor of Hamtramck and the mayor of Dearborn Heights on at the rally endorsing him. These are 2 mayors that come from our Arab American community, and the Arab American community has historically gone for Democrats, and now they're coming out for Republicans more and more. Similar to the Loudoun County issues that you brought up, Bianca, that's what we're seeing here in the state of Michigan as well. And the Arab American community wants someone that's going to stand for them, but also for business, also for the economy. And the same thing you'll see in Wayne County and you'll see in Kent County. Groups in those counties that have historically gone for Democrats are saying, you know what, I don't like my finances. I don't like what it looks like going to the grocery store, and I'm going to come out for Donald Trump. So I think we could have a real surprise coming out of Michigan tonight.
Arab American vote, for sure, is fascinating. And the black vote was Donald Trump's gaining some serious ground, at least we see in Georgia as well. We'll see if that continues over to Michigan. But let's talk about the car industry as well, all those EV mandates. You know, Donald Trump, when he said it would be a bloodbath for the auto industry, of course, the liberal media tried to misconstrue, like they always did, his words. But we know that industry and the auto industry, especially in Michigan, is such a key issue for folks and the American workers who are struggling very, very much in this day and age under Biden and Harris, Tudor.
Yes, of course, and I've heard Democrats try to twist the words of what the mandate actually are. I mean, Pete Buttigieg was doing it today. Alyssa Slotkin is constantly saying, well, I'm not going to tell you what car you're going to drive. Well, this is the same thing they do with gas stoves. I'm not going to tell you. No, they're actually mandating it behind the scenes. So the automakers have got to switch over, and eventually we will all have to switch over to EVs. But as Donald Trump said when he said that, well, that would be a bloodbath for the industry, he was saying that because take a look at what you see in Germany right now. You just had Volkswagen announce last week they will probably close 3 factories and lay off tens of thousands of workers because they cannot compete with the Chinese vehicles that are now in Germany. And this is what Donald Trump has promised the workers of Michigan. I will not let these Chinese EVs come here. I will not let your jobs be taken away. And you saw last night the United Auto Workers were at his rally in Grand Rapids saying, we're with Donald Trump.
Yeah, that's where he's closed, not this election cycle, but also 2020 and 2016 closing in the state of Michigan. And it does feel that there is this referendum on the establishment, that this is sort of the elites versus the working class, any way you slice it. You mentioned Alyssa Slotkin, obviously Mike Rogers, the Republican running against her. If he were to win, obviously that's another seat in the Senate. These down ballot races, not just the White House we're looking at, Tudor, but a potential GOP takeover of the Senate, which would be incredible, especially in light of what we've heard from Kamala Harris, which is we will look at the filibuster.
Right, right. Well, I think what they've done is they've tried to fearmonger. They've used abortion. They've overused abortion now, especially in the state of Michigan. It's enshrined in the Constitution. There's no changing that law or the Constitution in the state of Michigan. And so they've overused that, and they haven't come out with another option. They haven't come out and said, well, actually, we're going to offer you something else. And the people of our state, at least, have said, we understand what you're doing. We know you're trying to manipulate us. We know you're trying to scare us with this message, but that's not a message here in Michigan. So what are you offering us? And it's turning out that they're not offering anything. And that's why you'll see Mike Rogers will have an advantage tonight. But honestly, I think it will be very interesting to see not only what happens on the national level in Michigan, but the state level, because we've just had people lying and fear-mongering on the Democrat side for so long now, and the Michigan people have figured that out.
Yeah, a lot of people wise to it this time around. Tudor Dixon, always great to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tudor. Let's bring in now host of the Leventhal Report right here on N2, Rick Leventhal, watching some of the results coming in. We just had Georgia up. Wow, it's looking good. Obviously, we're just watching some of the precincts, but Donald Trump has made, a lot of trips to Georgia, and we know that that's Arkansas that we're putting up there as well. But we know how much both of them would love to have Georgia, and he has the endorsement of Brian Kemp, very popular governor in the state of Georgia, Rick.
Well, and Georgia, traditionally a red state, switched to blue in part because people were moving there from New York and California and other states, and people are like, don't do this to Georgia. But Georgia, is in play for both candidates, and it is too close to call right now. Too early to make a prediction here. But Georgia is obviously very important to both candidates. Donald Trump has spent a lot of time there. And Georgia was also involved in that hurricane and was not. A lot of people not so pleased with the response of the federal government. Just south of Georgia, Florida, fully red, and it's already being called for Trump. So it would be surprising to some if Harris were to win Georgia, but we know it's close. We know there are a lot of registered Democrats there, maybe a little bit more than registered Republicans, but there are enough people on the fence that Trump certainly can and maybe will win Georgia. Pennsylvania may be critical. Of course, there are several swing states in Pennsylvania, probably the most important one, and I'm eager to see more numbers come in from Pennsylvania. The other thing that I know is challenging for all of us is how some states count more quickly than others. Some states are very slow to count their numbers, and we're just sitting here waiting. It's a little nerve-wracking, but there's not much else we can do, right?
Well, good to have it done right. Georgia voters, by the way, exceeded 4 million mark on Friday. That's when early voting was concluded. Wow. And the Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, says this was the most successful early voting period in Georgia history because voters trust the process. So you have to wonder if you're energized to vote, what campaign gave you that energy? And was it Donald Trump showing up in Valdosta, trying to, help the people that were there, bringing Starlink from Elon Musk to some of these ravaged areas? And then you had FEMA saying, well, you can't land the Starlink. So the weaponization really not just to Donald Trump, but some people say to the actual American people who are hurting. Where were the leaders? It was pretty incredible to see Donald Trump show up and kind of facilitate some of that. Part of why I think people in Georgia maybe have recent recollection of he was here just when we needed him.
And can we just take a step back, too, and talk about not just the early voting, but the limited lines today? I mean, you heard so much fear-mongering from Democrats about the elections process in Georgia and these election integrity laws that they put into place and how it was going to make it too hard for people to vote and it was going to disadvantage certain demographics. Obviously, that's not the case. You won't hear any of these people like Stacey Abrams, who talked about this being Jim Crow 2.0 and all the pundits you heard, Jim Crow on steroids. You're not going to hear any of them come out and say, you know what, we were wrong. It actually is very easy to vote in Georgia, and they've proven that because we've had this record turnout over and over again, not just this cycle, but the last cycle as well.
One of the things that struck me is how many states don't require photo IDs to vote. Half the states don't require a photo ID, more than half the states. I voted in California. All I had to do was walk in, tell them my name, my birth date, my address. They said, okay, you're good to go. How easy would it be for anyone to know their neighbors or their friends or their family members' birth date and address and full name and then just vote for them? I'm concerned about that. I think if you have to show your ID to buy something or to get alcohol or to check into a hotel, you should have to show your ID to vote.
Governor Newsom made it illegal for them just recently to ask for voter ID. And why it's also so, concerning is that there are illegals with driver's licenses, and there you have it. So that is one of the things in California that I know a lot of folks were concerned with as well, Rick.
Yeah. And California, very unlikely that Trump can win that state. It's been Democrat for quite some time now. But, it can indicate support for the former president. And I think Georgia's another key indicator. If he can win Georgia, that will show you that even states that are turning blue now, that he can win those states. That's a great sign. He had the best rallies, obviously, of either candidate. He would fill those arenas, fill those rally sites with thousands and thousands of supporters who would line up for hours. Go ahead.
I don't want to cut you off here, but I feel like we need to, because can we just put North Carolina back up on the map? We just showed how Donald Trump has been closing in North Carolina, something we've been talking about. The urban area votes, Charlotte, Raleigh, they have come in, but we're starting to see the rural areas of North Carolina, and it is razor close right now. If we could update this, the graphic I have here on the screen is Donald Trump has just moved out to a lead in North Carolina, but it's 50-50 basically here on the screen. But this is how it's going to be throughout the night with states like North Carolina, which
it's
Donald Trump won.
It's only 14% reporting, so still a little bit early on.
Yeah, I got 16% here on this. It's the same information, just a little bit more quicker here, but this just shows you how things are moving very quickly.
And we made the report, the point earlier about how uneven the playing field has been, and I think it's worth reminding people, if they don't already know this, how negative the coverage of Donald Trump has been by the mainstream media and how positive it's been of Kamala Harris. It really strikes me as very unfair that it's okay for reportedly or supposedly neutral news organizations to go full on in support of Kamala Harris and full on negative on Donald Trump. And it's disheartening to me that people are getting their news filtered before they can get it. And, obviously on opinion shows, like my show on N2, the 11th Hour Report, I'm going to give my opinion. But mainstream media, mainstream newscasts, and newspapers are supposed to be down the middle, and they haven't been, and they've given Harris a big leg up, I think, because a lot of people maybe aren't seeing the flaws. They're not hearing the stories about stuff that she's done and contributed to that has hurt Americans. And, you know, we're going to have to wait and see whether that message actually gets through or not.
Yeah.
Joe Rogan, I believe last check was about 45 million views, and Donald Trump did 3 hours with him. He invited Kamala, but that scheduling conflict, funny how that works out, Rick. Great to see you. I know you're sticking around with us for the entire evening and maybe some early morning hours. Thanks,
Looking
Rick.
forward to it. Thank you.
Overtime,
yeah.
as we call it. Let's welcome in host of The Pulse here on N2, David Harris Jr. And, you know, David, Bianca was just talking about how Kamala Harris couldn't find 3 hours for Joe Rogan. It is a lot of time for a presidential candidate, but Donald Trump could do it. Although she was able to rearrange her entire schedule to fly to New York City last Saturday for that, you know, it was something, we'd seen it before on Jimmy Fallon, Donald Trump did it, but she did that, the whole mirror bit on Saturday Night Live.
Well, she did that because it was scripted. And it's pretty easy for her to seemingly follow a script. We've seen the word salads that come out of her mouth when she's not following a script, when she's literally trying to figure out what to say or how to say it without saying the same thing over and over and over again. So the fact that Joe Rogan threw out there that she could have a sit-down discussion with him for 2, potentially 3 hours, as President Donald J. Trump did, there's no way that her campaign would allow that to happen. Joe, I believe, actually even said that they were trying to throw stipulations in there, like you can talk about this, you can ask about this. These are some of the things that you can talk about. And Joe said, absolutely not. We're not going to do that. You're either going to sit down with me and have a talk, or we're not going to do it. And President Trump did that over and over and over again. How many sit-down interviews did he give with mainstream social media influencers or mainstream individuals like Joe Rogan, like the Nelk Boys? He just continues because he's a real guy. He's a real man. And the fact that we're even this close, it just still baffles me. John and Bianca, it baffles me that we are looking at a race between a woman that was selected. She didn't win a nomination. Nobody voted for her. And yet she's somehow the champion of democracy going up against a former president of the United States that, as Rick just shared, is packing stadium after stadium after stadium. What we're truly seeing, I believe, in my opinion, is whether or not the elites can pull off this psyop on the American people, lie like they do on legacy media, get the people to believe what the New York Times is saying, all the WAPO, all the journalists that are completely hell-bent on calling President Trump Hitler, and then see if the individual that they've installed to run for president on behalf of the Democrat Party, see if enough people out there will actually throw out the fact that she didn't go through a nomination process and just vote for her anyway. It's seriously stunning to me.
You know, it is
that this
stunning.
is where we're at. Yet this is exactly where we're at.
It is, but in the truncated election season that we saw them swap out Joe Biden, they kicked him out. It was a real eye-opener, I think, for a lot of Americans, David, to the fact that, yes, they covered for him, legacy media, and then they put her in. Obviously now trying to sell her as the candidate, as you said, going on softball interviews, never doing any press conferences, not accessible. Even yesterday, closing arguments, same speech every time, only about 9 minutes.
Yeah, there was one pundit, a surrogate for Kamala Harris today, who was talking about her winning. And instead of saying winning the White House, they talked about installing her in the White House, maybe a Freudian slip. But it does, I mean, I think it does speak to, there was never a moment for Kamala Harris in the campaign trail when you think about a Bill Clinton, I feel your pain kind of moment. She never broke through. She never had the opportunity, or she had the opportunity, but she never, capitalized on the opportunity to really have that real moment with voters. And we'll see if that affects her tonight.
Yeah, I think we will. You know what? I hope the American people. I hope the American people see that we've got the smartest man, seemingly smartest, wealthiest, richest man in the world, Elon Musk, landing rocket ships, doing something that's never been done in the history of mankind before. Vivek Ramaswamy. We've got Tulsi Gabbard that left the Democrat Party. We've got RFK Jr. that was actually running for president himself. That's very presidential. Along with J.D. Vance, we've got and I'm hearing Rand Paul as well. They're saying, hey, let's bring in these individuals. This is a top-tier team of people that are going up against Beyonce and Oprah and Cardi B
Well, certainly
and
not
people that are
Democrats.
booty shaking and talking about vulgar stuff, it's like,
certainly not career
add him and all the other elites out there that are.
All right.
The Diddy list goes on and on.
All right, David Harris Jr., we will, of course, check back in with you as the night progresses here. Thank you.
Thanks, David. Now we're going to check back in with John Huddy, who is at one of the hottest tickets in town, and that is the watch party over in West Palm Beach at the Convention Center. We've been looking at some of the live pictures there, really filling up inside that room, John.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, it definitely is, Bianca and John. And I've been talking to a lot of the folks here, people that I've seen, people that I know, that I've seen on the campaign trail. Number one, Trump senior advisors, Trump surrogates, but also Trump supporters that I know. And the feeling that the one word that I keep hearing is nervous. People are nervous. They're nervous. They are excited. They feel that Trump is going to win. They're seeing the results coming in, even here in Florida. Basically, Trump winning the state, projected to win the state at this point. Even Miami-Dade County, by the way, John and Bianca, and I don't know if you guys have talked about this, but Trump won Miami-Dade County, which is a pretty big deal because Miami-Dade County, Broward County, Palm Beach counties have traditionally gone blue. That is up until really we started seeing a shift back in 2020. And then in 2022, during the midterm elections, Governor DeSantis did very, very well down here in South Florida, particularly Miami-Dade County. Well, Trump has taken the county. Why is that a big deal? Why is that of an interest? Because of the huge Hispanic Latino vote and the possibility that could be a gauge and certainly something to look at, and nationally as well with the Hispanic Latino voters. As I'm looking at the numbers here, it's very, very close in Palm Beach County, really neck and neck with about 93% of the votes coming in. Broward County, it looks like Harris is taking Broward County. I thought for a minute ago that Trump was taking Broward County too, and my eyes almost jumped out of my head. But it looks like at this point it's still going blue. But again, Miami-Dade County is a big victory for Trump because it shows that he's getting that Hispanic, very important Hispanic Latino vote. Not only Cubans, a younger, new generation of Cuban voters, Republican voters, but also in Miami, you see Venezuelan, you see Brazilian, you see a lot of South American voters coming in as well. So that could be a good gauge of what we may see nationally. But here in the room, a lot of anticipation, a lot of people that are nervous, a lot of people that are anxious, but certainly excited that we're here, that we're at this point after, it's been a long, tough road, but here we are. Big night, extraordinary and historic night, you guys. Back to you.
John, there were a couple of big ballot measures, too, on the ballot in Florida, a ballot measure for abortion access, a ballot measure for recreational marijuana. How are the results looking on those two issues?
It looks like Amendment 3 is going to pass. Amendment 4, I don't think is going to pass. I haven't seen the latest on that, so I can't really speak to that. But it looks like people are supporting the measure to essentially legalize cannabis, legalize marijuana here in the state. But there's been pushback, I believe, against Amendment 4. But don't hold me to that because I haven't seen the latest on that. I've been kind of focused on some of the other numbers at this point, John.
Fair enough.
But I'll definitely take it a look.
Questions over here, Bachman.
Well, I was hoping that John had because I have not paid as much attention to it either.
Put me on the spot, why don't you?
But you know what I'm looking at is Virginia. Virginia has 13 electoral votes. Virginia right now, about 43% reporting. Donald Trump is ahead of Kamala Harris in Virginia. D.C. suburbs, it could be an indicator of something. That is one of the states that was not expected to break Donald Trump's way. If it was, it's 13 electoral votes.
You're talking about Virginia, or you're talking?
Virginia.
Yeah, Virginia. North Carolina was moving towards Donald Trump. Virginia, right now, still looks like it's trending towards Kamala Harris just a bit. Yeah, it's very close.
We're talking about
we're less than 2 points away from each other.
Yeah.
But much closer than it was in 2020. So we'll see on that. Our thanks to John Huddy there.
Yeah, doing a great job at probably one of the most buzzworthy places right now. Virginia's one. Also, we're looking out west, not closed yet, but Nevada. And what would Clark County do? Obviously, no tax on tips seems like something that people would be interested in if it's, wage workers in Las Vegas. But right now, sort of seeing where that goes when it closes. Some of the independent pollsters are saying Nevada could go Donald Trump's way, which would obviously be huge. And these are some of the little places. Even New Hampshire, while it may not go his way, they've been looking at kind of some of the, if he's keeping it close,
sure,
much closer than Joe Biden was. I mean, that's sort of how much trouble could she have been in these places that usually go Democratic easily.
Mm-hmm. Yes, let's go ahead and take a look, if we can, real quick, at the map for North Carolina in particular. And that's what we're waiting on, how that's going to break down, because this has changed over the last hour. I'm going to just zoom in a little bit on this. You can see where the votes came in. As you would expect, in Raleigh area coming in for Trump, you can see for Kamala Harris there. She's doing very well in these urban areas of North Carolina. But when you come to the more rural areas of the state, you can see where Donald Trump picked up the lead there. And with 24% of the vote in, Donald Trump has jumped out to a bit of a lead in North Carolina. Same thing in Georgia. Donald Trump has a bit of a lead there as well, something we're watching very closely. We got 63% of the votes coming in. And again, this is kind of shaking out like you'd expect, a tightly huddled group of Democratic votes here around the metro Atlanta area. Same thing around Augusta, Georgia. You can also expect Clark County here, where Athens, the University of Georgia, is. But the rest of the state is very red. And what was needed to happen this time around, which didn't really happen in 2020, is these voters had to come out for Donald Trump, and it appears like that's happening. Now let's go back and take a look at Virginia, if we can take a look at that real quick.
Wow.
And again, you can see most of rural Virginia is breaking for Donald Trump. But when it comes to suburban Washington, D.C., Fairfax County, you see Kamala Harris has a lead there. Loudoun County, we do see that Donald Trump was able to cut into the lead that Democrats Joe Biden actually had in 2020, a much closer result there in Loudoun County. But again, this is an area populated by a lot of Washington bureaucrats, a lot of people that don't like what Donald Trump plans to do if he gets back in office. So the result there is somewhat expected.
But Biden won in 2020 by 10%.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump is keeping pace with her neck and neck. So that is fascinating.
And even if Donald Trump isn't able to pull out a victory in Virginia, we'll look to see what that tells us about Pennsylvania. What will that tell us about Michigan? What will that tell us about Wisconsin and how things are breaking out for each candidate in particular?
All right, let's bring in some of our guests now standing by with some more analysis of what we're seeing. Pleased to have senior fellow at the American Conservative Union, the host of CPAC Now, America Uncanceled, former White House strategic advisor Mercedes Schlapp with us, and also GOP strategist Joe Pinion. All right, guys, here we are. Historic election. Some polls have closed. Others are still open. What is your sense you're feeling with some of the results that we're seeing and also some of the states we've already called? Mercedes, why don't you kick things off for us?
Yeah, well, I think Georgia, it looks like President Trump will be winning in Georgia. And looking at all these numbers, what's been very impressive to watch is that President Trump is doing better with black voters. Kamala Harris is lagging behind in the areas that she needs to be doing better in that sort of, Fulton County, Cobb County area. So I think that the Harris folks are I think, very nervous about losing Georgia and North Carolina as well. It's interesting with Virginia. We'll see what happens there. But I think Trump is doing better than expected in certain regions. But I don't think it's in the area of Virginia. But I don't necessarily think he will win Virginia. I think, obviously, then all eyes are going to shift towards the blue wall, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Michigan, seeing if President Trump can get a win there.
Yeah, there's also that key House race in Virginia we're watching very closely between Eugene Vindman, whose brother was obviously involved in the first impeachment of Donald Trump, and Derek Anderson, the Republican in that race, and that's still neck and neck. You have Vindman coming in with 52%, Derek Anderson with 48%. So this is one of those counties, one of those battleground districts we're going to watch very closely. Joe, what has caught your eye so far here at 8:53 p.m. Eastern Time on election night?
Look, I think all eyes are on Virginia. It does appear right now cautiously optimistic that that red wall in the South for President Trump has held. Much of the exaggerations from the left about Kamala knocking on that door in North Carolina, in Georgia, I think it was quite telling. You didn't see her down in Georgia or North Carolina over the last 3 days because President Trump appears to have done what he needed to do there, and now all eyes shift north. And it appears, if you look at Virginia, even if he cannot win that state, as a canary in the coal mine, where you can now see that even in the beltway of the beltway, that people have not bought into the hype of President Trump being the true threat to our democracy. What does that mean for Michigan? What does that mean for Pennsylvania? What does that mean for Wisconsin? I think we're getting ready to find out. But if you're President Trump right now, looking at these numbers and looking at Virginia, which don't write them off yet, I think you're feeling quite good, because if he pops the lock on Virginia, we can start probably popping champagne a whole lot earlier than we thought.
Well, we'll keep the champagne on ice until we get some results from Pennsylvania.
But
right?
he has multiple paths to 270. Yes. And if he can hold what he had in 2020 and add on Georgia and add on Pennsylvania, well, there you have it, where it seems like she has less paths to hit 270 there. You know, Kamala Harris, obviously, too, has had issues with a lot of different blocks of voters, black voters, Arab voters, Jewish voters, Latinos. And you have to wonder at some point, the strategy of her campaign, if they're going to look back and say all this name calling to Donald Trump wasn't actually the way for her to sway people over to her side.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think that's really going to be the story of the night, which is I think that coalition that Kamala Harris should have kept intact, kind of the black voter, Hispanic voter, women voter. At least for now, you're seeing the black voter and the Hispanic voter not really going for Kamala Harris. You take a county like Baldwin County in Georgia, Trump was up +4 and back, and that's an area where there's a lot of black voters. It's about southeast of Atlanta. Well, Biden won Baldwin County. It was +1 in 2020, and now Trump has really done well in that area. I also want to really look at Arizona and Nevada, where President Trump has done very well with early voting and day of voting, especially in Arizona, Maricopa County and in Pima County. Again, these are areas with a lot of Hispanic voters, so it'll be interesting to see if the Hispanic voters, more Hispanic voters, break in favor of Donald Trump. And of course, if he takes Arizona and Nevada, then, and he takes Georgia and North Carolina, then he's just missing one of those, blue wall states up there, whether it's Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, or Michigan. So that's where I think Donald Trump is in a much stronger position right now.
And Mark Halpern was reporting the other day that Wisconsin, she was struggling. You know, the WOW counties there, it's more rural, it's more white.
Yeah.
And, we're looking obviously at Milwaukee and certain areas there that may be a little bit more urban, but that she maybe wasn't doing as well as they had hoped in Wisconsin, to your point, Mercy. So Michigan could be in play for Donald Trump, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania. It is, obviously we're still, very early in all of this, but there is some trending that makes people feel, maybe that's why Donald Trump was so calm this morning and really relaxed.
Well,
he ran the best
also
campaign.
Yes. My sources inside
to that point.
My sources inside Mar-a-Lago right now are telling me that the vibes are good. Everyone's very positive. They like the way things are kind of shaking out.
Well.
I also got a picture.
What about the joy over on the Kamala's campaign? That's where we got to start.
The joy.
We don't have any. We don't have a joy meter to gauge that, but we'll try to check in on that. But we're monitoring these election results, and we saw in Virginia how Donald Trump was able to cut into the lead that Joe Biden had in 2020, not able to win counties like Loudoun County, Fairfax County, but closer than they were before. We'll also see if that shakes out in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan. All that data is still coming in, and we're getting that. Here's a live look for you at the Trump campaign headquarters in West Palm Beach. Lots of red hats there. We'll check in with Joe and Mercedes throughout the night. You guys, thanks for being with us.
Great analysis. Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Donald Trump didn't get back until 5:30 a.m. this morning, landing in West Palm Beach, and then he went to vote. We had it during our broadcast earlier today.
Yes.
Both you and I took his comments, and he did seem somewhat relaxed and very positive and upbeat, but he was in 3 battleground states yesterday, 4 rallies just till the finish line there. energy like no one we've ever seen.
Yeah, and the people in Michigan that waited for Donald Trump to get there was like 2:30 in the morning by the time he finally wrapped up. They were very happy to see him. Okay, we're going to get out now to Jason Jones, who's joining us from the Ted Cruz campaign headquarters. Very important Senate race there in the Lone Star State. What can you tell us, Jason?
John Bianca, it's good to be with you. You just missed it. Everyone in the campaign here just yelled out as the latest numbers just came in at 56% estimated numbers, now putting Senator Cruz ahead at 50.7 against his competitor Colin Allred at 47.4. But look, this has been a very contentious race. The pollsters, and I don't know about you guys, I've never been polled, but these pollsters have been saying for a very long time that this race was very close. And I can tell you, watching and hearing the numbers, you could tell people were getting a little nervous, but this latest number just coming in really made everybody cheer up here. But that's the latest as of right now here on the ground, guys, so that sure changed the mood here. But we've still got a long way to go. You got to remember, this is a big state, 254 counties here in this state, so there's a lot of counting to be done here before the night's done. But I will say again and again here, there have been two major issues. One is we're hearing on the national stage, the abortion issue has been talked about tremendously from the congressman up against Ted Cruz, Colin Allred. And then from Ted Cruz's side, he's really been pounding away at this border issue that has really been impacting Texans. But it's still interesting to see just how close these numbers are as we've seen what's been happening to the country. Back to you.
Very big state, Texas.
Don't mess with it, I heard too.
You don't want to mess with it. That's right. And Jason Jones, live for us at the Ted Cruz campaign headquarters. Thank you.
Texas has had such a struggle with, the immigration and the border there. It's really amazing. Jason's been sort of ahead of it for years, covering it for us, and now we know what it is. It's on top of voters' minds.
All right, it is 9 o'clock here on the East Coast, and we are in now our third hour of election coverage here, 2025. Well, it's going to determine who is the president in 2025. I'm getting a little ahead of myself. It's 2024.
I knew what you meant. We're time travelers.
Yes, but we do have some more poll closures coming in at 9 o'clock. We have Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Louisiana, the battleground state of Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska, New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, South Dakota, Texas, Wisconsin, and Wyoming, all closing at this hour. In the last hour, we had Pennsylvania, and we're still waiting for a lot of that data to come trickling in. Arizona also just closed at the top of the hour. We'll bring you all of these results as the data comes in. We're getting it in real time, just like everybody else, and we're just trying to figure out what it all means at this point. We all have been able to call a few races, we're kind of in the midpoint, I think. Maybe the beginning of the midpoint.
Well, wherever we are, we're glad you are with us. Hi, everybody. I'm Bianca Della Garza alongside John Bachman. We are calling some races here. We're going to call Ohio right now, in fact, for Donald Trump with 52% there. And calling Ohio is one of the most recent races. We've also called Alabama, Florida, West Virginia, South Carolina, Kentucky, and Indiana, all for Donald Trump. So he is ticking up one by one. But you mentioned the polls are closing now in some parts of the West. And,
let's just take a look real quick. We show Pennsylvania on the screen. Harris up 66% to 33%. You might notice those numbers are a little round. Only 15% of the vote in Pennsylvania. And we're all very interested in what's going to happen in Pennsylvania. We're watching very closely. But we've been told and warned by election officials there, we got to be patient. They have a very slow process for counting votes in Pennsylvania. It might not be tonight before we find out who wins there. We will be watching very closely.
And the makeup of Pennsylvania, you have the collar counties outside of Philadelphia, Bucks County, and Chester, Montgomery, and so some of the Philly suburbs there, Scranton, Joe, obviously. And then you also have Allegheny and you have Pittsburgh. Donald Trump, was in Pittsburgh last night where he announced he got Joe Rogan's endorsement. He had Megyn Kelly there on the ground with him. He was with the Pittsburgh Steelers a few weeks ago in Latrobe. And, so there's all these different demographics in Allentown, which is also very heavily Hispanic, about 40%, where Kamala Harris was the other day, because she's struggling with Latino voters. So make up Pennsylvania with 19 electoral votes, the most electoral votes for any of the battleground states. Again, we're watching that very closely for you right here.
Yeah. Ohio used to be a battleground state. Florida used to be a battleground state, but those are now safely in the column for Republicans. All right, let's get out to Alana Austin. She is tracking the developments around the country, and she joins us live now from Washington, D.C. with this report. Hey, Alana.
Hi, good evening, John and Bianca. Good to see you. Now, we are looking at some of the breaking news that is coming in. For example, these bomb threats that are being reported out of Pennsylvania. As of right now, though, we are hearing that that is not credible, but it has disrupted some of the operations in the Keystone State. Now, we also wanted to play sound from former President Donald Trump earlier today. He says that if the election results are fair, he will accept the results.
So far, I think it's been fair. I think there's been a lot of court cases. Both sides are lawyered up. Thousands of lawyers are involved, thousands, can you imagine? And part of that is because we have too complicated a process.
Now, heading into Election Day, we heard from the RNC that they had these massive investments, the top priority being election integrity. Hundreds of thousands of recruits as poll watchers, poll observers, and also volunteers, and 500 lawyers per battleground state. Now, the RNC, again, saying they believe that this could prevent issues, trying to nip things in the bud as they arise. The co-chair of the RNC, Laura Trump, also saying, for example, they believe by having all of these strong investments in place, it will address problems quickly. She gave one example a couple of hours ago. Luzerne County, which is critical to the GOP, they were apparently running low on their ballot papers, and she said that allowed their team to be deployed and work with officials to ensure that they were able to restock. Now, there were also some glitches being reported out of the New York City area. That's taking a look at Queens. There were a handful of neighborhoods that saw hours-long lines amid technical difficulties and high turnout. The Board of the Elections, though, said out of an abundance of caution, they actually sent out representatives and technicians to all 290 polling sites. There were some voters who reported that there were ballots that were having to be run through the machines multiple times. But again, at this point in time, New York City officials say they believe every single vote will be counted. Now, Republican officials are urging folks around the country, if they are in a state or in a precinct where they're still eligible to vote, to wait in line and let the officials work through any of those interruptions that they may see or those long wait times. There are delays that could be coming out of the city of Milwaukee. As many as 31,000 absentee ballots had to be recounted. There was an issue where there was an unsecured and unsealed tabulator, and so we were hearing from the officials, both Democratic and GOP, that they had a chance to review this. They believe it was a human error, but again, that could delay things. Laura Trump saying that this is unacceptable and it undermines confidence in the systems. She is reporting that they have been monitoring the situation and that Milwaukee has had slow vote counting throughout the day. We're also tracking those threats to the election systems that are pouring in. I want to play sound from the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, regarding some of those concerns. He believes it all traces back to Russia. I'm not sure if we have time for that, but if not, I'll send it back to you guys, Bianca and John. Good to see you.
Well, a lot is happening, Alana. We appreciate that update for us in Washington. Always great to see you. We're watching results. Polls just closed at 9 o'clock. Former Pennsylvania Senator and former presidential candidate Rick Santorum, I believe, is standing by for us right now in our newsroom in New York. Senator Santorum, welcome in. History in progress here of this election.
Yeah.
How are you reading some of the early results that we have seen? We've called some races Trump's way and some Kamala Harris's.
Yeah, I mean, again, you have to look at, you have a lot of other races going on, but, you look at some states say, well, Trump did better than he did, 4 years ago in Virginia. Well, they weren't really running a campaign in Virginia, so I'm not sure that really matches with how those races are going to come down in the states where they actually ran, both sides really hammered it out. So let's look at one of those states, Georgia. And Georgia right now, and pretty consistently, what you're seeing is Trump is doing not a lot better, but 1 or 2 points better in most of these counties, in Republican counties, than he did. They have a couple of exceptions where he did a little better than that, 3 or 4%. Others where he maybe did, right about where he was before. But overall, he's running about a point or two better than he did before. And conversely, if you look at Kamala Harris, she's running about a point or two behind where Joe Biden ran 2 years ago. So what does that mean? Well, Georgia was decided by less than a half a point. So if Trump is doing 1% better and Kamala Harris is doing 1% worse, that tells you that it's a 2% race or 1.5% race, and you want to be Donald Trump. So you just have to keep watching that. It's not some people are projecting a blowout. It might be because we still don't have a lot of results from some counties, and they may not be, they may be different than what we've seen in. But if you're looking at what we're seeing right now, I think the Trump folks are feeling good about Georgia right now. North Carolina is still early. But again, what we're seeing there is the same thing, which is Trump is doing just a little bit better than he did before, and he doesn't have to do any better than he did before because he won the time before. So the other state is Pennsylvania, which is closed now for about an hour.
And that's my question.
If people look at that. People look at that state right now. Now and I don't know if you can put it up, but what you'll see it's pretty ugly. Pennsylvania, he's down by a lot. Why?
Let's talk about it. Let's talk about it, Senator.
I go through it.
I can't put it up here. I have Pennsylvania up here, the current map up on my computer.
On the map,
if we can punch that up here, and when you look at a county like Monroe County. And you see how that's looking right now. I'm going to zoom in here a little bit closer to that. Kamala Harris has 62% of the vote, and Donald Trump has about 36% of the vote. Now, that's about 3 points better for the Democrats than it was in 2020. So talk to us, and this is with only 32% of the vote in. So talk to us about what's really going on here in Monroe County.
Yeah, I would say those are pretty good numbers for Donald Trump. And why would I say that? Well, because if you look at the votes, about 32%. All of that data, there might be a little bit, but almost all of that data is mail-in vote. If in all of these counties, these blue counties you see, for example, go down to York County, which is where you see the P in Philadelphia on the map. It's just to the left of that. That's York County. If you see
there it is,
the
right
one
there.
There you go, York County. So York County's 54% Kamala Harris.
Yep.
Donald Trump's going to win that county by 55 to 60%, maybe over 60%. So what you're seeing, again, 16% of the vote in. It's a more Republican county, as Monroe is a little 50-50, maybe a little lean Democrat. So what you're seeing is a bigger early vote, more Democrats, a bigger early vote percentage-wise in Monroe County, and it's coming in heavily for Kamala Harris, as you would expect, because the early vote in Pennsylvania came in twice as many Democrats as Republican voted early. And again, York County, Donald Trump's going to win York County, but the early vote, twice as many Democrats as Republicans voted early. So it just goes to show you that if you look at this map, you see some of these red counties. Those are Republican counties, and that's the early vote. And even in the early vote, they won, even though it was more Democratic. So it's way too early. Pittsburgh, the same thing. Allegheny County, if you show that number, again, early vote. And that's why we just sort of have to wait until the early vote. Some counties, you look that you don't see anything. They may be waiting to count their early votes. The counties don't have a uniform policy. They may wait to we don't encourage it in Pennsylvania. We actually encourage the counties to start counting right away, but they don't always.
Enlightening stuff. If you're looking at the Pennsylvania map, don't panic. According to Rick Santorum, for example, York County, which we talked about, went for Donald Trump 61, almost 62% back in 2020. So we'll see how these things change as more of the numbers come in for Pennsylvania. Mr. Pennsylvania, Senator Santorum, great to have you with us. Thanks so much.
And we're here throughout the night with Senator Santorum as well, so thank you so much. No, we're watching it very closely. Of course, there are other precincts that, we're also tracking in some of these other, battleground states like Georgia. And right now, we're pleased to bring in a member of the House Oversight and Accountability Committee, Missouri, Representative Eric Burlison, who's up for re-election tonight. So talk to us, sir, about how you're feeling. We see a lot of signs behind you, and obviously you are at your headquarters there with people who are looking forward to cheering you tonight.
Well, it's good to be on, Bianca, and it's an exciting night here in Missouri. I know that this is Trump country. Folks behind me, this is Trump country, isn't it? So it's hard to hear, and I apologize, but yeah, this is this area. People are excited. We're excited to see the numbers coming in, and I think that at the end of the night we're going to see a change in the White House, and we're going to see an end to this nightmare that is the Biden-Harris administration. And so we're excited to see an end to the nightmare.
Well, we're calling Missouri right now for Donald Trump at 51% there. Missouri voted Republican, sir, in every presidential election since 2000. The last Democrat was Bill Clinton in '96. So here you go again, going red. Kamala Harris obviously, made her plea last night to voters, standing with Lady Gaga, standing with Oprah Winfrey, as a lot of folks in Missouri probably wondering how they're going to pay for gas and groceries.
Yeah, I think that at the end of the day, the American people have lived through both administrations. They know what it's like to live under a Donald Trump. And the American people felt better. They were able to, they had money at the end of the month. Today, they have more month at the end of their money. And so they're seeing these high gas prices. And I think that we're seeing this at the polls. Even in Missouri, a state that's not a swing state, we saw unprecedented lines in early voting. People would come out and wait for hours at our early voting centers because people wanted to make sure. I spoke with so many people who said, I don't want to miss an opportunity just in case something might happen on Tuesday. I want to make sure that I lock in my vote beforehand. So the level of energy is something that we have not seen in a long time. And we're really excited for Trump presidency.
Congressman, quick question for you before we wrap it up here. Have you talked to some of your colleagues around the country? How are we feeling about some of these swing district races in California and New York? There's been some talk that Republicans might retain control of the House. How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I think that one of the things that is going to be unique about this election is that Trump is actually outperforming a lot of the candidates across the country. In 2020, that was not necessarily the case. But we're seeing, I think this year, we're going to see Trump lead a lot of the members of Congress in their races, and he's going to outperform them. And if Congress is going to maintain control, it's going to be because Donald Trump led the way, and he drug us, congressional members across the finish line. Yeah.
All right, Congressman Burleson, great to have you with us. Missouri in the win column for Donald Trump, all the Electoral College votes as well. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you, sir. Enjoy the rest of your election night. Well, right now, a former White House congressional spokesperson joins us. He's now a Trump surrogate, Harrison Fields, out there with us. And Harrison, obviously, you were at the West Palm Beach party there, and it does feel like a festive party, although we are still waiting for some of the polls to close. It's still a little bit early, 10 p.m., more polls, 11 and even 12 a.m. We've got to wait for Hawaii and Alaska, and also we're watching Nevada. But tell us how you feel with what we are seeing so far in this historic election.
Well, Bianca, it's always great to speak with you, and it's so good to be back in my home state of Florida. Funny enough, I actually had my high school prom in this building over 10 years ago, so it's a bit of a homecoming for me. So the vibes are really high here. Hundreds of people are here, a lot of MAGA hats, a lot of MAGA energy, and I'm talking to a lot of people that are digging through a lot of the data. Expect to see a call for Donald Trump in Georgia pretty soon. They feel very, very confident about the way things look in Georgia. North Carolina is also looking good. And you talked about it earlier with your previous guest. The early vote for the Republican Party has shattered so many records. I think they banked a lot of vote early. And then, of course, historically, Republicans show up on Election Day. So I think if you had to be in one of the camps, either here in West Palm Beach or Washington, D.C., I think a lot of people would rather be here in West Palm Beach on Election night because the vibes, to quote Kamala Harris, are way higher over here right now.
Well, it's hard to believe, your prom was 10 years ago. I know you just had a baby, and I know that cost of living is something that factors in so many people's lives. What do you think about Georgia? I just want to put up the numbers here. Obviously, black vote is a vote that Donald Trump, many people say that she was struggling. Even today, she called into Philadelphia suburbs and other suburbs. If we can put Georgia up, Donald Trump being there also in Valdosta after the hurricane, there were moments really that we could pinpoint in this election. I still remember the Chick-fil-A moment he had, connecting with people, and a woman came up from one of the historically black colleges in Georgia, and she said, I don't believe what they're saying about you, Donald Trump. We had Fulton County, we had the mugshot, we had Fonnie Willis. Georgia's been a really historic and kind of insane storyline in this presidential race with Donald Trump, Harrison.
Yeah, I think what's going to come out is that 2020 was kind of a hiccup in the long run for the Republican Party in Georgia. I think the unification between Brian Kemp and Donald Trump is really going to play a role in this election. But again, you talked about the issues. When you look at exit poll after exit poll, and I know a lot of people say don't look at the exit polls too much, but the polling before the election today spoke about the issues. When you look at immigration and the economy, Donald Trump was running away on those two issues. No one can say honestly, that the economy is better today, or that your family feels better off today economically than you did 4 years ago under Donald Trump. Just look at gas prices, just look at grocery prices, just look at rent. You talked about the black vote also. My sources are saying in the metro area around Atlanta, the black vote just did not turn out for Kamala Harris, especially black males. You're also seeing a shift for black men for Donald Trump. That's going to be devastating in Georgia. That's also going to be devastating in Pennsylvania and North Carolina. It's still very early to call anything, but I think the momentum right now is in Donald Trump's favor, and he's widening that coalition to include black men.
All right, Harrison Fields for us live in West Palm Beach, Florida. Thank you, Harrison.
Great to see you, Harrison. We'll be checking back in, I know. Thank you.
All right, so the polls are officially closed in Wisconsin, and we're waiting for that data to trickle in. There have been reports from our own Mark Halperin talking about the nerves of Democrats in Wisconsin, and if the vote's going to show up for Kamala Harris. Let's check in now with Logan Raddick. He's live in Jefferson County, Wisconsin, with the latest for us from there. Hey, Logan.
I've made the move to Madison, John. This is actually the watch party for Eric Hovde. He's the Republican candidate for Senate. And this is a big Senate race. I know earlier in the program, you guys mentioned that Jim Justice has won the Senate seat in West Virginia. That's a flip of the seat that had been held by Democrat-turned-independent Joe Manchin. But this is a Senate race that is going to be a close one, and it's definitely an important one for Republicans if they want to pad a potential Senate majority in the next Senate. Hovde going up against incumbent Tammy Baldwin. Hovde actually just came out and talked to supporters, and he said he feels good. He wants his supporters to have fun tonight, but he also said that there could be the results coming in tomorrow. We might not actually know the winner tonight here in Wisconsin, but when you look at elections in the state of Wisconsin, in the last 24 years, 12 statewide races have come down to 30,000 votes or less for a margin. So those are incredibly close races. This is a state that Donald Trump won in 2016. Joe Biden picked it up in 2020. And of course, 10 electoral votes up for grabs. That is going to be very, very important here in Wisconsin. Some good signs, though, for the Trump campaign if you think about turnout. Urban votes down during the early voting. Female votes down during early voting. Now, those two demographics have been predicted to be leaning Democrat. But also, when you look at the voting here in Wisconsin today, we were just in, as you mentioned, Jefferson County. That's a Republican plus 15 county. It was raining most of the day, John and Bianca, and people were coming in and out of the precinct we were at. But then, when it was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, towards the end of the workday, the line was out the door to the parking lot, and that continued for the next 2 hours or so that we were there. So that is another good sign for Republicans that they're getting this very high turnout in these rural counties and also these exurbs of a place like Madison where we are now. Now, I talked to some people who are with the Hovde campaign, and they say that they're hearing that across Wisconsin, that they're getting out the vote in these rural counties. So that is good news for Republicans, but we'll see what ends up happening in places like Madison, very Democratic heavy stronghold here, College Town as well, Milwaukee, and some of those cities around Milwaukee like Kenosha and so forth. So a big, big race here in Wisconsin, obviously, because it's such a key battleground state, but we're keeping a close eye on this Senate race. Eric Hovde hoping to knock off incumbent Tammy Baldwin, the Democrat who's running for a third term in the Senate. Back to you.
Raddick, thank you. As Logan just mentioned in his excellent report there, that state has always been so close. 2020 Biden, 0.6. Donald Trump, 2016, 0.8%. It's actually kind of the birthplace of the progressive movement. So some say there's still a little bit of a streak there in Wisconsin. But we're watching all the wow
also
counties there
Also the birthplace of the Republican Party in
That's
Wisconsin.
right. So
very political state.
Interesting state.
All right, let's welcome in Stephanie Hamill now. She's a contributing writer at the Media Research Center, and Trey Traynor, who's a commissioner at the Federal Elections Commission. Great to have you both with us this evening.
Great to see you, John and Bianca.
All right, Stephanie, first to you. What's caught your eye? What are you looking at most closely this evening?
I mean, I've been actually looking a lot at the media coverage this evening, and there are a lot of nervous people out there. A lot of people are really concerned about where this is going. I mean, they were hoping that Kamala would win this in a landslide, and, that doesn't appear to be the case in all of these states.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you think about all the favorable media coverage. The Media Research Center has done their own analysis. I'm sure you've covered this. Overwhelmingly negative for Donald Trump, Trey, and overwhelmingly positive for Kamala Harris.
Well, the coverage has been that. For me, I've been monitoring very closely the legal situation, having over 20 years experience doing election law. I look at things like what's going on in Milwaukee, where Milwaukee was very slow counting the vote earlier today. And then the legal team up there found out that they were doing the counting in an insecure environment, so they had to restart their count over. And so you have election officials in Milwaukee who aren't doing their job, and they need to do their job. And that report that you just had from what's going on up there in Wisconsin was very encouraging. But again, you need to have fair administration of these elections. The other thing I've been monitoring closely is the minority vote that Donald Trump appears to be getting in Georgia. He is way outperforming where he was with Latino men voters in the state of Georgia in 2020. He's now got a 10-point advantage over Kamala Harris, 54 to 44 with Latino men, and he's picking up about 23% of the vote.
Trey, real quick, we have one more call we can make here. I'm being told producers saying that we can call North Carolina, in fact, for Donald Trump. It was trending in that direction, but that call has officially been made. So one of those swing states, he won in 2020, back in the win column in 2024. I apologize for interrupting.
So here we go. 51% Donald Trump, North Carolina, the battleground state. Yes, sorry, Trey, thank you. But doesn't it feel like some of these issues are being handled before? And now we saw what happened in Georgia, where they said, no, you're not going to have these election offices open. So just to let you finish your point here, as we wanted to call North Carolina and get our viewers up-to-date information, there is the RNC has made a big push, and there are a lot of things that are happening, and there's a lot of wins there that should make people feel very, very confident.
Well, we should feel confident, and it's great to see the changes that have happened in our elections administration. And a lot of that happened because Donald Trump brought attention to those issues with the 2020 election. And you saw the Georgia legislature respond to that with changes that were made there, so much so that Major League Baseball pulled the All-Star game from there. But now we're seeing the fruits of his efforts come to fruition with what's going on in Georgia and what's going on in all of these states where they're actually running fair elections. Now, we still have hiccups in that, and you're always going to have hiccups in the election. But places like Milwaukee, they need to get the job done. They need to watch what's going on in Pennsylvania. We need to make sure that there's no shenanigans going on in the city of Philadelphia like what has been reported earlier today. So, all of those things need to come into play and be concerns as we continue to watch this. And of course, it is exciting news for me, being a Donald Trump appointee, to see Donald Trump win a state like North Carolina.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is exciting news. North Carolina going his way. Stephanie, you talked about the media coverage. Obviously, tonight, we're in the thick of it right now, and polls are still open in some places. And people who are in line, they're passionate, and they're going to stay in line. This is a historic election. It feels like people are looking at a record of Donald Trump versus a record of Kamala Harris-Biden. Despite some of the legacy media, we've got podcasters like Joe Rogan endorsing Donald Trump last night, and more views than he'd ever get on CNN.
Yeah, that's right. And, tonight, I think everyone's cautiously optimistic when it comes to who's going to win because the polls have been so close. And as for the media coverage, well, that hasn't been close at all. We've seen how negative the networks have been towards Donald Trump. The Media Research Center had done a recent study, and they found that the news coverage of Donald Trump was 85% negative and 78% positive for Kamala Harris throughout this cycle. And think about how Harris and her campaign had treated the media. Mm-hmm. They were dodging interviews. They were giving short interviews. They didn't want to do the press conferences. They weren't answering basic questions about the policies that they supposedly supported. So based on how the Harris campaign treated the media, you think they would have been a little tougher on her. And then we recently saw over the weekend what SNL did, and that's being looked at right now as a possibility of an equal time violation, which is originally the executive producer of SNL said, you know what, we're just not going to have any candidates on this election cycle. And because then we'd have to have every single candidate on. And then at the last minute, they give Kamala Harris the opportunity to do a skit. And it wasn't even funny. I'm sure you guys watched it.
It wasn't funny.
Pure cringe.
And it wasn't original either. Yeah, it was the same skit that Jimmy Fallon and Donald Trump did several years ago.
And to your point, Lauren Michaels had said we're not going to put anybody on, but when they look at things and they're saying, okay, let's give her another lifeline here, as a lot of the legacy media has done, and the rhetoric after 2 assassination attempts to continue to go out there and use the words fascist and Hitler, really so concerning and really, it's disgraceful, in fact.
Yeah. Stephanie, Trey, great to have you both with us. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. All right, election integrity, a big issue this evening. Everyone wants to make sure their vote is counted.
Absolutely, how it's being monitored in the major battleground states. A closer look at how officials maintain quality control at the ballot box to ensure a fair result. That is next on our special election night coverage. Vote for America. We're so glad you're with us right here on N2. We're back after a very quick break.
When Rosa Parks stepped on that Montgomery, Alabama bus on December 1st, 1955, she didn't set out to make history. She just wanted to get home. Montgomery's segregated buses had divided seating, white passengers in front, colored passengers in the back. When the bus driver needed more seats for his white passengers, he ordered her and 3 others to vacate their seats. The others complied and moved. But Rosa quietly refused and was quickly arrested. Working alongside Dr. Martin Luther King, Rosa's arrest sparked a highly effective citywide protest with African Americans boycotting city buses. Rosa's protest and resulting boycott didn't end segregation, but it sparked a movement that ended the racial system, paving the way for a more equal society. You're watching An American Moment.
All right, welcome back. We're here, Bianca. It's just after 9:30.
Time is flying.
I was about to say 9 o'clock, but it's already 9:30.
It wasn't really flying during this election. It felt like we've been in an election cycle for years, and in fact we have, but tonight it all comes down to America at the ballot box. Some polls are still open. We're still waiting for 10 o'clock polls to close in Nevada, one of the states we're watching very closely, 11 p.m., 12 a.m. here on the East Coast. We're going to stay with you the entire night here to keep you up to date on the latest. Wisconsin's one state we're watching very closely. It looks like Donald Trump edging ahead there, which would be a part of the blue wall, a state that, you know, she's tried to hold on to. It's looking good for him there. We just called North Carolina, another battleground state for Donald Trump. So here we are.
Vice President Harris is holding her watch party at her alma mater, Howard University, to see if there's any joy left in the campaign. Let's check in with our Chief White House correspondent, James Rosen, who's been camped out at Howard all evening. Hey, James.
John and Bianca, good evening. Several thousand Harris supporters who have now turned out here in the yard at Howard University, awaiting their favorite candidate. There's a giant screen which is only partially visible to us on the press riser that is showing, let's just call it another network. And anytime that network flashes a result that is favorable to the vice president, we hear a roar of approval from those several thousand supporters on hand here. When that same network shows results that are favorable to the former president, Donald Trump, the scene here gets quiet. But for the blasting music, the setup here, I have to say, I have to do a little kvetching. Would I be a real reporter if I didn't spend some time kvetching on television? The setup for the press is atrocious. We are located right beneath a sound system that's about 2 stories tall, and it all but obliterated our ability to hear the control rooms and the anchors in one of our previous segments. I had to borrow my son's Beats, and that's what's allowing me to talk to you. In the distance, we can see that technicians are testing out a large teleprompter, presumably for the use of the vice president in her remarks to supporters here tonight. The specific text that is scrolling through the teleprompter right now belongs to Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. People want to know what's the mood here. I would say it's a lot like the election itself. It's kind of 50-50. There's some anxiety that you can sense. There's also elation and still some hope and optimism here on the ground. But it's going to be a long night, and I think the people here are expecting that. It's already been one for them. Of the several thousand supporters, I would say the minority, maybe 40% of them, have seats in the bleachers. The rest are standing, fenced in an open grass area, and those folks have been standing for several hours already. The last word we got from the vice president and her campaign staff and the White House pool was that she has a lid, which is White House pool lingo that means nothing's happening for now that the press pool would have to cover. That lid is until 9:45 p.m. Eastern time. That's not to say that she's going to be here at that time. What that means is, according to the White House, that is the earliest that the vice president would set out from the vice presidential residence, the U.S. Naval Observatory in Northwest Washington, to come here to Howard University. John and Bianca.
All right, James Rosen for us. Of course, Howard, they have extra security at the U.S. Naval Observatory, too. They boarded that up as well, the White House, too. Concerns about security across our nation's capital.
Excellent reporting by our James Rosen. 50-50, he says. All right, well, there's much more excitement, of course, in some of the Donald Trump watch parties in West Palm Beach. Yep. Welcoming in now, host of Dick Morris Democracy and former advisor to President Trump and President Bill Clinton, Dick Morris, and also pollster Jim McLaughlin, who is with the Trump 2024 campaign, McLaughlin and Associates. All right, guys, so obviously there are some things breaking Donald Trump's way. We've called North Carolina. We've called other states here. We're ticking up the electoral vote. What is your read right now, Dick, on where things are going for Donald Trump? Because a lot of the mainstream media maybe isn't prepared for what some of the results that we're seeing coming in this evening.
What are you saying the mainstream media is saying?
The legacy media here. Jim's laughing.
What are you saying they're saying?
They're not prepared. Some of these results here, New York Times is, forecasting that there's some real momentum that even early indications from the Trump campaign, black voters, blocks of voters that she was struggling with, and now we're seeing some of these results in addition to the record early voting, Dick.
Well, let's set it in the context electorally. You need 270 to win. If Trump carries, as your projection shows, the Sun Belt swing states, Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, and North Carolina, those 4. Then, if in addition to that he picks up one of the 3 northern states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, he wins the election. So you've already pretty well said that he's going to win the Sun Belt states. I think you've called all 4 of those states. And the issue now is Pennsylvania, where they initially opened the mail-in votes first that are Democrat, and we're down and we gradually have to come back, and we are. And Wisconsin, where where it just closed, and Michigan, where they just closed. So at the moment, keep your eye on, those Pennsylvania numbers reflect the early vote that's very Democrat. But we have to win one of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin in order to win the presidency. If we win if Harris loses all 3 of those, we win all 3, that's the ballgame.
And what we're hearing from Wisconsin is it's looking positive for Donald Trump right now. And ultimately, when you look at his multiple paths to victory, Jim, it seems like there are more options, especially based on what Dick was just telling us, more options for Donald Trump, more paths to victory than Kamala Harris has at this stage of the game.
Yeah, no, as Dick just pointed out,
she's got to win all three of those battleground states in the Midwest. She's got to win Pennsylvania. She's got to win Wisconsin. She's got to win. She's got to win the state of Michigan. If she doesn't win all three of those, it's over. But I think the real story here is tonight is Donald Trump has thoroughly changed the Republican Party and changed the electoral map. And the way he's doing it, by the way, is getting record percentages of black voters and record percentages of Hispanic voters. The reason why, and look, Florida is no longer a battleground state, but in Florida, he killed it tonight among Hispanic voters. He took a place like Miami-Dade County that he lost by 30 points to Hillary Clinton, and now he's winning it by 11 points, a 41-point shift. He's getting 15%, according to the exit polls, in Georgia among black voters. And if he can do that with Hispanic voters and black voters in Pennsylvania, he's going to carry, not just is Donald Trump going to win Pennsylvania, but Dave McCormick is probably going to also come across the finish line.
That would be huge. We've already seen, West Virginia went to Jim Justice, Joe Manchin, a Democrat. That's flipped. Also, Ohio has flipped in favor in that Senate race too. So
Bernie Moreno
winning that race over Sherrod Brown. So we're seeing this whole map kind of be remade right before our very eyes. Jim, great to see you. Dick Morris, great to see you as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so a lot of attention obviously being paid tonight too, Bianca, to Pennsylvania, and that data is still trickling in. The polls there closing at 8 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, and it may be a while, obviously, in that state, and it may be a while in Pennsylvania. And they also mentioned Wisconsin, and there might be some longer counting in Milwaukee. But let's look at Georgia right now. Obviously, Trump is ahead there. Georgia, a state that we are looking at the black vote outside of Atlanta. Didn't seem like it turned up as much for Kamala Harris, which is an indicator of, Donald Trump really being able to connect with everyday Americans. You heard Obama go out on the campaign trail telling black men to go out behind Kamala, and it wasn't really received well. Donald Trump, and you'd see the media going into these barber shops, and then she tried to do it, and it just never really rang sort of authentic. And clearly, now we're watching some of the results coming in. National correspondent Mike Carter is in a key state, obviously, of Pennsylvania. He's been tracking sentiment in Pittsburgh, near Butler. Mike, good to see you.
Hey, Bianca. Yeah, we are in the Keystone State, the keyest of the states. We're at Dave McCormick's watch party here in downtown Pittsburgh. I'm just looking at the results as they come in right now in the presidential race. Just in the last 3 minutes, when we had 26% of the vote reporting here in Pennsylvania, Donald Trump was down by 11 points to Kamala Harris with about 2 million votes in. That has now been cut down to a Harris lead of about 6 percentage points. So we expected that. Early results, of course, coming out of Philadelphia, where we know that it's been lower than expected Democrat vote turnout. When it comes to the Senate race, where Dave McCormick is going to be here tonight, in one way or another, he'll have something to say. Dave McCormick getting into the day down by anywhere from 2 to 3 points. Now, a lot of people expect that Donald Trump does end up having a good showing tonight here in Pennsylvania. He'd be enough to get Dave McCormick over the line. As you know, a Senate seat coming out of Pennsylvania, maybe adding another one in Montana. Of course, Ted Cruz just announced that he will maintain that Senate seat in Texas. Republicans looking to grow an ever-growing majority in the Senate this time around. When it comes to this Senate race here in Pennsylvania, we have about 30% of the vote in, and right now Bob Casey is leading Dave McCormick 52% to 45%. So, look, a lot of votes still need to come in. What we do know is this: Lancaster County, the Amish community, has come out big time in support of Donald Trump this time around. We're also waiting to hear about Reading, Pennsylvania, and Allentown. Those are majority Latino, majority Hispanic communities, and Donald Trump and his opponent in this race, Kamala Harris, are going to be very interested to see where those areas of the state are trending. 500,000 Latinos call Pennsylvania home. They could very well decide this race. Right now, still too close to call in Pennsylvania. Here at the McCormick camp, people are feeling good. No one's really kind of looking at the big boards. They're enjoying themselves. They know we have a long night night ahead of us. Guys?
Paul Rogers, the lead singer of Bad Company, which is Mike. That's who Mike Carter is competing with. You heard a lot of Bad Company all right now coming through. The music is cranking.
Mike Rogers is running for Senate, though.
Mike
so
Rogers is running for Senate in Michigan. Paul Rogers is the lead singer of Bad Company, and Mike Carter is our reporter on the ground.
And Mike has got to preserve his voice because it might be a long night, but it's definitely an exciting one. We know that. So glad you're with us right now, everybody.
All right, let's welcome in now legal fellow at the Heritage Foundation and former member of the Federal Election Commission, Hans von Spakovsky, is with us. Hans, great to have you with us.
Well, thanks for having me.
All right, so tell us what you're looking at tonight. Where's your focus?
Well, I'll tell you something interesting that I don't think has been mentioned a lot. As you know, Texas, Florida, North Carolina have all been called for Trump. What's important about those states is not just that he won them, but, you know, he picked up more electoral college votes because, remember, after the census, the three big states, blue states for the Democrats, Illinois, New York, California, they each lost an electoral college vote each because so many people have moved out of those states. Texas picked up 2 new seats. Florida picked up an extra seat. North Carolina picked up an extra seat, which makes winning those states even more important in this election than it was 4 years ago. And so, you know, Harris went into this already short of electoral college votes in several blue states, which were solidly on her side.
You know, Hans, I'm glad you brought that up because it also brings us to another state that polls are closing at 10 p.m. Eastern, and that is the state of Nevada. It has also had a lot of people that have left California going to Nevada. You're looking at, you know, Clark County. There's 6 electoral votes there. Also Washoe, which is Reno. That, you know, obviously they have a Democratic machine there. Their ground game is solid in Nevada. But some, you know, Trafalgar and others saying that Nevada is a state that is in play for Donald Trump. Something it could go his way again. The polls have not closed there yet. But your feeling on that and the fact that we're even talking about Nevada being possibly going for Donald Trump now, this time around 2024.
Yeah, but remember, one of the problems in Nevada is that, you know, during the COVID pandemic, they put in an emergency rule of mailing an absentee ballot to every single registered voter. Even though COVID is now over, they actually made that the law. And one of the problems with that is that their voter registration list is so bad, so filled with people who should no longer be on the list, fake addresses and so forth, that there's a real risk, unfortunately, in Nevada of fraud occurring in a very close election. So Nevada is one of the states I actually worry about.
Well, right now, Newsmax has no reason to, you know, believe that any voter fraud occurred in that, you know, instance here. But the fact that, you know, no tax on tips, policies that help American workers, people there who are working in, you know, Las Vegas, you know, the fact that there is some kind of real policy where Kamala Harris has been talking about just joy and vibes. And tonight, the joy and vibes seem to be over in states that you've talked about, like Florida and Texas, where people we are calling it for Donald Trump. Pennsylvania, obviously, still too early to call, but that will be one with 19 electoral votes. Both of them definitely desperately need it.
That is true. And, you know, keep an eye on the fact that, you know, what we're seeing all over the country actually shows the importance of the electoral college, because Trump is winning some of the less populated states, states in the Midwest, states in the South. Where is Harris winning? The big cities, the big urban areas. And that's why the Electoral College is so important, because if it weren't for that, the big cities would choose who our president was, and the rest of the country would be ignored.
That's right. That's why we live in a republic. So you don't have 3 or, you know, the whole situation where you have 2 lions and a lamb voting on what's for dinner. Hans von Spakovsky, great to have you with us.
Thanks for having me.
Such a pleasure. Bringing in our next guest right now, author of The Greatest Speeches of Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States of America, and he is a presidential historian, Reagan biographer, Craig Shirley, and I believe joining him also Jeffrey Lord, columnist at The American Spectator. Gentlemen, great to have you with us. Let's talk about, we are in the process of watching history unfold. Donald Trump, a candidate like none other. You said earlier today to me, Craig, that you see a little bit of similarities to 1980. Talk to us about that.
Well, thank you, Bianca, is that there is a bright red line
between the two opposing camps. This isn't just a contest between Republicans and liberals, or Republicans and Democrats, or liberals and conservatives, but it is a contest between us versus them. You know, many elections are either about foreign policy, like 1960 or 1968. Some are about economic policy, like 1932 and the rise of the Great Deal. This election is about culture. This is about the culture of the elites, the insulated, corrupt elites, versus the common sense citizenry, and that's what the election really is about this time around. And in that regard, it reminds me of the elections of 1826 with Jackson versus John Quincy Adams, and 1980, as you mentioned, as you asked me about, with Reagan versus Carter. Reagan represented the common sense citizenry, and Carter had evolved into representing the corrupt elites.
And if Trump wins, there will be a Jacksonian-style party, I imagine, not on the White House grounds, but out elsewhere across the country. Jeffrey, talk to us about this coalition that Donald Trump has built. Unlike anything we've seen in the Republican Party, drawing in Democrats like Tulsi Gabbard and Robert Kennedy Jr., Elon Musk, captains of industry, and the like, also appealing to a lot of union members who haven't probably gone for a Republican maybe since Ronald Reagan in the 1980s. Talk about the coalition that he's been able to build.
Yeah, it is amazing. I do think that President Reagan began to get this underway and shifted the Republican Party over time from being the so-called country club party to the party of working Americans, what Franklin Roosevelt once called the forgotten man. But, you know, I've been to my fair share of these rallies, and you talk to people, these are, as it were, working blue-collar Americans. When you look at some of these Trump rallies, or all of them, frankly, and you see the audience behind President Trump as he speaks, a lot of these guys are wearing hard hats. They're not doing it for show. They're doing it because that's what they do every day. They get up, they work with their hands, they go to work, you know, they feed their kids, you know, the whole 9 yards. That is a substantial cultural shift here, with the Democratic Party, in essence, becoming now the party of hedge funders and well-to-do elites, movie stars, and all this kind of thing. And you can see tonight that this is having its predictable effect on this election. You know, you've got, once you get outside the sort of elite, if you will, of urban areas, you're out there in the middle of America. This is applying here in Pennsylvania as well. The middle of the state, the top tier on the left and right of the state, east and west of the state, they're all voting for Donald Trump. So this is a significant change. It really is a big deal.
One of your books, The Great Speeches of Donald J. Trump, Craig, we may hear one of them tonight. We're not sure. Earlier when he voted in West Palm Beach, he said, I haven't thought about what I would say tonight. Obviously, we're just riding it through here tonight. But Kamala Harris has been light on speeches and just speaking for 9 minutes, giving the same speech last night, her closing arguments, where Donald Trump closed it out in Michigan, but spent a lot of time in Pennsylvania. His communication style, you know, unique. You know what he is. You know he's authentic. But Ronald Reagan, also an incredible communicator, and words that he said really embrace sort of the, you know, the blue collar, the working the Reagan Republicans.
Yeah, that's right, exactly, Bianca. He was, of course, he was the great communicator. What Jeff had said, what Brother Lord had said, is exactly right. This is a process. The Republican Party is an evolving organism. It's not static, it's dynamic. And it started in 1964 and with Barry Goldwater, and evolved through Reagan and now to Donald Trump. But it's become less urban, more suburban, more rural, more blue collar, more populist. And the populism is very, very important. Populism is simply an aversion to big corporations and big government. And that's where the Republican Party today is, an aversion to those two because they inevitably diminish personal freedom and take away personal liberties.
Yeah, Elon Musk, who bought Twitter and kind of revived free speech, is watching the results as we speak with Donald Trump in Mar-a-Lago. So that says a lot of it as well. Fascinating where we are. It is history in the making. So pleased you are both with us. Craig Shirley, Jeffrey Lord. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you both.
All right, let's check in now with former Lieutenant Governor of New York and Newsmax contributor Betsy McCoy. And Betsy, I wanted to talk to you about what's happening in New York. There are a couple key House races there that are going to be key in determining who controls the balance of power in the U.S. House of Representatives, who has the Speaker's office. Give us your insight on how those New York congressional races may shake out.
Well, of course, they're critical for the Republicans holding the House, the races in New York and the races in California as well. And so far, most of the races in New York look good for Donald Trump. It's so key that he has a House and a Senate that can govern with him. I think it's quite clear now that we'll have a Senate majority in the Republicans' control. That's very important. But in addition, it looks as if it's very likely that the Republicans will increase their margin in the House by 2 or 3 seats at least.
Which is, astounding to think. A lot of people early on had written off the House because of the competitive nature of those races, thinking that the Republicans were going to lose control. Republicans are expected to gain back control, or to gain control of the U.S. Senate. They already have flip seats in Ohio, flip seats in West Virginia. So, Betsy, you can think about a scenario where Donald Trump is in the White House, you have Republicans controlling the House and the Senate.
A trifecta. Tonight may end in a trifecta. Of course, what our viewers really want to know is, what will they know at the end of the evening? We have some slow-poked states in the swing states: Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, and especially Nevada, very slow-poked states. And so it is a question whether we will be able to call this race tonight.
But no matter what we do know is there has been sort of a remaking of the Republican Party. And even in New York, Madison Square Garden, packed.
Yes.
Donald Trump, Bronx rally, packed. Going into bodegas, packed. There is a sense there that people in New York are walking around with MAGA hats that they would not have done even 4 years ago, Betsy.
And let me point out that this is also a transformation of how New Yorkers are thinking. Think about it, Bianca. New Yorkers have the worst governed state in America, maybe second to California. New York is shrinking faster than any other state, losing population so quickly. People are literally voting with their feet to leave the state. And then just this week, the governor, Kathy Hochul, announced that anyone who votes for a Republican is anti-American. Can you imagine such a statement?
Disgraceful.
So she did not help Kamala Harris or Democrats in her state at all with that.
I have one other question, John, if you don't mind. I was covering you when I was a cub reporter in Albany, and you were lieutenant governor with Pataki. And I watched Hillary Clinton be installed, basically, as the senator of New York. A lot of people feel like that was what the Democrat machine was doing with Kamala Harris. No primary votes puts her in. Tell us about that, as somebody who was there when Hillary Clinton was having her listening tour.
Right. Well, this was even more brazen because Hillary Clinton did have to win a race once she was introduced to New York in this listening tour, even though she wasn't a New Yorker. Kamala Harris never won anything, and here she is nominated to be president of the United States. It really was an offense to rank-and-file Democrats. They're being told that they're voting to defend democracy, but in fact, they had democracy pulled right out from under their feet by their own party leaders.
Yeah.
Not one single press conference either, Kamala Harris.
She didn't do a press conference. She dodged a lot of interviews.
Right.
She never had a moment on the campaign trail. We talked about this earlier. Bill Clinton, I feel your pain kind of moment, never really broke through. She also had a lot of favorable media coverage. And the fact that this race, and Donald Trump is even in a position that he's in right now, considering all those things, I think tells us a lot about Kamala Harris and her lack of ability as a candidate, Betsy.
She is a very poor candidate, and you've heard more and more Democratic professional politicians and strategists admit that over the last 3 days, that Kamala Harris just did not measure up. It was a big mistake to slide her into Joe Biden's position instead of having a very rapid mini primary of sorts.
Yeah, and interesting too, you see a guy like Barack Obama out there on the campaign trail in the last days, pushing hard for Kamala Harris, pushing the very fine people hoax. He knows that's not true. He pushed it anyway. But he waited a long time before he actually got on board with Kamala Harris. He wanted to have an open primary process, and they were all stuck with her. And, you know, the limitations of being able to mount a presidential campaign in this short amount of time with a candidate who's never proven herself, these are the results you get.
It was highly cynical. Let's face it. It was very, very cynical. A slap in the face to Americans, Democrats and Republicans alike, who believe in a fair system.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, protecting democracy here. Well, today Americans are at the ballot box. There are still polls that are open, and 10 p.m., 11 p.m., 12 a.m. Former Lieutenant Governor of New York, Betsy McCoy, now our morning anchor here on N2. We'll be waking up with you as well tomorrow. Betsy, thanks for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
I saw a video today. Someone took a super clip where it was all the clips of the pundits talking about, oh, they're going to destroy democracy, but they replaced the word democracy with bureaucracy. And it makes a lot more sense when you think of it in those terms. All right.
I always love those clips, and you're like, whoever made that, doing a great job. All right, folks, we are in it now, and we are so glad you are with us. We're going to take a very quick break. We're back with much more here on Election Night on N2.
More polls closing at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Montana, Nevada, Utah. We'll bring you those results as soon as we have them. A live look for you here at the Trump Victory Party in West Palm Beach, Florida. Very creative hat.
Oh.
By that Trump supporter right there.
Could go for some French fries about right now.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good. All right, we'll see you in just a few moments.
January 15th, 1929 was a chilly day in Atlanta, Georgia, when a family gathered to welcome into this world a new life, and with it, a new hope for America. Throughout his 39 years, he instilled in Americans a new spirit of justice and freedom, based on equality instead of status, and character instead of race. He waged a nonviolent war on racial segregation, with appearances that radiated with an energy that transcended all races, all faiths, and people of all ages, with words that still resonate today.
I may not get there with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land.
He spoke to us of his dreams and his beliefs that justice too long delayed is justice denied. At 9:47 a.m. on the 20th of February, 1962, Lieutenant Colonel John Glenn, Jr. of New Concord, Ohio, found himself sitting on top of an Atlas VI rocket filled with 600,000 pounds of fuel. At liftoff, 360,000 pounds of thrust hurled the massive rocket and its occupant into space and America's history books. John Glenn became the fourth human being to enter space and the first American to orbit the Earth. For his remarkable heroism, President Kennedy awarded Colonel Glenn NASA's Distinguished Service Medal.
As our knowledge of this universe in which we live increases, may God grant us the wisdom and guidance to use it wisely. Thank you, Colonel.
Glenn went on to become the United States Senator from Ohio, and in 1984 ran for the Democratic presidential nomination, but lost to Walter Mondale.
Vote for America historic night. Polls are closing 10 o'clock here on the East Coast. And look here, it is Montana, it is Nevada and Utah. 16 electoral votes as polls are closing this very minute. We are so glad you're with us here on N2. Hi, everybody. I'm Bianca De La Garza.
And I'm John Bachman. As you heard Bianca say, those polls are closing in Montana, Nevada, Utah, Arizona. They don't do daylight savings time there, so it's 9 p.m.
That's right.
in Arizona.
Already closed.
Yes. All right. Let's get out to John Huddy now, our senior correspondent, who's checking in from West Palm Beach, Florida, at the watch party for the Trump campaign. John, how's it looking out there?
Well, a big cheer went up as Trump was, said to be the winner of Montana, as the state was called for Trump. Also, a big cheer went up when Florida was called for Trump as well. And one of the things we talked about earlier, Miami-Dade County, Trump winning Miami-Dade County, which is traditionally voted blue. So he essentially shattered that blue wall in Miami-Dade County. We started seeing that during the midterm elections in 2022 when Governor Ron DeSantis had a great deal of support in South Florida, particularly in the Miami area. So there were projections back then that possibly Trump was going to take, the Hispanic Latino vote in Miami-Dade County. We saw that play out. And also, I want to talk about the down ballot measures, because the last time I was on with you guys, John, you asked me about Amendments 3 and 4. Well, Florida voters rejected both. Amendment 3 had to do with the legalization of marijuana for recreational use. That did not pass muster with Florida voters. Amendment 4 would have created an amendment, a constitutional amendment protecting abortion rights here in Florida. That failed as well. Both of those measures, both of those amendments, Governor DeSantis worked really to block both of those amendments. He was against both of them, although President Trump was in support of Amendment 3. So there was the contrast between former President Trump and Governor DeSantis about Amendment 3. But as I said, both of those down ballot measures, down ballot amendments failed this evening. This is Trump is at some point expected to come here. Whether that happens tonight really depends. And another big cheer going up, it looks like, having to do with the numbers coming out of Virginia. But the campaign, even former President Trump earlier today, said that he was going to more than likely be coming to the convention center. But it really depends on how this goes. It could be a very late evening. This could stretch into the wee hours of the morning. We'll just have to see. But what we do know, John and Bianca, as I mentioned earlier, former President Trump is at Mar-a-Lago. He is there with family. He is there with close friends, his senior advisors, campaign staff, Elon Musk, watching the election results come in there, and then they'll make that determination when and really at what time ultimately he would come to the convention center. But I can tell you this, the mood here, very energetic, very optimistic, very nervous. I keep hearing that a lot, John and Bianca. People say, man, I'm nervous. I think we've all been. Look, this has been an extraordinary campaign and road to get to this point, this historic evening, and that is certainly being felt here in the room right now, you guys. Back to you.
John Huddy for us live in West Palm Beach, Florida. John, thank you for that. The updates on those amendments, they do have to get 60% of the vote to pass, and they're not doing that. And the Amendment 3, the issue to legalize recreational marijuana
in Florida,
they spent a ton of money trying to get that to pass. And there was a big problem with the law. Governor DeSantis called it out for this. Even though it legalizes recreational marijuana, you were not allowed to grow it at your house. It was a gift to a lot of these big marijuana companies, according to Ron DeSantis, and his influence probably being felt there. All right, let's do an update now on the situation in Pennsylvania. We got some new data coming in. And as you can see here on the screen, it is so close. It's gone back and forth. Kamala Harris is leading by just 0.5 of a percentage point right now. So you can see how close it is in Pennsylvania. And when we had Senator Santorum on before, as I call him, Mr. Pennsylvania, he was indicating that some of these counties, with the election results coming in, we're going to go ahead and turn red, and that's what it's looking like. Just Allegheny County in the Pittsburgh area right now is trending towards Kamala Harris with 66% of the vote in. But all the surrounding counties around Pittsburgh are shaded red right now for Donald Trump. And this is not good news for the Harris campaign right now. Obviously, they're still in the lead. We got just 43% of the votes being counted. But what's happening right now is it's trending in the direction that Donald Trump wants to see. A lot of the early votes were not counted until the polls closed at 8 o'clock. Those results are coming in. But what we saw is Republicans outperform what they've done in the past with the early voting, with the mail-in voting. And traditionally, they have shown up on Election Day as well. And the question was the early voting going to cannibalize the day of voting? And we don't see any evidence of that right now.
And also, in Allegheny County, and this is the suburbs of Pittsburgh, it's important to note in the past, this was Clinton plus 17, Biden plus 20. It speaks to perhaps her lack of strength as a candidate.
It is.
Out. And also the black vote. And Donald Trump was in Pittsburgh last night. Steel workers. He was at the Steelers game a few weeks ago, and you just saw sort of this wide swath of voters, even announcing he had he had Rogan's endorsement. He did that in Pittsburgh. He brought Megyn Kelly out. She spoke about the mothers and the trans issues. So Donald Trump has really been able to effectively articulate a message that's resonating with people from a lot of different backgrounds. And we knew that the metro areas there in Pittsburgh could be key for deciding this race. Again, Pennsylvania, you just showed it, John.
Yep.
Pretty exciting if you are Donald Trump this evening looking at those results.
And we heard the cheers in the background when John Huddy was reporting live from West Palm Beach. Let's check in with James Rosen, our chief White House correspondent, who's at the Harris party, to see if we've had any similar eruptions of cheers. James, what can you tell us?
And for perspective, those 857,000.
It's been a while since we heard some cheering from the several thousand Harris supporters attending here tonight at Howard University, the vice president's alma mater, awaiting their favorite candidate, who's still going to be some time before she arrives here. The music has been put on hold from the giant sound systems, and instead there's a giant TV screen showing what we will delicately call another network. And every time that network shows results favorable to former President Trump, it is deathly quiet amongst the several thousand folks in attendance here tonight. And when that screen shows results favorable to the vice president, then we usually hear a roar. But just recently they showed Michigan, which of course is not got a majority of the votes counted even, and where the vice president is believed to enjoy a slight lead. And until just a few moments ago, when that Michigan screen flashed, anytime Michigan showed up, even with a slight lead, no matter how small the number of ballots counted in the Great Lakes state, the crowd was cheering. But this time, when they brought up Michigan, it barely got a response from this crowd. So when you ask me what is the vibe here, vibes being so important to the Harris for President campaign since the beginning in July, I would say it's starting to turn a bit, what's the word I'm looking for? A bit wary, a bit apprehensive. That's really the word I'm looking for. And we know that President Biden is also watching the returns in the White House, the forgotten man in tonight's balloting. He's placed calls to a number of the winners tonight so far, various mayors and governors-elect. And it was interesting also to see what the vice president spent her time doing today. She was at the vice president's residence, the U.S. Naval Observatory grounds in Northwest Washington. She spent part of the morning calling into 4 different radio programs, one in Pittsburgh, one in Philadelphia, one in Atlanta, and then one in Raleigh, North Carolina. Each of them strategic choices showing where the campaign thought potentially in these late hours, these last hours of voting, they thought they could still mobilize voters. And then the vice president took an unannounced trip over to DNC headquarters in Washington. She was greeted by the DNC chair, Jamie Harrison, and she arrived with deep thanks and boxes of Doritos for the volunteers there. She spent a bit of time, the vice president did, manning the phone bank. At one point, she asked if someone had voted, and she asked their name and said, well, I'm Kamala Harris. And then she said, we're waiting for you to grow 10 years, meaning that the phone banks had succeeded in placing the Democratic Party nominee on the phone with an 8-year-old. In any case, the last we heard from the White House press pool that is holding steady at the vice president's residence was that there was a lid, which is a White House lingo meaning nothing's going on, nothing to cover, no movement, no events, until 9:45 p.m. Eastern Time. That's just the earliest, according to the White House, that the vice president might set out the few miles journey across Washington, D.C. from the vice president's residence here to her alma mater at Howard University. John and Bianca.
Just real quickly, James, you say there's people gathering there, but no one's behind you. Are they corralled off over, is there like an open bar or something? It just seems so lackluster there. And
do we have an open bar?
I know said network, they're cheering, so maybe it's TV monitors, or they put you in the cheap seats.
Well, through research and deep investigative reporting, I can confirm that there is no open bar present here tonight. But I'm going to ask my cameraman, Mike Palmer, to widen out and pan out a little bit so we can give you a better view of the scene here, and maybe push in, if you could, Mike, so that you can see the several thousand supporters. The vice president, when she speaks, is going to be standing at a lectern protected by bulletproof glass, aided by teleprompters, in front of Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall, a place of great symbolism here at Howard University and perhaps across the country. Now, I don't know what you can see there. You can see the crowd standing, right? It's an open area, grassy area, fenced in, and well behind them, there are two sections of bleachers. I would say maybe 30 to 40% of this several thousand throng has bleacher seats. The rest are standing. And guess what, folks? They have been standing, most of them, since around 5 p.m., 4 p.m. today, and they have a lot of standing still to go. The question is whether they'll have occasion for much cheering later this evening.
James Rosen, excellent reporting. Thanks for that pan, just to give us sort of a visual of what you're seeing behind you there. Maybe not that much joy, but, well, they're hoping.
Joy is a relative term, Bianca.
Is it really?
You know,
Yes,
you have to
it
be
is.
able to find joy, even when the chips are down. Let's welcome in now former National Press Secretary for the Trump campaign and former Principal Deputy Press Secretary at the White House. You know him, you love him. It's Hogan Gidley back with us this evening, holding the microphone like he's a professional, like he's a reporter out there. It's not always easy. It's not as easy as it looks, but Hogan makes it look easy. Hogan, give us an update.
It kind of is that easy.
It kind of is. All right. All right. Maybe just not easy for me.
teasing,
But
Hogan.
Hogan, give us an update. We're looking at the numbers coming out of Pennsylvania now. Looks like Donald Trump has just creeped out to a lead there. Things are looking very promising in Wisconsin as well. What are you hearing?
Listen, this has long been a conversation inside the campaign and then within members of the media, too, is to watch what they have done with the early vote and then watch what they're doing on day of voting. The question always was, are you cannibalizing your day of vote? And instead of them voting on Election Day, you just have them vote early, but the numbers don't change. I don't think that's the case. Right now, what we're seeing, a lot of optimism on our side because those early voters typically don't vote in elections. They're called low propensity voters. They're the 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 scale. They're on the low end of people who support politicians at all. In fact, most of them didn't vote. The last time I guess they participated was somewhere around 2018. So the fact is, those early votes did not cannibalize day of, and now the massive turnout operation that Trump kind of outsourced to other groups looks like right now it's paying off. Of course, there's some high increase in vote tallies in Pennsylvania, or excuse me, in Philadelphia, but it's in the areas where Trump is most popular. So we have a long way to go tonight. Who knows when this thing is going to get called, but right now, I'd much rather be where Donald Trump is than where Kamala Harris is. And now I've done this for 2016, 2020. I've never seen numbers like this for Donald Trump.
He was very calm today, too. Said he felt like he ran the best campaign. That's when he was voting with Melania. We know he's at Mar-a-Lago with Elon Musk and friends and family. Obviously, he had his entire family out on the rallies last night. We were watching what, obviously history in the making. Hogan, the messaging, as someone who was once, deputy press secretary, what other networks were saying, and the liberal, the fascists, the Nazis, how legacy media really hasn't, been attacking Donald Trump. And Kamala Harris, as a candidate, was able to use that to her advantage, but still maybe not to enough of an advantage for the American people who are seeing through legacy media's lies.
I think so, and in large part because Donald Trump's not a Nazi or a fascist because he was already president and didn't operate that way. Not to mention the whole thing is an absolute lie. If Donald Trump really was a Nazi and they really believe that, then why would Joe Biden put on a MAGA hat at a rally and joke around? Why would Senate candidates on the Democrat side be using Donald Trump in their ads to try and win an election? Why would they sit there in the room while Donald Trump was giving jokes at the Al Smith dinner if he was so bad? They know that's not true. And Kamala Harris is so inauthentic. She's a say anything, do anything politician to get votes, and you know that. She doesn't care if she lies about Donald Trump. She lied about Joe Biden. She said he was a racist and a rapist on a debate stage. The thing about Kamala is you can't sell a bad product. And right now it looks as though, even though the time frame was condensed to a few months, even though they had billions of dollars and 90% positive news coverage on Kamala Harris, billions of dollars of free positive news coverage, it doesn't look like it's really made the impact they thought it would. We got a long way to go still tonight, a lot of numbers, a lot of folks still out there voting. we have to make sure that this thing comes home for Donald Trump.
Yes.
But again, I've seen things now I have not seen in the past in my 25 years in Republican politics.
Yeah. Incredible. That's right. History in the making. We the people. People are still voting. There's actually polls that are still open out west. So Hogan Gidley, great to have you with us as you're kind of giving us a feel of what's going on in the room there. We know we'll be checking back with you throughout this evening and maybe the morning hours. Thanks, Hogan.
We'll be up late tonight. There's an after party, too, I'm told.
Oh, really?
Just kidding.
Here
No
in
after
the
party.
studio.
It's in our bedrooms. All right.
I just got a fresh coffee, so we're good.
Yes, I did, too. Nice and warm. Thanks to Jerry here in the studio bringing us coffee.
Jerry.
All right, let's welcome in now host of the Leventhal Report here on N2, Rick Leventhal. And we were just talking with Hogan Gidley, Rick, about this realignment. And, you know, it's not just in one state, and there's only so much you can put into these exit polls. But when you look at Wisconsin, Donald Trump has doubled his support among black voters in Wisconsin, and also in Georgia, too. We're talking about between 15 and 20%. And Iowa is called for Donald Trump here, 52 to 47%. And this was a big topic of discussion. That Ann Seltzer poll from the Des Moines Register, thought of as the gold standard. She came out with an outlier poll, Rick, and that had Kamala Harris ahead. But clearly didn't pan out very well, did it?
Well, I want to share a personal story, John and Bianca. Back in 2016, I was working at the Republican headquarters in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania on election night. And at some point during the night, I started paying attention to the New York Times. They have a graph on their website. I don't know if you can see this, but it's a needle, and it goes either towards the blue for the Democrat or towards the red for the Republicans. And it was incredibly accurate. And I was there until, I think, 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning when they finally called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump back in 2016. Well, I've been watching that graph tonight. And I'm reporting on another outlet, the New York Times, but they've been very accurate on these things. And they now have a 78% chance of victory for Donald Trump. 78% chance, according to the New York Times right now. They have him winning 295 electoral votes to Harris's 243. They have Trump winning the popular vote by 0.6%, which would be remarkable if that proves to be the case, based on all of the negative press that Hogan mentioned and all of the stuff that's been thrown at Donald Trump, all the rhetoric, all the nastiness. If he can actually win the popular vote and crush Harris in the Electoral College, which it looks like he might, the New York Times reporting that Donald Trump has a 78% chance of victory right now.
People are texting me that as well about the needle in the New York Times, and I'm sure it kind of
Combine
kills
that
them
with
a little to have to say that.
Combine that with the betting markets, which of course are not
Please.
scientific.
Yes, go ahead.
The way people are feeling about it, you go on Polymarket right now, and it's pinned Donald Trump all the way to the top, Kamala Harris all the way at the bottom. No one's buying Harris, everyone's buying Trump. And you know what can we figure? This is what people feel, not necessarily based on the results, but the results are probably leading people to feel this way clearly. And stuff like Rick was talking about, the needle pinned in favor of Republicans.
And Rick, I want to ask you too, because Kamala Harris has trotted out every celebrity under the sun that she could to try and get her across the finish line. You know, Oprah, you will never vote again. We heard last night in the closing. You know, and you're in the West Coast and the Southern California. You know, the celebrity Holly Weird. You know, this has been sort of a crutch for her as a candidate.
Well, it could have backfired on her. Do we really care who Harrison Ford is voting for, or George Clooney says we should vote for, or who Lady Gaga is supporting? I mean, it's really no surprise that she would come out in favor of Kamala Harris. But we saw Hillary Clinton make that same mistake back in 2016. She had a big rally in Philadelphia the night before the election, and she brought out all the stars, and she lost Pennsylvania, and she lost the election. And a lot of people are making that comparison, saying that Kamala Harris spent too much time courting the celebrities and not enough time answering tough questions or connecting with real voters. And when Donald Trump kept asking that question, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? The answer for most people is absolutely not. And that could be a key reason why more people are picking Donald Trump in the voting booths than they are Kamala Harris.
Yeah, and think about the celebrities, too, that were endorsing the different candidates and what they actually do. I mean, Cardi B is going to sing some nasty lyrics to you. Oprah Winfrey is going to talk down to you and tell you how great her life is. But Elon Musk is going to build rockets. He's going to provide a car that you actually need, and Starlink, and provide internet for people who don't have it otherwise.
And bought Twitter.
Right. You think about Robert Kennedy Jr. and how he wants to make America healthy again. These are tangible things that people actually want, as opposed to the celebrities on the Democratic side.
I agree.
Sometimes, sometimes sing you songs. Sometimes they don't perform, but they're there nonetheless.
Can we throw De Niro
And I will
in?
also.
Can we throw De Niro in
Can I take a
too?
moment here to just to pat myself on the back? When Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala Harris, I went on Newsmax and said it wouldn't matter. They actually wrote it up in the New York Times.
Yes,
and
that's right.
it's on the. I'm on the record, and you know it doesn't matter. These celebrities don't do anything for the American public that have seen their grocery bills go up. And you know, what can you do for me? Celebrities, nothing. Basically, that's what it comes down to.
And look at the interview with Joe Rogan. Trump sat there for 3 hours in Joe Rogan's studio. Kamala Harris wouldn't do the interview with Joe Rogan unless Joe Rogan came to her and she wanted to limit it to an hour, which probably meant 28 minutes. But Donald Trump sat there for 3 hours, and he convinced Joe Rogan that he was real, he was authentic, he was funny, and he had a plan. He can answer any question. He's done this before. He's run successful businesses, and he's proven that he knows how to fix stuff and make things work. And he actually had a plan, and he was willing to sit there and take all those tough questions, and he convinced Joe Rogan to vote for him. And I think he convinced a lot of Americans that, hey, this guy is the answer. He's not a problem like Kamala Harris would be. This guy is the answer, and now the New York Times says Donald Trump has an 80% chance of winning this election, which is remarkable.
Going up.
Watch that needle, Rick.
Yeah, and you know, we heard a lot of reports. It's of course anecdotal about dudes showing up at the polling locations today in different states, and you know, you got to think Joe Rogan with his audience and that you know conversation with Elon Musk, the conversation with J.D. Vance too. Obviously a big impact. And not just one event with Donald Trump, that interview. It was kind of rolled out over
And I think men want to
these last
protect
few
their
days.
families and their wives. And, you know, when you economically are getting hammered by an administration, that points to who's going to help me and my family.
Yeah.
They want to be protectors.
Apparently the message got through. The message about the economy, the message about the illegal migrants who are criminals, who are targeting American citizens. The message got through.
Right. All right. We've still got a long way to go. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves.
No,
but it is, of course, as Rick indicated, we're attributing
Cautious
this to the
optimism.
New York Times. They are predicting 80% for Donald Trump. All right. Let's get out to the Vice President of the National Border Patrol Council, Art Del Cueto, and talk about one of the big issues that voters have been using to motivate them this time when they head to the polls. Art, great to have you with us.
Yes, sir. I'm with you guys. I'm pretty excited. I think we're going to get a win today, and it's not a win for Donald Trump. People need to understand it's a win for America. That's what it comes down to. Because look, the chaos that you've seen at the border. If we continue with 4 more years of this, it's just not going to be able to be withheld. It's been a mess. We've had individuals from 168 different countries come through, and the only people that have been winning is the drug cartels and the smugglers. It needs to end.
Anybody, Art, but when I've talked to Border Patrol agents over the last few years, the morale has been so low. You think about what happened, especially with the horseback Border Patrol officers, the way they were accused of whipping those Haitian migrants, never got an appropriate apology from the Biden administration or the Department of Homeland Security and Alejandro Mayorkas. But just talk to us, Art, about what it would mean for all the Border Patrol officers who've basically been forced to kind of sit on their hands for the last 4 years. What will it mean to them to wake up tomorrow knowing that there will be a new sheriff in town in Washington, D.C.?
Look, I've been around for quite some time. I saw the morale boost back in 2016, but it's nothing compared to the morale that's going to be boosted after this election if we pull it through and Donald Trump is the new president of this country. Because, like I said, look, agents are frustrated. All they're asking for is to do their jobs. That's all they've been asking for. They realize processing is part of the job. However, tracking down smugglers and tracking down individuals that are coming into the country illegally is also part of their job, and they have been handcuffed on that side because of it. You're going to see the biggest morale boost that you have ever seen within the agency ever if Donald Trump can be the next president of the United States again.
Art, the last time I saw you in person, we were down at the border in Arizona with J.D. Vance in Montezuma Pass, and drones flying above our head from the other side in Mexico. But there's the human aspect of this that, the Democrats that purport to be, all for women, they're trying to drive women voters to Kamala. There's 320,000 missing children. There are women being raped as they come across with cartel members. There are children being sold into slave labor, sex trade. And then there are innocent women and children, Jocelyn Nungary, Rachel Moore, and Laken Riley, would go on and go on. I think that really hit home in the past few weeks where Donald Trump was able to humanize and tell that message through some really powerful folks, angel moms who came across. Can you just talk to us about the hypocrisy of the left and that issue right there? Because that hurts my heart as a mother.
No, absolutely. It's horrific what this administration has done. They've tried to flip the script and try to control the narrative, but people need to understand the crisis that we're seeing at the border, this administration has caused it. When you're seeing the children that are coming across, that they're missing children, that all falls on this administration because they empowered the smugglers, they empowered the drug traffickers, and they continue. Look, the drug traffickers don't care. They use the individuals that are coming across, they use them almost like human cattle. And this administration, with the lack of consequences towards the crime, have empowered them even more so. And we've all seen it. Look, President Trump had the plan to fix it, and the numbers were low. Day one of this administration taking over, everything boosted up. And the only individual that can fix it is Donald Trump. That's why I continue to say it's not just a win for Donald Trump, it's a win for America. And it's a win for the rest of the world because they're the victims.
And if he was to win, not just deportations, but also penalties, if you kill an American, death penalty, things like that, taking on the cartels. Artel Cuero, you tell the story so well. We know you're a great force out there on the front line. So thank you so much for being a part of our coverage tonight. We know the Border Patrol has some very dedicated folks there, and we appreciate them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, Art.
Yeah, those Border Patrol agents that were accused of whipping those Haitian migrants, hopefully, if things change, they will get the justice that they deserve. Never fully been apologized to. All right, let's bring in now GOP strategist Joe Pinion to get his assessment on where things stand right now. And Joe, tell us what you're focused on.
I mean, look, you got to place your hope in the voters down in Pennsylvania. Certainly that race shaping up to be a tight one. But if you're President Trump, I think you're cautiously optimistic. Same thing with Wisconsin. And so you're checking the box. The southern wall has held. North Carolina in President Trump's pocket. Georgia appears to be trending the same way. And so if you're Kamala Harris, your pathway to victory has become much slimmer. And so you look at Virginia. If by some way President Trump is able to win that race, again, it has not been called, but it is quite close, closer than we've seen in a very long time. That tightrope becomes an unwalkable path, and I think President Trump is feeling pretty good right now.
All right, Joe, we're just going to jump in here real quick and call Georgia for President Trump. Something we've been looking at for quite a bit, trending in that direction. But now we can officially make the projection that Georgia will be in the win column for Donald Trump. And obviously, this is a pickup from 2020. Georgia going to Joe Biden and Democrats in 2020. Now in 2024, it is in the win column for Donald Trump. So a huge victory there. And this is also backing up the information that we had going into tonight that these Sun Belt states would hold for Donald Trump. So you got Georgia and North Carolina both in the victory column for Donald Trump. I'm sorry, Joe, had to cut you off there. Just wanted to get that on the air.
No, I mean, but I think it points to that specific point, that if you're Kamala Harris now, it's not a matter of if. The blue wall has to hold. Otherwise, she has a path to victory that has not been walked by any of her predecessors in the modern history of the presidency. And so, yes, we turn our eyes now to places like Arizona, where things look good for President Trump, places like Nevada, where Republicans have felt a little bit like Charlie Brown with Lucy and the football. We think we're close, and then next thing you know, you're staring at the sky. And so, look, this election is far from over. But I think if you're somewhere sitting at Trump headquarters and somewhere sitting at Kamala Harris headquarters, you'd rather be at Trump HQ than Harris HQ right now.
Yeah, sure.
Joe, right now on the front page of Newsmax.com, we have an article, and it is low black turnout threatens Harris in key swing states. So obviously some of these suburbs of Atlanta may not have been performing. That's why we are calling the race in Georgia for Donald Trump. Fulton, DeKalb, the most registered black voters. But according to some exit polls that are in, is that when they're talking to folks, there's an overall decrease in black voter participation. But there's also been polls that show Donald Trump has really come up strong with black voters. And even Obama coming out and kind of lecturing them was a backfire. What do you make of some of these exit polls that are saying, this is going to be a problem for Harris? Maybe this is why we're seeing Georgia now, Donald Trump taking that state with the all-important 16 electoral votes.
Black men are sick and tired of being sick and tired. The Democrats, I've often said, they treat us a little bit like the orphan Annie. It's always tomorrow. The promise of America is always a day away when you place your trust in the hands of the Democratic Party. And so you go all the way back to 1964, the mass exodus of black voters from the Republican Party to the Democratic Party complete. I do believe you're starting to see that pendulum swing back, that after decades of empty promises, empty rhetoric, government programs that cost a whole lot of money but didn't yield a whole lot of results, program rich and results poor, you see some people willing to take a chance on what Republicans are offering, and you see others saying, I am not going to participate. They vote by staying home.
You know, she did do a lot of podcasts with Shannon Sharpe, Charlemagne the God. You know, obviously Biden had that famous exchange, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. So she was speaking to black voters for whatever reason. And, you know, time will tell here of why the message didn't resonate. A lot of what you just said, though, coming back to the economy, coming back to these empty promises. But that could also be for white men as well. There's a lot of empty promises and a lot of college students who said, college, forgive me on debt. They thought they were going to get it. They didn't. So this is, you know, a very interesting thread that we're watching here with this very now significant turn in events for the state of Georgia going for Donald Trump.
Yeah, and you can think, too, about that appearance that Donald Trump had at the National Association of Black Journalists. When he talked about Kamala Harris's background, you know, he was excoriated for saying that type of stuff. But it's, you know, Joe, you can talk to this probably better than I can, but that's the type of authenticity that was lacking from the Harris campaign. It doesn't matter if you're black, brown, white, whatever. People want authenticity these days. They've seen all the tricks. They've lived through these same campaign promises for decades. They wanted somebody who could actually deliver.
Yeah, I think you look at what's happened here. Kamala Harris had all the union leadership support, but she did not have the rank and file support. She had all of the gatekeepers for the black community supporting her, but she did not necessarily have the same buy-in from the black community that Democrats have been able to take for granted for the better part of the last 40 years. And so I think, to Bianca's point, when you look at the fact that all across this country, 70 to 80% of black children not reading at proficient levels, not able to do math at proficient levels, communities that are not safe, migrants who have been here for less than 3 months getting better treatment than people who have been here living in America for the better part of the last century. This is not sustainable, and I think black people, particularly black men in these swing states, finally saying, count me out.
Joe Pinion, always great to have you with us. Thank you so much for your comments and reaction as we are calling some big races here tonight. It is history in the making. We're glad you're with us right now here on N2.
All right, we'll be right back after this.
You served your country with honor. Now get the benefits you've rightfully earned. Paul R. Lawrence has written the book every veteran should own, Veterans Benefits for You. This step-by-step guide breaks down what you need to know, from financial compensation and disabilities to information for dependents and parents. This book is a must-read for all servicemen and women. Get your free copy today with our special offer. Call the number on your screen or go online to order.
When Saigon, the capital of South Vietnam, fell on the 30th of April, 1975, America's long conflict there may have ended, but it took decades for the nation to heal its wounds. In 1973, President Nixon orchestrated the Paris Peace Accords, bringing to an end America's involvement in the Vietnam War. America's POWs returned home, and all seemed well until March of 1975, when Senator Ted Kennedy led Congress in cutting off all aid to South Vietnam. Within weeks, Communist North Vietnam reneged on the peace accords and invaded their neighbors to the south. Without U.S. support, South Vietnam fell to the Communists, and throughout South Vietnam, a bloodbath ensued as hundreds of thousands of South Vietnamese who had backed the U.S. were massacred. Empowered by the events in Vietnam, Communists in Laos and Cambodia soon toppled their pro-Western regimes, and Southeast Asia became a killing field with the genocide of an additional 2 million people. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
Hi, folks, we're back. If you've been injured in an accident that's not your fault and you don't have an attorney, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you what your case is potentially worth. Pick up the phone, call now.
All right, great to have you back with us. I'm John Bachman alongside Bianca De La Garza, and we are waiting for the final results for Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. We just called Georgia for Donald Trump. We called North Carolina for Donald Trump, 2 of the swing states, Virginia for Kamala Harris. But it's going to come down to the Rust Belt states, as we've heard so much about. Let's go ahead and take a look here at my computer screen in Wisconsin as we look here. And right now it shows Kamala Harris with the slimmest of leads, 0.4 of a point. But if you look in very southern Wisconsin here at some of these counties here, like Rock County, Rock County is now favoring Donald Trump. In 2020, Rock County went for Joe Biden by a measure of 54 to 43%, really 55 to 44%. So you see Donald Trump, this is one of the specific places where he has made inroads. In the next county over, in Greene County, Wisconsin, Donald Trump is winning there too. It's razor thin, but what he's been able to do is flip, basically reverse the margin of victory that we saw Joe Biden win this county in 2020. Joe Biden won with 50.7%. Trump is winning now with 50.8%. So you see that is the razor-thin margin to which all this is going to come down. Of course, these results are not final. In Greene County, just 74% of the vote total is in. For the state of Wisconsin, 53% of the vote tally is in right now. And as we mentioned, Kamala Harris there with just the slimmest of leads. Actually, Donald Trump, it looks like, has just retaken the lead in Wisconsin now. And this has been going back and forth, this kind of seesaw back and forth for the last 30 minutes or so.
Yeah.
So we're watching Wisconsin very closely, but it looks very positive for Donald Trump in the granular data
And it feels like a roller coaster, folks. It certainly is, because Wisconsin actually has been decided by less than a point in 4 of the last 6 election cycles. So here we are, 10 electoral votes for Wisconsin. We're watching it closely. And again, Georgia and North Carolina, 2 battleground states, have been called for Donald Trump. Pleased to bring in radio host, conservative commentator John Reed, and host of Saturday Agenda right here on Newsmax, Rob Astorino. Rob, we'll start with you. Obviously, you're watching results just like we are. We've called some big races here. Georgia, obviously, the most recent and one of them. But this Wisconsin race here with Donald Trump, 53%, and the wow counties could be wowing Donald Trump.
Yeah. No, those wow counties outside of Milwaukee are doing very well for Donald Trump. He had to do well over there to offset some of the Milwaukee numbers. Interesting, though, some heavy rains earlier, for about 4 hours in Wisconsin. Went right across, went through Madison, went through Milwaukee. You don't know if that held back some of the vote in some areas or not. But, she's not doing as well as she should in Milwaukee. You look at, like, Florida. I mean, it was a complete and utter blowout in Florida. The propositions went down, for abortion and for marijuana. Trump won huge in Dade County, Miami-Dade. And I'm looking at Long Island, for instance. So Suffolk County, which is eastern Long Island, Donald Trump won by 200 votes 4 years ago. He is blowing out Kamala Harris right now, blowing out by tens of thousands of votes. So that's, you can, it's just extrapolating it everywhere. I mean, Trump is winning with Latino men by 10 points. I mean, a lot of this is historic in how he's doing for a Republican, and it's showing. But one other thing, so he had to flip. He had to hold the states that he won 4 years ago. He did that with North Carolina. He had to flip, easiest path, flip Georgia. He did it. And if he wins Pennsylvania, it's over.
Well, and that's his way, but there's other ways. And for her, she's got to hold this blue wall.
Yeah, she's got to win. She's got to have a inside straight, basically, to win. Yeah. She's got to have everything from here on out go according to plan perfectly well. And we haven't seen any evidence of that happening, Rob.
No, and look, let's just take Latino men, okay, where he's winning by 10. Now let's go out to Nevada and Arizona, where there are tons of Latino men and Latinos. And you just think about that across the state of Arizona and Nevada. I mean, Arizona has been trending their way. They feel pretty good about Arizona. Nevada, you know, going back and forth. It's a state that they could flip and win. So, I mean, you have to think if it comes down to those western states, that they're going to feel much better than they would have 4 years ago.
Yeah, of course. John, bringing you into the conversation. Also New Mexico, he spent some time in Albuquerque. These are places that normally Donald Trump, you know, they're not battleground, but he's connecting with people. To what Rob is talking about, the Latinos, the blacks. What are some of the highlights that you're looking at right now as we're calling some of these races like Georgia for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I mean, Trump has gotten people to give him a second look. There were a lot of people in 2020. The Democrats' strategy worked of make Donald Trump as toxic as possible, sow as much chaos as you possibly could in the process in Washington, make life miserable where people just said, hey, I want to change. Then they got the change. Unfortunately, Democrats, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, the entire Democrat team didn't deliver for those folks. So they're willing to give him a second look. And now all of the things that were negative about Donald Trump are baked into the analysis with all of these minority groups that I think Democrats are going to wake up tomorrow morning and go, wow, some of the groups that we thought we had, you know, on the shelf, they were always going to go for us, are reevaluating whether the Democrats deliver for them. And if Donald Trump is the next president, he will be able, I think, to deliver for these groups and kind of shake up the traditional arrangement in a way that will benefit Republicans in down ballot races, hopefully for years to come.
Excellent point. I believe that is true. John Reed, Rob Astorino, thanks for joining us with your analysis of where we are on this historic election for America. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, let's bring in our next panel to discuss the state of the race. Attorney and GOP strategist and a board overseer at Stanford University's Hoover Institute, John Jordan, is with us.
Also, let's welcome in Ford O'Connell, a GOP strategist, here with us as well. And, you know, I've been kind of nerding out on this granular data, looking at these counties. But
away.
I'm here in my natural form, nerding out with the data. But when you think about, you know, what's really driving voters, Ford, there's a very simple poll that we could all point to that's been consistent no matter who the poll taker is, and that's the right track, wrong track, the country that's been on. Like 70%, as high as 80% in some polls of the people in this country believe that we are on the wrong track over the last 4 years. And what we're learning is that they're not distinguishing between Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. They assimilate the two as being one and the same. And if these results hold up where things stand right now, that's what we're seeing as a rebuke on these types of policies.
I completely agree with you. In fact, for an incumbent presidential party to hold the White House, traditionally that number has to be closer to 42%, and only 30% saying the country's on the right track tells you a lot. And I think that's why you haven't had, and maybe soon in the blue wall we're going to see this, but you've not had that suburban turnout that many in the mainstream media are telling us they're going to come out for Kamala Harris. It's why minorities are not turning out for Kamala Harris, particularly in Pennsylvania, in the way they thought, because what independents are telling you, regardless of party, the two issues they care most about right now are inflation, the rising cost of everything, and border security. And that is why Donald Trump right now is cooking in the Sun Belt and obviously about to crack the blue wall.
John, you had a piece on Newsmax.com way back talking about Donald Trump having this historic opportunity, I think it was, to secure the black vote. It looks like that's exactly what he is doing tonight.
Yeah, Bianca, I wrote a piece after doing an extensive poll. This is before it was fashionable, of black voters. And we had some startling findings that 23% of black voters were open to President Trump. The overwhelming majority wanted the police funded, that didn't approve of transgender stuff, that didn't approve of the leftist, the white university faculty room leftist views that have become dominant in the Democrat Party since 2020. Since 1964, Democrats black people largely voted with Democrats because of the Civil Rights Act signed by Lyndon Johnson. But that has started to crack when they started to look and realize that they hadn't been served by these policies, by the professional Democrat class. And they started to challenge it and look around, and they found a champion, or many did, in President Trump. And this is not just a once-in-a-lifetime a snapshot. You're looking at real political power being seized by black people now, and they're going to make both parties compete for their vote. And this could be part of a broader realignment in upcoming elections.
A lot of promises made on that front, Ford, and yeah, again, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but there are going to be promises, made, promises kept. We'll see on that front. The other thing too, I want to talk to you both about is the foreign policy aspect. We've talked about immigration, we've talked about inflation, but something that stands out, I think, a lot of Americans' minds is where we stand as a country on foreign policy. The war in Ukraine, what's going on in the Middle East, the fact that China is on the march and promising to invade Taiwan. How much of a factor do you think that is playing with our posture in the world for looking so weak over the last 4 years?
Oh, it's playing a huge role. I just don't think that many in the mainstream media have caught on to what a big role it's playing. And you see this when you go to Pennsylvania, you go to Wisconsin, you go to Michigan. What's amazing here is the Democratic Senate incumbents in those states are talking about tariffs, China, and Donald Trump. So therefore, when you recognize that, you see real quick in the blue wall, they realize that this cannot stand with China. Obviously, I think China's playing in trade is playing a much bigger role than, say, Israel and Ukraine is. But again, Americans don't want to see money sent overseas when people are drowning in North Carolina, when people are being hurt by spills in Ohio. It's about putting Americans first and understanding put American jobs first.
Obviously, Michigan, the Arab vote, too, plays into what we're seeing in the Middle East, John. And I know you're also a Russia expert, and we've seen sort of Russia get much stronger when it comes to putting, forces in, alignment with North Korea in Ukraine.
Yeah, it's interesting. In the 80s and 90s, when we were all growing up, the Republicans were the hawks and were the party of war, supposedly, or so the left made us out to be. And now this is playing a very subtle psychological, cultural role in this realignment, in that now the party of Donald Trump is the party of peace. And they are the party of war. And that's kind of set the table for many young people, and I think we're going to see this in a lot of the postmortems, that this was a big deal, that being the party of peace kind of made you kind of smoothed out President Trump's rougher edges and was contributory to creating a permission structure to kind of vote for Trump, or at least not be an ardent leftist.
Yeah, we're all kind of tired of the nuclear war headlines that have become way too prevalent as we report on them every single day here. Guys, got to leave it there. Thank you so much, John Jordan, Ford O'Connell. Appreciate you both.
Thank you.
All right, our next guest, former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee, and this is what we call a power panel, Bianca, too. When you got Governor Huckabee teaming up with senior fellow at the American Conservative Union and host of CPAC Now, America Uncanceled. Oh, just Huckabee. We're going to get to Mercedes Schlapp, I think, in a little bit. So
we got all the power right
we still
here.
Got enough power.
Need Governor. Great to see you. What a night. Obviously, cautiously optimistic, but we are looking at some really exciting momentum for Donald Trump.
I think there's no doubt about it. And what we're also seeing is not only a Trump presidency, but also a Senate that will be able to confirm all of the appointments that are critical to a president's success. If you don't have the Senate, you're not going to get a lot done. But he can now get judges, he can get his cabinet, he can get ambassadors, he'll get the 7,000 to 10,000 civil service people that he'll be able to appoint and put in agencies to really make more difference in most of our lives than even the president himself will. But there's something bigger going on that I hope people can recognize this. It is a complete realignment of the Republican Party, one that is long overdue. No longer the country club, college-educated elitists, the ones that look down their nose at working class people. Now we are the working class party, and I'm thrilled about it. We're no longer a party that's just white people. We're seeing great numbers of Latinos. We're seeing great numbers of African Americans who are voting for Donald Trump. What does that say? People don't care what color we are. They want us to be Americans, and that's a beautiful thing we're seeing tonight.
It's a positive message, and it's one also, I think, with a lot of hope. And, you know, when we look at sort of where we're going as a country, and people say we're on the wrong track, where is the American dream, and who can help best let us build it and build prosperous futures for our children as well. And I loved seeing your daughter out there front and center after Mark Cuban talked about Donald Trump not being behind strong, intelligent women, because there she was and so many others. There were critical errors by some of these surrogates. Also, our sitting president, Joe Biden, calling Trump supporters garbage. But these past few days and weeks, that contempt really, I think, has energized people to come out to the polls as well today, Governor.
Bianca, no doubt about it. And having been a candidate many times, I can tell you that when things are said about the candidate, it's not that big a deal. We expect it. We put our names on the ballot. We know it's coming. But when you go after the supporters of the candidate, and then you call them names that are just outrageous, racist, misogynist, threat to democracy, garbage, deplorable, you know, what you're doing there is saying, you're just not as valuable as I am. And that's what has happened. And I think that's why you're seeing people rise up and say, you know, I thought America was a place where we were all equal. And so if we're not as equal as you, maybe you've got the problem. The rest of us don't. That's what I think, to me, is the beautiful thing of what's going on tonight. And I'm loving this because we needed for a long time kind of a little bit of a shaking in America to say, let's get back to who we are, where nobody cares what color you are, or how much money you have or don't have, or how much education. We're both Americans, and all of us get to live in this great country and speak our minds. Free speech is for everybody, freedom of movement, dreaming big and making those dreams come true. That's the country I believe Donald Trump wants to lead us to be.
And Governor Huckabee, one more thought, too, about what you were saying about how this the whole Republican Party has been reshaped. You think back to the 2012 presidential campaign. Basically, these same attacks were leveled at Mitt Romney about his failure to include women, and he had that kind of infamous comment, I have binders full of women. Didn't play very well. The difference now with the Republican Party is Donald Trump can point to literally dozens of women who have held critically important, including cabinet-level positions in his administration, and very important positions like your daughter had. And all those women,
ambassador.
Those women stepped up, and I mean, there were Instagram videos before you could even think about it. So, and also some news we can share with you too, Governor. Bernie Moreno has now been declared the winner in the Ohio Senate race, so that's another seat flipped. And as we were talking before, the potential presidency of Donald Trump with the Senate there. You think about Supreme Court nominations too. There's some talk of some conservative justices wanting to retire. All that is now on the table if Republicans do retain control of the Senate and win the White House.
I'm a faithful person. I mean, I pray for this nation, but I have so much hope right now when we're seeing all this. And I know that you're a man of great faith as well, Governor. So, you know, possibility for revival, possibility for peace.
We see the balance of power here up on the Senate. Just 2 more seats needed for Republicans to take control of the U.S. Senate.
It's incredible what we're seeing.
We're seeing some coattails, perhaps, for Donald Trump as well. Governor, always great to see you, sir. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you. Have a great evening, and I think we are.
Thank you.
I think we are, too. Positive momentum right now. And again, we're watching a lot of the states that still polls are still closing, still waiting for Pennsylvania, which has 19 electoral votes. Watching that closely. Let's bring in our next panel, Lydia Serrani, host of Saturday Agenda. And yes, host of CPAC Now, America Uncanceled, former White House Strategic Senior Advisor, Mercedes Schlapp. Ladies, great to see you both. Give us some of your top line thoughts. Lydia, what are you tracking? What are you most hopeful for, and what we're seeing with these results coming in right now?
Well, what we're seeing with the exit polling, Mercedes, we were just talking about it before in Georgia. Trump doing much better with independent voters. We also saw him outperforming in Texas and in Florida compared to what he did in 2020. So you're seeing this trend with President Trump that he is outperforming than what he did back in 2020. And we know that the margin of error, it's right there. It's razor thin, the polls. But with Trump consistently doing just a little bit better each and every time in each and every county, it looks like a positive trend for Trump. What do you think, Mercedes?
Well, you got to be watching the Hispanic vote. That is really where the Republican Party and the Trump campaign has made enormous inroads. Kamala Harris, she is underperforming by about 20 points among Hispanics. We've also seen in Wisconsin that the black vote Trump has been able to double the support of the black vote in his favor. This is like, as I think Mike Huckabee explained, it's the realignment of the Republican Party. It's the working man and woman. It's the Hispanics, the blacks. It is fascinating to watch what is happening in this race. And I did get a tip from one of our CPAC leads in Pennsylvania who said that one of his very pessimistic political advisors in Pennsylvania said Trump's going to win Pennsylvania. So this is a really, really fascinating race where Donald Trump, because of, I think, his focus on the economy, what his vision has been for these common sense policies when it comes to the economy, when it comes to the border, when it comes to dealing with national security issues. That's what's resonating. That is what's winning, not the Kamala threat to democracy and everything has to deal with abortion. Obviously, her message fell flat, and the voters are coming out strong for Donald Trump.
Yeah, and you know, for them to, in Pennsylvania, your insider, to say that, you know, probably choking on it. And then, you know, New York Times, The Needle, we're also watching that, saying this. So The Needle. But I don't think the media and the liberal media was prepared for any of this. So Donald Trump has this great ability to connect with real Americans. And that is sort of what we're talking about, real Americans who are hurting. Kamala Harris had every opportunity. She could have gone on Joe Rogan. She could have, you know, done a lot of things differently. Her media strategy was to hide. Her media strategy was to do these softballs, Lydia. And they continued to even re-edit her answers like 60 Minutes. She had every opportunity. She also had a ton of fundraising behind her.
I know, billions of dollars. The other night I was leaving here, the Newsmax studios, and the only time I watch MSNBC is because we have it, all the monitors. And I see at the bottom there of MSNBC, it says political experts say that Trump will execute his opponents. And I just couldn't believe it. We saw with Anderson Cooper and Charlemagne the God, you know, the radio host. He openly said, oh, if Trump gets elected, he's going to put people in concentration camps. He's going to tear up the Constitution. We're never going to have another election again. And then Anderson Cooper, who admitted that he's overpaid, right? He didn't even push back. And that's what we're supposed to. Right? Yeah. That's what we are supposed to do as news anchors. You have to push back if someone is saying outright lies.
Well, one of the things also to be looking at is President Trump has a very good chance of winning the popular vote that we have not seen in quite some time with any Republican. That's very, very significant as well. So, you know, again, I think that for the Trump campaign, they're feeling, talk about joyful, they're feeling joyful tonight. I think that the Kamala Harris campaign, and what I'd love to see now, Lydia, is maybe we should turn on MSNBC, because the meltdown that they're about to have, I mean, I only think it's going to get worse.
It's already started. It started. If you guys,
good.
I would just encourage you ladies to take a moment and check out Joy Reid's epic meltdown about the state of Georgia. I'm sorry, the state of Florida. She is probably not welcome in the state of Florida anymore, but she'll probably come anyway, because they always do. All right, ladies, we got to wrap it up there. Great to see you both. Lydia and Mercedes, thanks so much.
Thank you.
See, they put match lap in the prompter there. But that's obviously Mercedes.
You got to be on your toes.
A lot of times they are together.
Coffee, right?
Yeah,
exactly, exactly. Hey, we're so glad you're watching it right here with us. History being made, and to have you covered. We're going to take a quick break. As we hit the break, though, look at the crowds. This is the watch party for Donald Trump in West Palm Beach. Will it be a victory party? We'll be right back.
In the early morning hours of May 2nd, 2011, the Central Intelligence Agency launched Operation Neptune Spear and set into motion a mission to bring one of the world's most notorious terrorists to justice. All indications were that Osama bin Laden was asleep as the U.S. Naval Special Warfare Development Group, known as SEAL Team 6, approached his highly secured three-story Pakistani-based compound. When located in his living quarters on the third floor of his compound, the head of the Islamist group Al-Qaeda was found using his young wife as a shield. The Obama administration reported the 54-year-old terrorist was given a traditional Islamic burial at sea. 9 years, 7 months, and 21 days following his infamous attack on New York's Twin Towers, killing thousands of innocent civilians, its mastermind, Osama bin Laden, was dead. It took 34 years to build, but on August 15, 1914, the Panama Canal was officially opened for business and was quickly crowned one of the 7 wonders of the modern world. President Theodore Roosevelt believed the completion of the canal was essential to American security and prosperity, so he negotiated with the French to purchase the canal's properties and dredging equipment. But when negotiations with Colombia over a canal treaty broke down, Roosevelt backed a local bloodless revolution that lasted only a few hours. And on November 3, 1903, the nation of Panama was born. With the opening of the Panama Canal, the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans were joined, reducing a ship's journey from New York to San Francisco by 9,000 miles. Roosevelt's vision made the canal a reality, and the feat helped make America a world power. You're watching An American Moment.
All right, welcome back to N2's special coverage of election night. John Bachman here. Bianca will be back with you in just a second. But we wanted to break down a couple states with you, both on the presidential race and on these Senate races. Let's start in Pennsylvania and take a look at where things stand right now. And as you can see, there's a lot of red here on the map. The other thing we've seen as well in the last few minutes is Donald Trump starting to build on his lead. He's at 50% now. Kamala Harris is at 48%. Again, 66% of the votes have been counted thus far. Again, Donald Trump with the lead in Pennsylvania. We just want to caution you, though, things do tend to change sometimes when they bring in the votes after the fact, and we will be watching this very closely. Some more votes have just come in. 67% of the precincts now reporting all their votes. And again, Donald Trump has a slight lead there, though we were cautioned that it could take a little while to find out the ultimate result for Pennsylvania. Let's head over to Wisconsin right now. And we were talking about this before. Donald Trump also building his lead a little bit here, 60% of the votes in some of these lower counties, like down here in Wisconsin. They went for Joe Biden last time around. They are going for Donald Trump this time around. All right, let's take a look at these Senate races, too, in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin as well. In Pennsylvania, looks like Bob Casey is losing now to Dave McCormick here, a razor-thin margin, less than a point there, again, with 64% of the precincts reporting their votes so far. And again, remember, Bob Casey was favored by several points in most of the polls coming into this race. So this shows you how Dave McCormick and Donald Trump are both outperforming. I'm sorry, what's that, Brittany? Can you repeat that? Okay, so we're going to call California for Kamala Harris. A lot of Electoral College votes, but no surprise there. Let's go take a look at our national Senate map and head into Wisconsin, because Eric Hovde has just jumped into the lead by 1/10 of 1 percentage point right now. Again, this is a razor-thin margin, but a lot of the polls had Democrat incumbent Tammy Baldwin up by several points coming into the race. So it appears at this point that Eric Hovde, the Republican challenger in this race, is outperforming what the pollsters said. 58% of the votes have come in. Some of these southern counties in Wisconsin that went for Joe Biden in 2020 are going for Tammy Baldwin. But again, Eric Hovde is picking up some ground there in Wisconsin. So there's a look at the presidential races in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and those key Senate races as well. Bianca, back to you.
All right, John, thank you. And again, California, no surprise that it went to Kamala Harris, but clearly we are going to be calling races as they come in, and we are very glad to be calling right now. Idaho, we are calling Idaho for Donald Trump. The polls have just closed there, 11 o'clock on the East Coast, also closing Oregon and Washington and California. Idaho going to Donald Trump. Also is the state of Georgia, and we also called North Carolina earlier for Donald Trump. Let's get out to where some of the festivities are. Our John Huddy at West Palm Beach, where the Trump campaign has a watch party. John, you're having a lot of fun mingling with some of the people there in the room. So tell us, What are they saying about all the races being called for Donald Trump?
I wish I was mingling with all the people in the room. That would be wonderful. I've been able to slip off the riser here to go grab some chips and a Coke every now and again, and stretch my legs. But look, people are optimistic. They're excited. They're nervous. I've heard a lot of people say, man, I'm so nervous. I was talking to one Trump supporter who's been very active with the campaign here in Florida and really nationally, for that matter, particularly the get out the vote effort that Donald Trump has really been pushing, and this particular supporter has been involved. And she told me, I know we got to take a breath. I know we have to let the numbers come in. We have to be patient, but I want this to be over. I just want this to, end now, though most people understand that it could take some time. And, I think it's looking more and more, Bianca, John, like former President Trump is probably not going to come really within the next hour. We're getting close. We're less than an hour to midnight. So more than likely, if he when he does come here, and we're all assuming he will come here at some point, it's probably going to be in the overnight hours, very early morning hours, as we continue to get the results, and as it's really a toss-up in some of these states, including the blue wall states. But one of the things that we're seeing, that we saw here in Florida, particularly in Miami-Dade County, I talked about this earlier, I'm not going to go on and be redundant about it, but is a surge, is a big support among Hispanic, among Latino voters nationally, particularly in some of those blue wall states, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan as well. Again, even though it remains a toss-up, I understand that, but breaking down the numbers, we're seeing a lot of Hispanic, Latino voters voting for Trump. Not only here in Florida, but nationally as well. And in those blue wall states, this is something that I talked about last week as well, and really the last couple of weeks, John and Bianca, quickly. Since 2021, there's been a surge in illegal migrants in a lot of these areas, particularly those blue wall states. So the border crisis, Trump's message about fixing the border, about immigration, that's really resonated with people, as we're seeing, and I think we're seeing that, not only in Florida but nationally as well, along, of course, with the economy as well. You guys, back to you.
You're right. He had a news conference the other day at Mar-a-Lago and unveiled that ad with the mother of Jocelyn Nungaray, the 12-year-old from Houston who was found strangled. 2 illegals charged with her murder, and it was so powerful, and he's been playing it at the rally. So I think you're right, John, really putting another human touch on this, and Kamala Harris completely ignoring the border issue in the way to really explain why their open border policies are not a direct result of blood on their hands. John Huddy, thank you so much. Excellent job out there. Go mingle, please. It looks like you're at the party that everybody wants to be at, so enjoy it while you can.
Crunching the numbers.
Yeah, too busy crunching the numbers.
Yeah, so are we. Thanks, John. All right, maybe the party, some other folks are hoping will get a little more lively. James Rosen at Kamala's watch party. She is at Howard University of Washington, D.C., her alma mater. The first time there's been a presidential party on the college campus. So a first, maybe some other firsts we'll see here tonight. Not sure, James.
But it's close. But remember.
Well, it's a historic night for sure. However the vote turns out, I would describe the mood of this crowd as apprehensive. They haven't had a whole lot to cheer about in the last half hour or so. They cheered mightily when the big screen showing another network here at the Yard in Howard University flashed that the vice president had won her home state of California. They cheered when that network went to a live feed of the senator-elect from Maryland, Angela Also Brooks, a Democrat, was giving her remarks. But there is a certain sense of apprehension here, as they have seen on the network that's broadcast here, former President Trump maintaining slim leads in so many of these battleground states. Throughout this night, in fact, in the days leading up to Election Day, we heard so many times people saying, here's what to watch for. And indeed, there are so many things to watch for on a night like this. Here's something that no one else is telling you to watch for, but being that I cover the White House for Newsmax, I'm going to tell you should be watching this. It gives us a clue to how Vice President Harris and her team are viewing the returns tonight. Earlier in the day, the White House press pool, which is the group of reporters and photographers that are attached to the Vice President who go where she goes, they've been hanging out at the Vice President's residence pretty much all day, except for the brief period when the Vice President went over to DNC headquarters and worked the phone banks and thanked volunteers a little bit. We received notice earlier this afternoon that there was a lid. That's White House lingo for nothing's going to happen, no movement, no events until 9:45 p.m. Eastern Time. What that meant was the earliest that the Vice President might venture out from her residence at the U.S. Naval Observatory in Northwest Washington, just a few miles across town, and come over here to Howard University would be 9:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Well, that time came and went. And the latest we've heard from the press pool, and this is something to watch out for, is what's being reported by the pool attached to the Vice President, was at 10:18 p.m., almost an hour ago, Eastern Time. We were told by the pool that they have been gathered for potential travel, but they have no information, and they're just holding at the Vice President's residence. So in other words, the Vice President could have made her way over here if she thought things were going swimmingly well to give a victory speech anytime after 9:45 p.m. It's now well after 11 p.m., and there's no sign of movement from the Vice President's residence. Bianca.
Wow.
Wouldn't you like to be a fly on the wall at the Vice President's residence right now?
I would love to be, or maybe even Joe Biden.
Or Barack Obama.
I think they lost us.
Or anywhere. All right.
We got you.
James Rosen.
James, excellent job out there. All right, so she's not on the move, maybe because there's no reason to be on the move just yet.
I mean, again, it's like we were planning to be on the air with you until 2 a.m. this morning.
At least.
We're not going to know a lot of this for sure. And while we are reporting that a lot of this data is trending in favor of Donald Trump, we can't forget what happened on 2020. A lot of people went to bed thinking Donald Trump was going to win Wisconsin, and it didn't turn out that way. Let's talk about the race and where things stand right now, and welcome in a couple of our colleagues here. Host of The Pulse, David Harris Jr. Also back with us, host of The Leventhal Report, Rick Leventhal. Gentlemen, great to see you both.
Hey, guys.
Always great. Thanks, guys.
All right.
So Kamala Harris not on the move. She could be on the move. People are gathering. Obviously, we're looking at states that still are Michigan, Pennsylvania, Blue Wall. Polls just closed, obviously. We just called Idaho. Rick, set the scene for us where you're looking at things. Obviously, you're based out west, too. We weren't surprised that California went to Kamala.
No, that's not a surprise. And she's going to win probably the whole West Coast. But what is a surprise is that it's very likely that Trump could win potentially all of the swing states. And I've been watching the New York Times graphs, the needle, and they're giving Trump a 64 to 67 to 95% chance in every one of the swing states to win. They're predicting he'll get 301 electoral votes, and that he has an 89% chance of victory right now. It's a remarkable, remarkable performance on election night by Donald Trump. People turned out in droves, people who never voted before. And in Pennsylvania, for example, they signed up a record number of Amish voters. The Amish were upset with the Democratic-led government for a raid that took place on an Amish farm. And all these Amish voters signed up, and they voted for Donald Trump. And things like that can make a difference in some states. It's still too close to call, but the odds favor former President Trump becoming future President Trump.
Things like that, the garbage truck in Wisconsin, the McDonald's trip in Bucks County. These are things that you just seared into your memory.
Yes, and I want to have an Amish fantasy camp. Go to Amish country and live there for like 2 weeks, eat clean, churn butter, build a couple of barns. I think it'd be good for...
Get off the grid.
Yeah, get off the grid. Put the cell phone down. I think it'd be good.
After the election.
I think it'd be good for everybody. No, David, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm just fantasizing about my Amish fantasy camp. But anyway...
I think they would welcome you with open arms. They're like, oh, you've been covering the Trump campaign.
They probably
Come on
would.
in.
Yes, I got a strong back. I'd put in my hard work, and anyway.
I think they'd put you to work.
They would, and I'm here for that. All right, David, give us your assessment.
Yeah.
You know what we're talking about here, if these numbers hold up, is a real mandate for Donald Trump. You know, a mandate to do this mass deportation plan, a mandate to make America healthy again, a mandate to rebuild the military. Talk to us about what you think Donald Trump is going to focus on first.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'll answer that in a second, John. But I was just praying, because I am a man of faith. I wouldn't be alive today if it wasn't for God's grace and his mercy and people praying for me. I literally would not be alive today. And I remember in 2020, I remember hearing that Joe Biden was going to win, that he was going to take the Oval Office. However you want to talk about the outcome is really irrelevant because he did take the Oval Office. And I remember praying and saying, God, why would you allow this to happen? And I really remember really remember hearing him say, there's a silver lining. It's so people can wake up. You know, there's a Bible verse that says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will heal their land. And we've been humbled this last 3.5 years. As a nation, we've been humbled. Americans going through some of the hardest times, from right after the COVID to then just the economy tanking. Americans have been humbled, and I have been seeing people more than ever praying boldly. People like Russell Brand, that's given his life to Christ and is boldly proclaiming Jesus at every turn. People like Joe Rogan, who used to be a very avowed atheist, now actually having people like Kid Rock on his show and saying, you really believe in Jesus? And Kid Rock says, yes, absolutely. We've seen and heard more and more people over these last couple of years profess their faith and love for Jesus. And I truly believe that it's a spiritual battle that we're in, and that America and Americans have been waking up. We've been humbled. We've been seeking God's face. We've been praying. And we've been turning from even the wickedness of just apathy, even just apathy.
All right. I want to continue
cowardly.
this too,
that's actually
because
a sin.
We
and
have
so
more to
I
talk
believe
about
that's
with
what we're about to see.
We have more to talk about with what we saw in Butler, which I believe was a miracle as well. So we're going to get into that in just a moment.
Absolutely.
Real quick, stand by for 1 second, because that is so powerful and very, very moving. Bernie Moreno, though, just took the podium. He won his race in Ohio for senator. We want to dip in so we can listen to his victory speech here, gentlemen.
But I want to introduce you to my extended family, because as I like to say, we're overperforming Catholics. So I'm going to bring my siblings. If I can bring my siblings up on stage. Where are they? They're all over here. Let's give them a round of applause. I'm gonna say one last thing. You know, my mom and dad left the safety and security of knowing what they had when they left Colombia, South America. They didn't know what America would mean to them. They didn't know what it would mean to the 7 of us, but they did it anyway, because they knew that in America, whatever dream you have, whatever ideas you have, you can make come true if you're willing to work hard enough and persevere. And my mom and dad are not alive to watch this moment, but I know they're up in heaven watching down upon us and thinking, this is a great country. And they made the right decision. And I know for one person that my mom and dad would be looking down and saying, this is an amazing thing, is my sister, Vicky. We'd be so proud of you, Vicky, for everything that you've done. You've been kind of our substitute mom along the way. Look, Vicky, you were almost like my mom growing up, because both my parents worked really, really hard. So Vicky was the one who would make sure that I always stayed true to myself. My brother Luis, thank you for your leadership and guidance. I think Sherrod Brown and Chuck Schumer owe you a little bit of an apology, by the way. I don't think it will come. And to Jose and Alex and Richie, thank you so much for kicking the crap out of me when I was younger. I appreciate it. You made me tough. You made me tough. Hey, look, to all of you, we celebrate tonight not as Republicans. We celebrate tonight as Americans. And to the people out there in Ohio who didn't vote for me, just know that I will always advocate for you. I will always have your back, and I will work for the next 6 years to win you over. Because my responsibility is to the entirety of Ohio, and I will always work tirelessly to make certain that we do everything possible, that I work my tail off to make your life better. So to Ohio, to all the people I've met on the campaign trail, to the thousands and thousands upon people who prayed for me, prayed for Bridget, and kept us in your prayers. I can't tell you what this means. This is the greatest honor of my life to represent you in Washington, D.C., and I will not let you down. Thank you so much.
All right, that was Bernie Moreno, the new senator-elect from Ohio. He'll replace Sherrod Brown there in the Senate. And you take a look at these poll numbers coming in. Something started to change around the third week of October. Sherrod Brown had been favored there, but Bernie Moreno overtook Sherrod Brown in the polls. They were projecting Bernie Moreno to win 48 to 46%, but as you saw there, winning by 5 points, not 2 points. So this, again, is another example where we've seen Republicans outperform Democrats and outperform the polls, and also the coattails of Donald Trump.
He even said it's not about being Republican now, and he talked about the power of prayer. And I just want to go back to you, David, for a minute. I ran into Russell Brown at the RNC, and it is people like that coming back to Jesus, returning to faith, and I feel a spiritual revival in this country. And, you know, you listen to that small, still voice of God, and I just have to say, one of my favorite scriptures, Isaiah 43:19, it comes up when I'm, you know, just doing one thing or another. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland. I do feel like there is this moment in our nation where there's permission to talk about God and Jesus again. We just heard the power of prayer there, and I just wanted to share that as well.
Can I weigh in on this for a second? Because, you know, Governor Huckabee made that point also, that we were returning to American values, to true values, and I wonder how much Tim Walz hurt Kamala Harris. She had a terrible campaign, and she didn't answer questions, and she was awful in many ways. But Tim Walz, I think they thought maybe he checked the boxes that they needed. You know, a white guy who was in the military and he was a hunter, but they didn't know that he abandoned his troops. Maybe they didn't do their research. Maybe they didn't know he didn't know how to load a shotgun, and maybe they didn't pay enough attention to the fact that he made his state a sanctuary state for sex change operations for children. And these kinds of things, I think, really disturb most of America, but the Democrats thought that they had that in their back pocket, but they didn't. They underestimated the values of the rest of America. And now that Donald Trump might have the Senate and maybe the House, what a difference that could make in getting things done. They were sweeping his legs every chance they got when he was president in 2016. Now he might actually be able to and
an actual, you know, a real
his
professionally
agenda.
organized transition team that he has set up as well. That's going to make a huge difference when you think about all the disasters with Chris Christie leading the transition team last time and how that went awry. Our thanks to David Harris Jr. And Rick Leventhal as well.
Thank you both so much.
Sure. Thank you.
Right, let's bring in now Matt Schlapp, chairman of CPAC, and we can put those balance of power graphics back up there, because specifically with the Senate, when you look at Bernie Moreno, Republicans have now secured at least 50 seats in the United States Senate, and if Donald Trump does go on to win, J.D. Vance would be the tie-breaking vote in the U.S. Senate. Things are looking pretty strong, Matt. I know you were very optimistic, feeling good going into this evening. Give us your assessment on how you felt then compared to how you're feeling right now.
John, I'm a grizzled veteran. I don't know if I ever feel good, but that win with Bernie Moreno gets us to 51. So Chuck Schumer is officially out of a job. He has got more time, as I said earlier, to make those tofu patties on that fake grill. And look, I think there's a few more victories to come tonight in the Senate. My best counters were up a couple seats in the House, and I think if you're Donald Trump sitting down there in Mar-a-Lago, he hasn't really had any bad news yet. I mean, he's won all these states. They're close, but they've been trending close now for weeks. No disappointing news, but I want the W. I want to get this thing done. The downside is, and you both understand this, because of the ridiculous ways that these blue states are allowing different paths to vote, some of these paths take a long time to scrutinize. So like in the state of Arizona, we could be in a situation where we're taking days to look through a ton of mailed ballots to check signatures. Now, I want them to check the signatures, but why are we the only republic or democracy on the face of the globe that can't find out the winner election night? I'm not saying we won't know the winner tonight. I hope we will. But, you know, it's a little absurd that these blue states run elections this way.
Yeah, you know, we look at Like Donald Trump says, France, same-day voting, they know that
France,
night.
Argentina,
paper
Italy, all
ballots.
these places can do it in one day.
Everyone, Japan, Korea, everyone, all these, we do CPACs in all these continents, and they all say, why the heck do you run your elections this way? I say, you got to talk to Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom because, and the other thing is that they can't seem to get their act together on the simple process to use these systems that they have. My hat goes off to Ron DeSantis and Rick Scott in Florida. They made Florida voting after 2000, quick and painless. Look what Indiana does. Look what Kentucky does. Most of these red states, you get the answers. Most of the blue states, they want to go on and on.
Hey, Matt, you just had CPAC in Mexico, which was fantastic because obviously whoever takes control of the White House, Mexico to the south, our border, such a huge issue. And I know that that was a really fruitful, turnout for CPAC in Mexico as well.
And we're going next, Bianca. We're going to have CPAC Argentina with this great new president, Javier Milei, who's shaking things up and putting in all these economic reforms to get rid of their terrible runaway inflation. So, it's amazing, this populist conservative movement, it's wanted all over the world. People are watching what's going on in America. I know that we're very divided, but most people looking at America are saying, boy, those Trump years, how do we get that to work down here in my country?
Yeah, a lot of people pining for those good times, and they might be right around the corner.
Well, prosperity and freedom are things that people somehow enjoy and really want back desperately
And
these
maybe
days.
took for granted once upon a time.
And,
all right, Matt.
And woke socialism, not so much.
Yeah, not welcome, apparently, anymore. Matt Schlapp, great to see you.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, guys.
All right, our next guest is the president of the National Border Patrol Council, Brandon Judd. Brandon, great to see you as well.
It's good to be with you, and I'm sorry, I'm the former president of the National Border Patrol Council.
Fair enough. I stand corrected. Former president of the National Border Patrol Council. So, Brandon, give us your assessment on how you think the race is shaking out today.
Well, it's obviously going in his favor. It's going to go in his favor. And I think it's like what Matt just said. The United States, the citizens of the United States, they just don't want all this woke liberal stuff. And when you look at the border, this was an issue that he ran on successfully in 2016. The Democrats didn't learn. And so now he's running on it again. And this is an issue that resonates throughout the entire United States. In every single state in the country, this is an issue that is very important to the American people. They know that the safety and security of their children depends upon border security. If we don't have that, we're going to continue to have hundreds of thousands of people dying of fentanyl poisoning. We're going to continue to have murders by people that shouldn't be here in the country. We're going to continue to have rapes. We're going to continue to have larceny. All of these crimes that are committed by people that come to this country illegally, this is something that the American people is rejecting. Border security is extremely important. Donald Trump puts that at the forefront, and he's going to get it under control once he gets back in the White House again.
Yeah, it's an issue that did not have to be this out of control, right? Day one, what they did was dismantle. I've seen you out in the field. I've seen you with Donald Trump. Obviously, the state of Arizona still, we have the numbers up right now. Immigration's a big deal for them. They're right on the border, Brandon, but I'm not so sure everyone there gets it if they're transplants from California or what's going on, because there is, a question about how these people are going to vote. But at the end of the day, it's not just about the border. It's about all national security now. When you see what's happening and there's people from all around the world coming in, these aren't people who are even being vetted.
Yeah, they're not. And it's just simply because you cannot vet thousands upon thousands of people that cross the border illegally every single day. It's just impossible to do. And then when you put on top of the time constraints that Secretary Mayorkas has given Border Patrol agents, the amount of time that goes through, and then of course when you transfer them over to other organizations like Health and Human Services, this is a bureaucracy that doesn't need to be there. We can get this under control with proper policy, but this administration has completely and totally rejected everything like that. No, I was there. It was my job to try. It was an impossible job, but to try to convince this administration to put in proper policies that would allow us to secure the border. And for over 3 years, I beat my head against the wall, knowing that they just weren't going to do it. I couldn't give up. I had to continue to try, but I knew that they weren't going to do it, and sure enough, they didn't. And that's why we see all of the chaos that exists today. And what's really frustrating to every single Border Patrol agent is when we go to them and we stay within their own parameters. You know, these were what they said that they were willing to do, and then, of course, they rejected it out of hand because they thought that their base would reject them. This is an administration that just didn't care about the citizens of this country. They only cared about their base, and now we're seeing that widely the states are rejecting everything that this administration put in as far as it pertains to border security.
Well, we appreciate all the efforts, Brandon, and you still are making great efforts. We know you're in touch with the folks on the front line there, so keep up the great work. Brandon Judd, we're looking like could be some good news later this evening. Thank you so much for being with us, sir. We're going to take a quick break, and we're back with much more.
Yeah, I'm going to get another coffee. I don't know about you.
Why not? Let's do it.
We'll be back caffeinated right after this short commercial break. All right, welcome back to our special coverage. It's election night 2024, the day we've all been waiting for here. And let's go ahead, if we can, guys, take a look at my computer screen here and want to talk about Pennsylvania and Wisconsin as well. We take a look at Pennsylvania. We've been talking about Donald Trump's lead in the state. It has been slowly growing, not very much, but he has built a little bit of a lead, as you can see, almost 3 points in Pennsylvania right now. Similar situation in Wisconsin, almost has a 3-point lead there, and it has been razor thin all night. But it has been consistently, both of these states, consistently showing Donald Trump in the lead for about the last hour and a half. Also wanted to note, Michigan, just a moment ago, Donald Trump took the lead in Michigan. He's now up 49% to 48%. Again, less than a percentage point separates the two candidates. So these things are so tight. Also, if we look at Arizona here, Donald Trump is out to the tiniest of lead with 55% of the vote in, 49.7% to 49.5%. Very close margins in Arizona. 55% of the vote counted so far. But remember, Maricopa County, the most populous county in Arizona, we were told it's going to take a little while for them to finally count all the votes. So while we see Donald Trump winning Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, we do caution everyone that we've been warned that it could take a long time before the final results are in. But right now, Bianca, things are looking very good for Donald Trump.
Especially that blue wall, Wisconsin, Michigan. Let's bring in our panel now. We have the editor-in-chief at the Post Millennial, Libby Emmons, and also former Trump campaign aide and author of Wicked Game, Rick Gates. Welcome in. Great to have you with us. You know, you said it's election day, it's election night. Soon it's going to be election morning, and we are watching this. Rick, get into the head of Kamala Harris right now in the campaign, because all they can do is do what we're doing, is watch and wait.
Well, I think right now they're not making any more comments, and I think that they are watching the votes slowly slip away in a lot of the key states. And look, I think, over the course of the next 24, 48 hours, when they start analyzing things, they're going to realize that a lot of the things that have been discussed, what's going to happen with independents, where are they going to go, what about Latinos, what about black males, all of those now seem to be, trending true, not just across one state, so they're not one-offs, but they are, across multiple states. And so when you look at Georgia and North Carolina, I mean, we're going to be able to analyze this over the next, couple of days. This is all great news for Donald Trump. It means that his vision, his idea for where he wanted to take America resonated much more soundly than Kamala Harris's. So she's obviously not having a good night. It's going to be hard to explain a lot of the rationale for why Donald Trump was able to pull off what he did, given the adversity that he's been up against. So it's going to be fun watching the Harris team, and more importantly, let's see what Joe Biden's going to do. I heard it looked like he was binging on Netflix tonight, among other things. So we'll see what he has to say tomorrow as well.
There was a picture on X showing Joe Biden in a red suit going to vote, which people were like, oh, it's just interesting kind of fodder. But there you have it. Libby, I mean, women, female voters, Kamala Harris probably thought with this abortion issue she could get maybe the younger, the white, rich, liberal women in the suburbs. But I guess economy, safety of their kids, those are kind of things women care about as well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more things that women care about other than the right to kill their babies before they're even born. So I think that backfired spectacularly. It's also a hard sell for a lot of men who have daughters, who have wives, who have sisters, all of whom have mothers, who look at that and say, that's not the most important thing to the women in my life. The most important thing is the grocery bill, is making sure that they can get their kids to school, without breaking the bank on a tank of gas, and making sure that our crime is down in our communities and that our border is secure. So there's a lot more that women care about other than this one issue that Kamala Harris has staked her entire campaign on. And I think that's pretty great. We've been saying for a long time on the conservative side that just because you're part of some identity group and you check a specific box, that doesn't mean you vote as a monolith or that your interests are all, what they're prescribed to be by the powers that be and want them to be that way. So I think that's really great. And I'm glad to see that so many women did come out for Trump.
Yeah, and you got to wonder, Rick, where the soul searching begins for the Democratic Party. Obviously, they have made the entire thing about gender and identity politics. They pursued these woke ideas. You could talk about the border policy and how at the last minute Joe Biden signed these executive orders that actually did do a little bit to stem the flow of immigration after telling us for years that he needed Congress to act. And again, we caution that these numbers might not hold up, but things are trending very positively for Donald Trump. If he does win, do you think Democrats are willing to show a little contrition on some of these policies, or do they just double down on everything that they've stood for?
Oh, no, I think this is judgment day for the Democrats. And, if I were Republicans, I would just sit back for the next 48 hours and just let the Dems go at each other, point fingers, lay the blame. We don't even need to, really come out and analyze anything. And I think that when you listen to what the Democrats are going to say, there will be a lot of blame game. But there's going to be a lot of I think, conversations over the agenda, the policy issues, the inability of Kamala Harris to communicate those policies. I think, obviously, there will be a lot of second guessing on should she have been our nominee? Should we have done a primary or a convention, at least, to select somebody? There's going to be a lot of issues that are raised by the Democratic Party. I think that they'll try to quickly find a couple of people that can fill the gap. Obviously, I think Kamala, obviously she'll serve out as vice president, but, will kind of disappear from the national stage after that. And you'll see a new crop of Democrats, maybe Josh Shapiro, Pritzker, Murphy, others that will try to claim the mantle. But it's going to be a difficult time for Democrats to kind of explain among each other what happened in all this, because, we still got the Senate and the House to watch too. We haven't talked a lot about down ballot races. So those will be important. But I think all in all, the Democrats are going to do a lot of soul searching on their strategy and whether or not they were focusing on the right issues.
Sure. That makes a lot of sense. And, again, We are maybe a long way away from this thing actually being called, but again, Donald Trump now has a lead. He's above 50% in Wisconsin with 72% of the votes in Pennsylvania. He's above 50% at 51% now with 78% of the votes being in. Also showing a lead in Michigan now, a tiny little lead in Michigan with 40% of the votes coming in, leading in Arizona as well.
And not a surprise, California, we're calling the race for Adam Schiff. Now a senator, but that's, you know, Kamala also won California. We call that. Libby, we have about 10 seconds, but this is how it would break. We pretty much saw that. Even though California, though, so decimated, you know, the amount of tax people pay. There's been an exodus to other states like Nevada, but your just reaction there to California. We now have Shifty Schiff as the senator.
Yeah, can they censure Adam Schiff for lying about Ukraine once he gets to the Senate? I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah, maybe they should get on that. I think it's a shame, you know, we're going to have to deal with Adam Schiff ever again. But, you know, congrats to Mr. Schiff. May he continue to destroy things and lie from the Senate this time instead of just from the House.
Libby Emmons, Rick Gates, really appreciate your comments tonight. Thanks so much for being with us for our extended coverage. Still nighttime here, not 12 a.m. yet. State of the race. Thank you both.
Fun tonight.
Yeah, we will.
Good to see you.
And we are. They're having fun at the watch party right there. That is West Palm Beach. Right now, we're
still a lot of pensive faces out there. You know, again, we're waiting for these final results. We're kind of in this holding pattern right now because we know Pennsylvania and Arizona and some of these states take a very long time to count these votes. So this is the hard part.
It's the fun part too.
It's fun, yeah, but hard.
Yeah.
Hard work is good work. Someone said that a lot on the campaign
over and
trail.
over and over. All right, so let's take you out to the West Coast, where it is a little bit earlier there. We have Emmy-nominated journalist, author Jason Matera. He is live for us. Las Vegas, that is Clark County, Nevada. Polls closed there at 11 p.m. here on the East Coast. Jason, great to see you. Talk to us about the feeling and the sentiment in the room that you are in.
Yeah, great to see you, Bianca and John. We're at Sam Brown's watch party. He's trying to overtake the incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And the RNC officials that we spoke to, they have a cautious optimism, and that's because there's about a 40,000 vote lead Republicans have now on Democrats. Basically, they flipped the switch, meaning usually there's a speaker who is about to be introduced behind me. But basically, Democrats usually have the lead coming into Election Day, and now Republicans do, and Democrats are trying to play catch-up. So that's why there's a feeling of optimism. But as one RNC official told me, they want a lead that's too big to question, in their words. And they are dealing with the Harry Reid Nevada machine after all. So votes are still being counted. In fact, they can be counted up until Friday night and Saturday, if you can believe it. A long way to go, but things are hopeful for Republicans.
Well, hope is good. And, Sam Brown's an inspirational character. He's obviously, suffered the wounds of war and wears those publicly. And has just run a really inspiring race in Nevada. Jason, great to see you. Thanks for being with us. We'll check back in with you when we get some more news.
Thanks, Jason.
All right, let's welcome in our next guest, Newsmax contributor Christy Clark. Okay. Do we have Jessie Jane Duff? Okay.
So when you talk about Nevada and you look at Clark County, where there's so many people that you would think no tax on tips would be great. You know, you're working casinos and, bartenders, sort of the gig, economy, which you see a lot of in California as well. But, it's that Democratic kind of mentality here and sort of the Harry Reid machine where they have such a ground game. It's been sort of that muscle memory, and they know how to flex it. And that's what we were saying in these past few days. It was all going to be about a ground game. But you look at other states that you were talking about as we came back. When you look at Michigan, and we're looking at Wisconsin, where these are sort of now becoming must hold for Kamala Harris. Okay, Nevada, may not go Trump's way. That is, 6 electoral votes. You're looking at Wisconsin, you're looking at Michigan. These are not states that she can afford to lose.
No, absolutely not. And I think the other thing, too, that we're seeing from this is when you don't have a pandemic and everything that goes along with a pandemic, and when laws aren't changed, in the same degree at the last minute because of that, you see a more normal electorate, and you see people remember what life was like between 2016 and 2020. 2020 when Donald Trump was in office, short of the pandemic. There was, you know, a lot. When I traveled the country going to these Trump rallies, when you talk to some people that were there for the first time at a Trump rally, I think about the rally in Des Moines, Iowa, back in October of 2021, when Donald Trump was hinting about getting back out there and running again. These people were desperate for a return to the stability, the peace, the prosperity that they felt under Donald Trump, and I think that's part of what we're seeing tonight.
It is, and one thing I will say too, you know, sort of the twists and turns through this campaign and this election cycle, be it the lawfare, not 1, 2, 3, 4 indictments, but also sort of this coalition. Donald Trump right now, there's a picture that's being posted, and he's sitting next to Dana White. He's got Elon Musk, RFK Jr., who came across and is still on the ballot in Michigan. Okay, so like if there is some type of, you know, like they would not take him off the ballot even though he is not, you know, running. So we're going to go out to one of our reporters, John Huddy, who is getting sort of the flavor, feeling of the campaign for Trump right now. These are where folks will be waiting if Donald Trump comes out from Mar-a-Lago. John, can you hear us? We're getting him set up.
Yeah, I can hear you.
So tell us how the mood's changing. You know, obviously cautiously optimistic. It's still early in some parts of the country here. What are people saying to you there in West Palm Beach?
Well, yeah, we're starting to see some of the folks who are at the Mar-a-Lago party coming into the Palm Beach Convention Center here. I talked to one of the senior staffers on the ground here, trying to get a feel, trying to get a read on when potentially Trump is going to be coming here. You know, really, we don't know at this point. It's not looking like that's going to happen at least before midnight, as we're coming up to midnight here. So it's probably going to be in the overnight hours. But the feeling at Mar-a-Lago, from what we're hearing, from what I've been told, very good, very optimistic, and also here at the Palm Beach Convention Center, you know, his supporters are optimistic. They feel that this is going in the right direction. Every time a state is called for Trump, a big cheer, big roar goes up here in the crowd. It's getting a lot more busy. So there's definitely an increase in the energy and the excitement. However, people are still being optimistic. They understand there's still a ways to go, so they are cognizant of that. But some of the things we're looking at, and we've talked about this in some of the earlier hits, looking at the numbers, here in Florida, Miami-Dade County, the Hispanic vote, getting that Hispanic vote, winning Miami-Dade County by more than 10 points back in 2020. Trump lost by nearly 10 points. So that's a huge shift, and we're seeing that not only here in Florida, but we're seeing that in some of the battleground states, notably the blue wall states, the so-called blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, where exit polling showed a strong amount of support among the Hispanic, among Latino voters. So really, I think Trump's message, and we're seeing this nationally as well, about immigration, about the economy, is resonating with voters, but also about international issues, about the wars in Ukraine, in the Middle East. Keep in mind that Israeli intelligence show that Iran possibly is gearing up to launch another attack on Israel, and there have been some reports in the Israeli media that possibly that was going to happen today to coincide with the election. So people here in the room, people that I've talked to over the last few weeks, feel that not only are there so many things at stake domestically, but also internationally as well. Back to you.
John Huddy live for us at Trump campaign headquarters tonight in West Palm Beach. Thank you, John.
Let's bring in our panel now. Newsmax contributor Chrissy Clark, and also Executive Director of Veterans for Trump, Newsmax contributor Jessie Jane Duff, former gunnery sergeant. Let's talk about that, the national security concerns that we have in our country due to wide open borders, but also just the brewing conflict, the chance for a wider escalation because of Iran. Jessie Jane, I'll start with you. It could be just bluster, but there also is real credible assassination plot with Donald Trump to Iran, and we know this administration has been funding them.
Yes, this administration had sent billions of dollars to Iran. So then we consequently saw that the Houthis, the Hamas, and Hezbollah were making aggressive attacks against Israel. Those were credible attacks, estimates of attacks that could potentially happen on Election Day. That is actually true. I've heard that's from an internal source of my own, and up to November 6th. So it's not over. Basically, they were worried that it could happen anywhere in the days preceding or right before the election. But this is all a result of the Biden-Harris policies that enabled terrorism to basically rear its ugly head again, and we're all having this post-9/11 anxiety again. We can't get President Trump back into the White House soon enough.
I know today Netanyahu fired Yoav Gallant, so a lot of movements there happening in the Middle East.
Let's. I wanted to ask Chrissy Clark about something else, definitely a different topic. So we're going to change from foreign policy real quick. Chrissy and her husband did the Macarena recently as a celebration of Donald Trump. It was one of my favorite things I've seen on social media. It was absolutely adorable. But Chrissy, you were one of the voters that the Harris campaign thought maybe wouldn't show up for a guy like Donald Trump. We heard so many Democrats warning young women like you that your life would be in jeopardy if Donald Trump were to win. And again, we're not calling his victory yet, but he is in a lead. And tell us about your choice, why you went with Donald Trump, and your evolution, in politics.
Yeah, this really wasn't my first choice, in all honesty. I've really evolved from my decision to not vote for Donald Trump in 2020 to now voting for him and proudly voting for him in 2024. But I really do hope that young women out there see the lies that the abortion lobby is pushing. They've spent 6 times the amount of any pro-life group to lie to young women and tell them that they are not going to have the same rights when they wake up tomorrow, when in fact Donald Trump has promised no such thing. Now, thankfully, I do think that there were organizations out there that were able to get the message out to young women saying that Kamala really can't do much for you if she does somehow eke this out and win the election. So I am hopeful that there are young women that are waking up to this, but I guess time will tell when we see those gender polls and demographics tomorrow.
Abortion is such a wedge issue, and you're right. And the media has worked in concert to sort of gaslight Americans too. And so it's this, cacophony of voices in that, liberal stream that is never ending, Jesse Jane. But it's not even just about abortion. He's going to lock you up. He's a fascist. He's a Nazi. I mean, talk about an insult too to Jewish Americans. They're saying, just throwing around this word. All of this smearing somebody because he's an existential threat to the system that replaced Biden and put in Kamala Harris.
Right. They didn't even have an election for her. She basically was selected, not elected. And Americans are very well aware that their lives were in a better standing when he was president of the United States than they were when Harris and Biden were in the White House. They understand this difference. And abortion has been propped up at a level where we have to get away from this normalization that we have, because we have some of the most aggressive abortion policies in this country that were under Roe v. Wade. Compared to the rest of the world, it was almost borderline barbaric, and it became normalized in the United States. I think valuing life is something we can have a conversation about now without being blasted as being too toxic. But President Trump has proven that he is somebody that is willing to work with all Americans. For here he got the vote from Muslim Americans, often in Michigan. He got their endorsements, I should say, and then Jewish Americans on the other hand. It's as if he's like Abraham himself. He, in fact, is expecting a grandchild that will be of Arab descent with his daughter Tiffany, and he has Jewish grandchildren with his daughter Ivanka. I mean, you couldn't write a better script for this. And as everybody has said, this is the greatest comeback, because the mere fact is President Trump was blasted by the left to a point where they overplayed their hand. People weren't buying it anymore because it was just such an over-exaggeration that now they have taken words that should have had some value, like racism or Nazism or Marxism, and watered them down to a man that did nothing but make this country more solid, more prosperous, more secure, and more safe. And now we're going to go back to that.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, I've been watching this Michigan race back and forth while we've been talking here, and it's seesawed back and forth. Donald Trump now is back in the lead, still holding his lead in Pennsylvania, still holding his lead in Wisconsin, still holding his lead in Arizona as well, and we'll watch.
Well, it's still early. It's only 11:52, so we still have a ways to go. Grab your coffee, much more ahead. Chrissy Clark, Jesse Jane, thank you for your thoughtful comments. It is great to see both of you ladies, as always.
Thank you.
So much at stake, not just for this nation and national security, but we talk about global, the war, the world on fire. Donald Trump here, no new wars, and we are watching Michigan, but this blue wall here, we have not heard much from the Kamala campaign.
They don't have anything to say.
Said that she could have moved as of 9:45. There was clearance. Rick Leventhal, host of the Rick Leventhal Report right here on N2, is going to join us, but no, still very quiet. And I said it's early. I'm somewhat being facetious. It's not early, but it's actually not that late yet. We knew we would be in for a long haul this historic election.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like we're going to get an official decision tonight. That's what I'm hearing, at least, that we may not know for sure until sometime tomorrow. They're still counting votes in many states, and the accounts won't be official until then. But it certainly looks like Trump is in a pretty commanding lead. And I started to talk about his rallies earlier. He held the most incredible, entertaining, and energetic rallies, and he proved to people who were maybe doubting his age that he can handle it. He's got amazing energy, and he knows how to work a crowd. He, I think, won a lot of people over by continuing to perform, to show up and fill arenas and talk to people and entertain them, but also share his vision for the future. And that vision resonated with a lot of Americans. If Donald Trump actually wins the popular vote against all odds and against all projections, wouldn't that be a remarkable thing?
Yes, it would. And I love that, he has so much energy. He landed at 5:35 this morning after doing 4 rallies in 3 battleground states. He landed in West Palm Beach. It was funny because during the campaign at one point when Kamala was getting really desperate, she started to say how tired he was. And this was before they went back hardcore on January 6th and abortion. But remember, there was that window where she's just like, he's exhausted. And she was doing no campaign events, and he was doing so many.
Yeah.
And it's like, we don't believe your lying eyes, just like the cheap fakes. Everything they say is it's just gaslighting American people. And that was really, really something to see when she was trying to say how tired Donald Trump was. At one point, she said he canceled. He's like, I didn't cancel any interviews. She was the one who was ducking the media. And ducking the media she did. Not one news conference. Not one news conference. And she would be the first candidate if she was able to pull something like this off with ever doing that.
Yeah, I think that was a huge miscalculation and a huge mistake. Well, obviously now it looks like it was. But the fact is, I don't think she could have handled a real press conference. I don't think she could have handled all of those questions. She proved that she can't. She proved that she couldn't answer questions on the fly. She couldn't answer direct questions. She had to, hem and haw and then go back to her standard campaign speech. She wasn't prepared to be president. She's not prepared to be president. She proved that in the way that she handled the press. You have to put yourself out there. You have to be willing to answer questions. She should have held a press conference if she was a viable candidate on the very first day when they handed her the nomination. She should have gone out there, said hello to everybody, answered everyone's questions, told everyone where she stands and where she wants to lead the nation. But she was afraid to do it, and her people were afraid to put her out there because I think they knew that she couldn't handle it.
And the legacy media didn't force her to do it either.
Yeah,
they
did.
You're right. You're 100% right.
They
Because
did.
a free and fair press obviously is not something we have here in America right now. We have a propaganda industrial complex, maybe not for long, though. And obviously that's why Newsmax, our ratings are soaring, because people know you're getting truth, transparency, just like Elon buying X. And now he is their enemy because he's restored the town square.
Well,
yeah,
I don't know.
He posted about an hour and a half ago. He said, "Game, set, match." Elon Musk. So he's there at Mar-a-Lago.
I know. I'm looking at him.
He's feeling very
amazing.
confident.
The guy's amazing. He's amazing. And, he is one of the smartest men in the world, the richest man in the world. He does build rockets. He did revolutionize the car industry with his Tesla. And maybe we shouldn't all drive electric vehicles, but it's good to have some of them. And it's good to have a guy who's that smart with you to help you make smart decisions for the future of this country.
I think I've watched the clip of the rocket coming back from space and being caught in the little landing thing. It's like I think
So
I've watched
many
it
cool
maybe 100 times. I just can't get over it.
You know, and giving away $1 million to voters too, and they tried to shut that down.
I thought that rocket video was being played in reverse. At first I didn't believe it.
Me too. I still watch it. I was like, is this real?
Yeah.
I got to go see it in person. That's on my
I was like, is it really doing that? Like, did he really do that? It's remarkable. And, you know, I don't want to repeat myself, but the guy is obviously brilliant.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump's brilliant.
People.
And he ran a great campaign, and he put himself out there.
Rick, I'm getting a hard rap here from you.
Okay.
We're going to have you back, though. We got Rick with us throughout the evening. We got to get to a commercial break here. You know how it works.
Pulling an all-nighter, Rick. We're going to take a break.
We got to pay the bills here. All right, don't go anywhere. Our election night coverage continues right here on N2. We'll be right back.
Abraham Lincoln began the war between the states with a single stated purpose: to preserve the Union. So it surprised everyone when in July of 1862, President Lincoln announced his intentions to issue an Emancipation Proclamation to free the Southern slaves. Lincoln was urged to delay his proclamation until the Union Army could boast a battlefield victory. That opportunity came at the Battle of Antietam, when Union forces drove Lee's army out of Maryland. 5 days later, on September 22, 1862, President Lincoln issued the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, stating slaves in those areas still in rebellion within 100 days will be freed. This action made slavery the focus of the war and ultimately caused France and England to withdraw their support of the South. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV.
We welcome change and openness, for we believe that freedom and security go together. There is one sign the Soviets can make that would be unmistakable, that would advance dramatically the cause of freedom and peace. General Secretary Gorbachev, if you seek peace, if you seek prosperity for the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, if you seek liberalization, come here to this gate. Mr. Gorbachev, open this gate. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
All right, welcome back to our election night coverage. John Bachman alongside Bianca De La Garza. We're going to get out to James Rosen, who's at Howard University in Washington, D.C., the Harris campaign watch party. We'll check on the vibes there in just a moment. But we do want to update you on the Senate races across the country and the projection. Republicans were expected to take back control of the Senate. It looks like we're getting very close to that type of situation. Let's go ahead and take a look at the map here of these Senate races. And we're going to start in Pennsylvania, where Dave McCormick has opened up a 2-point lead on Bob Casey right now, with 79% of the vote counted so far in Pennsylvania. But again, we are expecting significant delays for the final call in Pennsylvania. And Mike Rogers now has opened up the tiniest of leads in Michigan in that Senate race against Alyssa Slotkin. He has a 0.3 of a percentage point lead there in Michigan. As we move to Wisconsin now, Eric Hovde is very close to getting 50% there. He has almost a 2-point lead on Tammy Baldwin, the incumbent Democrat in that state. And again, we're starting to see maybe some effects of the Donald Trump coattails in a state like Wisconsin and Michigan as well. As we move further west to Montana, another key pickup for Republicans. If they can keep this lead, it looks like they're going to be able to do that. Tim Sheehy is out to a commanding lead from John Tester. Only 15% of the vote is in Montana, but Tim Sheehy, as expected, has opened up a bit of a lead there. Now, as we move down to Arizona, a different story there. We see Ruben Gallego, the Democratic congressman. He has a lead above Kari Lake, 52 to 45%. 45%, and there's 54% of the vote in. So there's an overlook of where things stand in these U.S. Senate races. And the balance of power, Republicans do need 51 seats in the United States Senate to gain control. We're also going to see a difference in the leadership in the Senate. There's that hotly contested race to see who's going to replace Mitch McConnell as a GOP Senate leader. So we'll see how that all shakes out if Republicans can maintain these leads.
And I think you also may not have mentioned, too, Bernie Moreno winning.
Yes, in Ohio.
We watched some of his
And Deb Fischer, too, also
tonight
was just declared the winner in Nebraska, too. So those two pickups. We were talking about the state still open, but Deb Fischer has secured a victory in Nebraska, and Bernie Moreno, as we reported earlier, has secured victory in Ohio. Rick Scott also winning in Florida, too, in a race, and then Ted Cruz in Texas as well. All right, so there's some other victories. You see the red on the map there. Those are the Senate races. Republicans, as expected, picking up some seats tonight.
We want to now go out to our chief White House correspondent, James Rosen, who is at the Kamala watch party at her alma mater, Howard University. We hear the crowds. We don't see them, but they're starting to filter in behind you because they're off to the side there. James, you were saying that there wasn't really there was some anxious, feelings there. Tell us what the sentiment is right now. I know you said after 9:45 she could have come to where this location is.
Right. We've received no additional word from the White House press pool, the group of reporters and photographers who are attached to the vice president. They have been holding since around 4 p.m. at the vice president's residence, the U.S. Naval Observatory grounds in Northwest Washington, ever since the vice president returned from her unannounced visit over to DNC headquarters. And we have not received another update from the White House press pool since 10:18. And that was only to say that they were holding and they had no further information. It seems very clear that if Vice President Harris wanted or saw that there was an opportunity to declare victory tonight, she would already have been over here at Howard University. The crowd here has seen how former President Trump has maintained a lead in the Electoral College vote count the entire evening. They have seen on the giant jumbotron that has been broadcasting CNN here that he has maintained these leads in almost all of the battleground states, and that is wearing on this crowd. They've also been standing, I should point out, since around 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Some of these folks have been standing for 7 to 8 hours. Just looking out at the crowd right now, I can tell you it has not thinned out at all. They are assembled in front of Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall here on Howard University, waiting for their candidate. And there's no indication that they're going to be seeing that candidate anytime soon. We also know, by the way, that President Biden, the forgotten man in tonight's balloting, the spectral figure brooding over at the White House, has been making more phone calls. He placed a congratulatory phone call to Angela Brooks, the victorious Democratic Senate candidate in Maryland, and he's also called a number of mayors-elect and governors-elect throughout the evening. But there's no question about it. I've been through previous election nights where, for example, let's say 2012, where President Obama held a commanding Electoral College lead over Governor Mitt Romney the entire evening, and you can see that wear on a crowd. That's sort of what the vibe is here. And frankly, it seems the organizers aren't necessarily liking what they're hearing from the jumbotron that is broadcasting CNN here in the yard at Howard University. We know that because they keep turning off the sound and returning us to the steady diet of hip-hop and rap that you can probably hear behind me right now.
All right, James Rosen, thank you for the ground update there. We'll continue to watch that. And also just in New Mexico is being called for Kamala Harris. Not a huge surprise. Donald Trump had gone to Albuquerque last week to try to see if he could, pick up something there. But again, New Mexico tonight will go Kamala Harris's way. Yeah, and James reporting there in not any kind of cheers from the crowd. They're not watching intently. One of those things that was expected to happen. Not a big surprise, like some of the results we're getting in other places for Donald Trump. All right, national correspondent Lana Austin is tracking the developments around the country, specifically as it relates to election integrity. She's joining us live now from Washington, D.C. with an update on all of that. Good evening, Alana.
Hi, good evening, John and Bianca. And so, thankfully, according to numerous national security officials, they are saying there is no evidence of tampering with the votes, any type of foreign election interference with the actual vote process, counting those ballots. However, we know there were a number of hoax bomb threats that came in to various polling locations, causing disruptions temporarily, and numerous officials at the state and federal levels tracing that back to Russian domains, but no credible threats at this point. Now turning to the balance of power, there are a couple of GOP flips making it more and more likely that the Republicans will take control of the U.S. Senate come next year. We want to look at Ohio and West Virginia. Those are two states that heading into election night, Republicans were feeling confident that it was potential to flip there. So Jim Justice and Bernie Moreno expected to come to Washington, D.C. now. We're also tracking that Montana Senate race with Tim Sheehy, as the Republicans had long been hoping to unseat Senator John Tester as well. Now, we also know, looking at the House, there's some interesting developments there. Republicans have had that razor-thin majority that had been in jeopardy for some time. And really, in the final days and weeks of the campaign season, we had been hearing that there were concerns about New York Republicans. It looks as though Congressman Brandon Williams, according to numerous projections, has been unseated by the Democrat candidate in that. There was also Democrat Shamari Figures winning in Alabama's newly drawn second congressional district in the Mobile area. And then, interestingly, looking at Guam, those were some of the first results that were coming in because of the time difference there. And the Republicans actually flipped a non-voting delegate from the Northern Mariana Islands. So that representation, the makeup anyway, would be changing there. But there are still dozens of House races at this point that are going to be quite close. And so even though projections from decision desks say it could potentially be looking as though the Democrats have a chance at taking control of the House, that still remains to be seen. John and Bianca, good to be with you tonight.
Great to be with you as well, Alana, doing a great job for us. Make sure nothing falls through the cracks tonight. We got it all covered.
We do.
And I also have an update from my sources at Mar-a-Lago. Apparently, Donald Trump is on the move, headed towards the convention center. So we might hear from Donald Trump.
With his entourage of Elon and Dana White.
Yes, Elon, Dana White, everyone.
Sounds like a bunch of winners, doesn't it?
It does. And so we might hear from Donald Trump pretty soon, and he obviously feels more confident about where he stands at this point than Kamala Harris, who James Rosen has reported is not going anywhere.
John's always got the good intel there with his Mar-a-Lago crew. And you know where they'd be going is to where our next guest is, former Speaker of the House in Oklahoma, and Newsmax contributor T.W. Shannon joining us now from West Palm Beach. How's it going, T.W.?
Bianca, it's great. We're here in the convention center. I tell you what, the enthusiasm is still great as the numbers come in. People realize that people are saying no to Kamala Harris' open border. They're saying no to inflation, and they're saying no to endless wars. I just think this is going to be a good night for Donald Trump. I think there's a lot of concern, though, about the House. I don't think we're going to know for 2 weeks. I was looking at a map. We're probably not going to know the outcome of the House of Representatives because the seats that matter, I think it could be 2 weeks before we know about the House. But the Senate's looking good for Republicans. I think it's still going to be a good night for the Republicans.
Panning out that way, and we're just waiting to see if these leads hold. As you indicated, TW, it's going to be a while before we know definitively on these places. But again, Donald Trump has about a 2-point lead in Pennsylvania. Michigan, similar story. Wisconsin, similar story. Arizona, similar story. Senate race is a little bit different, though. But TW, I just found out that Donald Trump might be on the move from Mar-a-Lago to the convention center. I know a lot of folks are going to be very excited to see him show up. Have you heard anything? Is there any indication that the situation is changing, the security posture getting a little more strong there at the convention center?
Yeah, you see a lot of movement from Secret Service. People are starting to move to the front of the stage. So I think that anticipation is real. And I think when we get here, what we've seen Donald Trump do that's really amazing, John, he has transformed the Republican Party into the party of the working class man and woman. And what we've seen the Democrats do, they really doubled down on college-educated women. They went all in on abortion. They think that was the target to win. And American people are saying we care about inflation and we care about the border. And those are the issues. But unfortunately, the Democrats went a different direction. And I think they're going to pay the price for it, not just tonight, but I think long term this is going to be a problem because the Republican Party is now the party of the working class man and woman.
It is.
That's a winning combination.
Even with, you know, the garbage costumes we saw on Halloween, and I saw a picture earlier of someone walking around in the convention center with a hat with the French fries on it, you know, taking the McDonald's, you know, moment. But it really encapsulates a feeling of people saying, like, we're Americans. We will have the country, not the elites, the referendum on establishment Washington. And I love that they were sort of, frankly, more joy in that room that we see than over at Howard University. And they were all about the joy, TW.
You know, Bianca, I think you're exactly right. And the problem with the Democrats and the Kamala Harris campaign, they're so tone deaf. They've become the party of the elite, and they don't even know it. I mean, you think about every time they roll out these celebrity endorsements, these are billionaires and millionaires. And, you know, you think about the Barack Obama endorsement where he chastised black men and told us we had to all get in line and vote for Kamala Harris because she's a black woman. What they missed is Barack Obama is no longer the cool guy from the south side of Chicago. He's the rich guy from Martha's Vineyard, and that's a very different model that they're just not used to. They remind me of the Republicans 15 years ago, where Republicans were somewhat out of touch and we didn't know it. Now the Democrats are dealing with that. We are the party of the working class, and that is a winning model long term for the next 3 elections, I think.
Don't forget Hawaii, because he has neighbors like Oprah and Mark Zuckerberg. I mean, it's not just Martha's Vineyard.
And Georgetown in Washington, D.C.
And Georgetown. I mean,
have
come
3
on now.
mansions.
And a great Netflix deal.
Well,
so there you go. Thanks, TW.
And they love to bring up Elon Musk, but he's a different animal. Elon Musk is a cool guy that, you know, relates to the American people in a very different way.
Keep a lookout. John Sources says he's on the move to where you are, TW. So thank you.
Excellent.
Elon Trump.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right, Ed Henry joining us now from our New York newsroom. He's been working hard up there, and you know the gang's all back now. We were at the RNC together when you know we saw Donald Trump come out with the bandage in his ear. You know, we didn't know that week that Joe Biden would be kicked off the ticket. Kamala's in, and here we are. What a historic election cycle, and you know what we're watching now truly feels like something that is palpable with the realignment, you could say, Ed, but something's going on with Republicans, and it is the working man's party.
Yeah, memory. You started to bring me down memory lane. You know, I'm thinking about all we've been. That's right, the 3 of us, what we've been through together. But I know you're killing it tonight. Been bouncing back and forth between the channels. We've got a great team. You guys are killing it. And what I think I'm seeing, as I'm sure you are, Matt Schlapp said to us on Newsmax a couple moments ago, look, Republicans have not had a disappointment yet. And I think that sums it up. You look at these Senate races. Ted Cruz is reelected after all of the tens and tens of millions of dollars Chuck Schumer and the Democrats spent. And then one Democrat incumbent senator after another seems to be going down. Ohio, for example. We'll see about that open seat in Michigan. We'll see about the Democrat incumbents in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. But I got to tell you, as I'm looking at this, if Donald Trump is now trending, as you see, as a potential victor, and there's a lot more votes to be counted in Michigan, I think Mike Rogers, the Republican, obviously has a pretty darn good shot at winning the open Senate seat. Wisconsin, Donald Trump now taking somewhat comfortable lead, actually, given that these are like 50-50 states with 80% in. A 4-point lead is a lot more than people expected in what the media called a 50-50 race. So it is not there yet, but it feels like Donald Trump is breaking ahead. We see the electoral vote count. Again, a lot more to be counted. We don't want to get ahead of it, but there hasn't been a dramatic loss for the Republicans yet in any of the states like Georgia or North Carolina on the presidential level, or in any of the Senate battles like Ted Cruz. The Republicans so far are on a roll.
All right, Ed, they're telling me I got to thank you. I didn't get to ask you a question, unfortunately, but I'll call you the next commercial break. We'll hash it out, I guess. We got to move on. I guess you got to get back over to N1.
Well, my boss, Aaron, said I got to go back to work. All right.
Yeah, all right.
Okay. All right. You are needed. You are being summoned elsewhere to another studio.
I'm going to text Ed a meme right now. That's what we do. That's what we just text. We don't even talk. We just text memes back and forth. All right, we'll see you soon. All right, let's welcome in now from the Post Millennial and host of the Ari Hoffman Show, Ari Hoffman, and also back with us, host of Common Sense Central, Dan O'Donnell, two of the original OGs. Been talking to Dan and Ari for a very long time. I think I've known them for close to 10 years, and we got to meet for the first time in Milwaukee at the RNC. So
that was great.
It was a lot of fun to see you guys. But I'm going to start with you, Dan. Give us your best assessment of the situation on the ground in your home state of Wisconsin right now.
Well, it seems like Donald Trump is on the cusp of putting this away. There are about 70,000 mail-in votes that are not going to be counted in the city of Milwaukee because of an issue with some vote tabulators. It doesn't seem to be an election integrity issue, but just the seal was broken off of them, and just out of an abundance of caution, about 30,000 ballots were recounted. So we're not going to have the city of Milwaukee's results, and obviously that's overwhelmingly Democratic, until about 3 or 4 in the morning. So it's going to be a long night for me. That said, Trump right now is up 200,000 votes. Even if 100% of the expected ballot dump from Milwaukee goes to Harris, Trump is still comfortably ahead. That's probably also good news for our Senate candidate here, Republican Eric Hovde, who is leading by about 57,000 votes over Democratic incumbent Tammy Baldwin. I am a little surprised by this. Wisconsin right now looks to be quite possibly the safest of the 3 upper Midwest states for Trump, and could very easily be the one that puts him over the top again, as it did in 2016.
Yeah, if you move that to the column for Donald Trump, things get a lot more interesting for Kamala Harris as well.
They sure do. It's always been so tight in Wisconsin, too, so you're used to having late nights on election night. You know, Ari, let's talk about Michigan as well, because, you know, right now, Mike Rogers is also looking like he's neck and neck, so the Senate also there as well. But her stance when it comes to Gaza, sharing different messages depending on where you live. And the Michigan voters, the Arab American, the Muslims in Dearborn, have this sort of, you know, going towards Donald Trump, saying we don't trust her at all.
I think they can see how inauthentic she is. I think they can see that when she's telling different things to different people, she's not the real deal. But as important as that is, and I don't want to take away from it at all, let's not forget all the auto workers who lost jobs because they were sent to other countries. Joe Biden and the Democrats were talking about a Green New Deal, and a whole bunch of those EVs are not being built in the United States of America. They're being sent to other countries. They talked about the Ford Lightning, which Joe Biden was driving. I don't know why you let Joe Biden behind the wheel, but as he's driving that thing, they were shipping the jobs off to Mexico. The average worker in Michigan says enough is enough. When are these jobs going to come back home? Now you factor in what's going on overseas, how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's record overseas has been a colossal disaster on foreign policy. They refunded the Palestinian Authority. They lifted sanctions from Iran. They refunded UNRWA. They have the blood of the October 7th victims on their hands. And I think right now, the people who have relatives in Gaza that are the ones who are suffering under Hamas, under their rule, and don't get to vote in an election like we do, have had enough also.
You're right. The auto workers, Gaza, also the black vote in Detroit as well. I mean, there's a lot of factors playing into Michigan. But here we are, the blue wall. These are must-holds for Kamala Harris. This is probably a nail-biter for her. We haven't seen her, of course. She's been
out of sight, out of mind, kind of. Not really out of mind, but out of sight for sure. Definitely. All right, thank you, guys. Great to see you as always.
So good to see them.
Dan, have a cup of coffee. It's going to be a late one for you, too.
5.
All right, we're going to have an after party, too.
What's the big thing that we all ate at the RNC? We lost Ari. What was the cuisine?
The cuisine.
What did we eat? What did we order? Was it bratwurst?
I had a lot of bratwurst
Okay, there
at that
you go.
Mater's place, which is just, you know, the cool thing about the RNC is they had food inside the compound, so it was great. Anyway, let's welcome in now Bruce Lavelle, Trump campaign surrogate and former small business advocate for the Trump White House. Bruce, he's in Florida, not in Atlanta where we normally see him, but some of the big news tonight, Bruce, specifically in your home state of Georgia, is how well Donald Trump did with black men in that state. Talk to us about that.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. I'm really excited. This is number 9 for now, right now. But listen, I was never worried about Georgia. I did talk to the president twice today. Obviously, I was with him earlier. But also, when I saw him in Atlanta, actually open for a rally at Georgia Tech Arena, he asked me again. I said, look, we're going to at least be 2 to 3 points. We're going to win. And the answer to your question on the black man vote, if you want to say the black male vote, that's trending and very strong for President Trump, not just Georgia, but all across the country, is that it's real, and these guys are pretty much fed up. The campaign, as President Trump has challenged, he challenged black culture especially. Look, I ran his diversity coalition. I know this game. He challenged it back in 2016. What the heck do you have to lose? And so a lot of these guys are not with Kamala, and they're with Trump. And so it's really going with someone that they knew who he was all along. But, the media, the left media, they went after him and created him to be some kind of racist and all this other stuff. The truth got out that he wasn't, of course. I knew that. And so they're starting to see this. And they're like, he says, are you better off now than you were when I was in office? And they were like, Trump's about that money, man. I'm voting for him. So, yeah, it's a lot of excitement. We're going to deliver Georgia. You see that. I'm very, very confident about that. Extremely.
Bruce, we've seen so much lawfare with Donald Trump, the weaponized government, and Americans see right through it. But what is happening in Fulton County? Fani Willis, the DA, wins re-election. Now, I know in December there's sort of a hearing to see whether or not she'll lose her, bar license. But tell us about why Fani Willis would win a re-election.
Well, listen, it's a very stronghold in her area in Fulton County. I'm very optimistic that obviously that's going to get overturned, obviously, because, listen, the First Amendment, you have the right to challenge, you have the right to ask a question about an election. We all know that. We know that that's going to get thrown out. But, I'm very perplexed, too. It's like, listen, Fani Willis has spent millions and millions of dollars on President Trump and has avoided to take care of other cases that murders, rapes, all kinds of things that created a backlog in Fulton County that's putting a dire distress on the jail system as it is. We all know about that. So, I feel very confident that that will obviously be overturned also, but I'm shocked myself on how this person could do this and come right back around and win an election. So I'm puzzled just as much as you are, Bianca.
Well, that mugshot that they wanted so bad turned out not to be the defining image, but perhaps the McDonald's fry cook or the garbage truck. So I think Donald Trump gets the last laugh there, Bruce Lavelle, and always great to see you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks, John. Thanks, Bianca.
Good to see you, Bruce. All right, let's bring in now host of The Pulse, David Harris, back for more. David, I don't know if you've had a chance to check out some of the other networks and how they're covering this, but the recriminations have apparently started. I just saw something from NBC News, and they're on the topic now of was it the right decision to replace Joe Biden? We're going to talk, too, about Tim Walz. If these results hold up, Trump has a lead in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona. If this holds up, you can talk about, too, the question of her selection of Tim Walz as her VP pick, a guy who was busted basically as a pathological liar throughout the entire campaign. And you think about Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania, would he have been a better pick? And I had some sources telling me that Josh Shapiro didn't want this job. He treated the interview like he was interviewing Kamala Harris and may have wanted to punt for a better time to run for higher office. I don't know about that. Those are just some of the reports I had. But let's talk about some of these choices that were made by Kamala Harris to be VP, who would be her VP, how she ran her campaign, and the results we're seeing now, David.
Well, I mean, again, Joe Biden ran his campaign from the basement in 2020 and took the Oval Office. I think that Kamala was trying to use that same playbook. She was hardly giving speeches. She wasn't giving press conferences. She didn't give any long sit-down, long-form interviews. And then she went and picked Tim Walz. Tampon Tim Walz. I mean, the guy put tampons in boys' bathrooms. Are you kidding me? How can you pick somebody that did that to school kids, boys, and then expect for any sane American to take you seriously? Yet that is exactly what they thought that they could get away with. They thought they could pick somebody somebody that's very, very, we'll say, sketchy with his history with China and how many times he's been there. He lied about where he was for the event that happened in China. He lied about his service record. He went AWOL and literally left his platoon, left his crew before they were shipped out. I mean, the guy is just nothing good from this guy, and that's who Kamala picked. But again, she didn't fall too far off the coconut tree, as she likes to say, from Joe Biden. Because look at Joe Biden's record. What did Joe Biden do in the last 3.5 years that was good? Nothing. And what did Kamala say when given the opportunity? Kamala, would you do anything different the last 3.5 years? No. Are you kidding me? I mean, common sense slaps that woman and Tim Walz in the face every single day. And Americans saw it, they heard it, they hear her word salads, and they said, why in the world would I trust and entrust the future of our country in the hands of tampon Tim Walz and Kamala Harris, whichever accent she has, depending on who she's talking to. Just all fake.
Yeah.
Nothing real, nothing genuine, and nothing to offer.
Yeah. I think, too, of course, there'll be the Monday morning quarterbacking, when we see how this all shakes out. And we're still waiting for Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, so other battleground states. But I think there'll also be a look just from 2022 to what we know now. Hunter Biden censoring the laptop, the media's involvement, Elon Musk buying X, and sort of this sense in the world where we have leaders who aren't leading, and they are actually do they really have Americans' best interests? Who are these people trying to indoctrinate our kids, allowing, compromised governments, maybe some corruption at the highest level here, and everyone who's willing to cover for them already being establishment. So, Donald Trump, we talk about this, he's not your traditional, he's an outsider. And a Donald Trump candidacy, 47, not 45. He's battle tested. He's learned a lot. This would be very different. So I can only imagine sort of the fear that's going through, the panic, not just on the legacy media, David, but also with the fact that for the first time in a long time, the people who are in power may actually be leading Americans who have chosen, who have taken back the power as we the people with this historic election.
Yeah, they have. We, the people, have woken up with a champion and a leader of America, Donald J. Trump. He has revived the spirit of patriotism in this country, and partly due to the fact that the Democrat elite have gone after him with everything. All of the lawsuits, all the time in court, raiding his house in Mar-a-Lago, attempted assassination. They tried to kill this man, and yet he still came out fighting. Fight, fight, fight. He still came out fighting. And then, after the attempted assassination, he definitely acknowledged and honored that God was the one that was keeping him alive so that he could fight for the United States of America. The Republican Party will never be the same. I saw that the numbers in Georgia for the black vote, black men, 25% of black men in Georgia voted for President Donald J. Trump. Are you kidding me? That is historic. Over the last 60 years, where Democrats have gotten 90 to 95% of the vote from the black community. This country is shifting, it is changing, it is becoming more patriotic, and when we win, I'm declaring it right now, when we win, we cannot forget the spiritual battle that we're in that's trying to go after our children, trying to go after our babies, trying to cut off perfectly good body parts with our kids, and trying to just shut up anybody that wants to talk about Jesus and talk about nationalism. We need to keep that spirit for these 4 years when President Trump gets in office with his team that he's already got in place. As you said, way different story from 2016 to 2020. Now he knows who the swamp is. He knows who he can trust. He's already surrounded himself with incredible people that are going to make our country healthy again, safe again, prosperous, and great again. It's going to be an incredible, incredible 4 years. Hopefully, if and when President Trump gets in the Oval Office.
Preach, David Harris Jr.
All right. I just want to mention this, too, while we have David still with us. I got an update from the Harris campaign at Howard University.
Lay it on us. Okay.
So we have some breaking news here. The Harris campaign apparently has just shut off the sound in the TVs at her watch party. They have replaced it with music after a guest on CNN said tonight felt more like 2016 than 2020. The crowd has significantly thinned out there, and the mood is seriously downcast. That's one report on X that I saw. I asked James Rosen, can you confirm this? He wrote me back, yes. So,
well, it's never good when you turn down the music and you kind of switch it up.
Turn out the lights. The music's off. Maybe time to go home for the Harris campaign. But again, we're not officially calling anything yet. but a lot of signs pointing in that direction.
Well, I think too, we sort of saw the shift in after her, DNC speech. And they really got, an infusion, because people were just happy it wasn't Joe Biden, right? Like, we have to remember the way the dominoes fell. So sure, she was going to get that bounce, but then to insulate her from the press, and then to have all these sort of surrogates that are coming out calling people garbage sitting president, and women, and then the whole sort of the fact that we are looking at sort of people who are using this contempt language towards America. It doesn't say, well, it's okay to attack a candidate. I think Governor Huckabee was spot on tonight when he says, you start going after the American people, and people are going to say, do we really want to vote for you?
And that's one thing, too. I mean, it's one thing to criticize people and the supporters in the heat of the moment in the campaign, but what we're seeing now is that after the results, too, a lot of the left-wing media are criticizing the American public because they want closed borders. And they're electing Donald Trump. And it's going to be interesting to see if these leads hold up, how the left-wing media, who's been so negative, calling Trump supporters Hitler and Nazis, how they handle the day after, so to speak. All right, we got to get to a commercial break again. We'll be right back. Bianca De La Garza, to my side here, John Bachman. More special coverage of Election Night 2024 as a crowd gathers. Donald Trump is on his way to the convention center, and we do expect him to speak sometime in the near future. Stay with us for that.
When Rosa Parks stepped on that Montgomery, Alabama bus on December 1st, 1955, she didn't set out to make history. She just wanted to get home. Montgomery's segregated buses had divided seating, white passengers in front, colored passengers in the back. When the bus driver needed more seats for his white passengers, he ordered her and 3 others to vacate their seats. The others complied and moved. But Rosa quietly refused and was quickly arrested. Working alongside Dr. Martin Luther King, Rosa's arrest sparked a highly effective citywide protest with African Americans boycotting city buses. Rosa's protest and resulting boycott didn't end segregation, but it sparked a movement that ended the racial system, paving the way for a more equal society. You're watching An American Moment.
All right, great to have you back with us. And a look at the crowd at the Palm Beach Convention Center in West Palm Beach. Donald Trump is somewhere between Mar-a-Lago and that location right there. We do expect him to speak at some point tonight. I'm losing track of time. It's 12:35 here on the East Coast. We're going to be with you for the next little bit, at least until, I think, till 2 a.m. We're standing by waiting for some of these results to check in. While we wait for Donald Trump, let's talk about these Senate races, because this is also going to be critical for the way the country looks for the next 4 years. All right, or at least for the next couple years until we see the next election cycle. All right, let's start with Pennsylvania here, and we see Bob Casey, the incumbent there, losing right now to Dave McCormick. We have 83% of the votes in so far, and Dave McCormick has just about a little over a 1-point lead over Bob Casey. Remember, a lot of the polls had Bob Casey winning this race, Republicans outperforming the polls in Pennsylvania. As we move to Michigan, Mike Rogers still has about a 1-point lead over Alyssa Slotkin there. The Democrat in this race, Mike Rogers, well, we used to be in the House. Alyssa Slotkin is a current member of the U.S. House, both duking it out for that crucial Senate seat in Michigan. Mike Rogers has a lead there now with 62% of the vote in. We move a little bit west to Wisconsin, and Eric Hovde challenging Tammy Baldwin, the Democrat incumbent there. Hovde has about a 2-point lead there over Tammy Baldwin, so that would be another Republican pickup. And you look at Montana, another key state for control of the Senate. Tim Sheehy, the challenger there, is beating Jon Tester by almost 20 points. So a significant lead there for Jon Tester, or for Tim Sheehy over Jon Tester. And then some of the other races that have already been called: Nebraska, Missouri, Tennessee. Marsha Blackburn, who you see a lot here on Newsmax and N2, she has won re-election there. In Mississippi, Roger Wicker has won re-election. Ted Cruz in a hotly contested battle. This was supposed to be close, remember. There was a lot of money spent on this race by Democrats, but Colin Allred was not able to, he lost by almost 10 points in that race. Rick Scott also, this was supposed to be a little bit closer than this. Rick Scott just absolutely trounced Debbie Mucarsel Powell. Trouble pronouncing her last name there, but he had just absolutely trucked her there in that state, a resounding win. Also a pickup for Republicans in West Virginia. Jim Justice, the governor of that state, once upon a time, he will be going to the U.S. Senate, and so will his dog, his bulldog, Baby Doll, which will be a nice addition. That should be fun to see that in the Senate. And then Bernie Moreno picking up Ohio, defeating the incumbent there, Sherrod Brown, another big pickup for Republicans. And what this all means now is Republicans have gained control of the United States Senate. According to Decision Desk HQ, they have an advantage of 2 seats right now, but we're still waiting on Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Montana. And if all those go the way they are trending right now, Republicans could have as much as a 6-seat lead in the U.S. Senate.
Pretty incredible. We're also watching Pennsylvania and Erie County. Fetterman had said this afternoon that if Donald Trump was to get Erie County, and it does look like he did, that's, also big. Certain pockets of where we're looking at some of these races and the numbers that are coming in. Let's bring in our very next guest, president of the American Principles Project, Terry Schilling. Terry, great to see you. We hear Donald Trump may be on his way to where you are with Elon Musk, Dana White, and sort of his entourage there. And perhaps Kamala's camp is telling folks, go home, she's not coming out. So signaling something maybe afoot where you are.
Listen, I can barely hear you guys, but I can tell you that this crowd is electric. They just called Georgia here at the victory party. It's looking great across the board. What I'm paying attention to right now is Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. If we win either one of those states, we're going to cruise the victory. And Donald Trump gets so much credit because he never backed down. He kept fighting, and we wouldn't be here today without him.
Yeah, Terry, there was a lot of talk, too, a concern among evangelicals that they weren't going to show up to vote for Donald Trump. This is a historical trend we've seen in the past. A lot of evangelical Christians just simply stay home. Talk about the appeal that Donald Trump has to the evangelicals who did show up to vote and the inroads he's been able to make with that community.
Well, listen, I know the Christian community very well. I'm part of it. And we're concerned about so many things that Democrats pose a major threat. We're concerned about putting men in our daughters' sports, men in our daughters' private spaces. And we're concerned about what they're teaching our kids in schools. And Donald Trump has made these 3 things central to his platform. And so the evangelical voters, I won't be surprised if it comes out that this has been the largest evangelical turnout in American political history.
As we look at the stage here, and I don't know who is on stage. It looks like a Trump impersonator, kind of. But are we going to see? We got to wonder if we're going to see Elon Musk speak tonight. Are we going to see Tulsi Gabbard or Robert Kennedy? Are we? What is this? What is this scene going to look like? And is Donald Trump going to declare victory? Because it's a little too early to do that right now. But the Trump campaign has to be very confident about where they stand.
Look, I think everyone here feels good. I think the Trump team has to feel good. These numbers are very promising. I do think that Elon Musk will probably make an appearance tonight. We know that he's at Mar-a-Lago with the president watching the results, and that's very good for my children because I promised them that if Donald Trump won the presidential election, I would get a Cybertruck. So congratulations, Bobby, Max, and Peter, and Tucker. You're getting the Cybertruck, guys.
Wow, that was a tough bet to make.
Christmas comes early.
Yeah, I met your beautiful daughter at the RNC, Terry. You're a great family man. It is about values, voting your values, but I think also leaders that have character. Donald Trump's family that we saw, they're at Mar-a-Lago as well. He had them on the trail, but the children he's raised, Barron, versus, the character of these other candidates. I think a lot of people are looking at that as well, and we've seen people pray for Donald Trump. We need to pray for our leaders, and we need to pray and make sure that they have good moral compass, because their directions and their choices impact us on so many levels, a multitude, be it national or foreign policy issues.
No, that's exactly right. And look, I think you can tell a lot about a man by what his children think of him and how his children turn out. And if you look at Donald Trump's kids, it's very clear that he's been a very good father. They love him with all their heart. And also, they all turn out pretty successful. But we do need to pray for our leaders. These battles that we're in, it's not just politics and winning the elections. It's spiritual, it's personal, it's everything. And we do need to pray for these guys because they're getting attacked left and right.
All right, Terry Schilling, always great to see you. Enjoy that Cybertruck.
Thank you, guys. God bless.
Thank you so much. Obviously, the mood in different rooms. You know, we're looking at the mood there in West Palm Beach versus James Rosen, who is at Howard University. Let's bring in our very next guest to talk about what we are seeing as the night goes forward. Now, morning, we're past midnight. GOP strategist, former New York Senate candidate Joe Pinion, also Newsmax contributor Chrissy Clark. Great to see you both with us. Thanks for spending the night here. Chrissy, I'll start with you. Female voters also may not have turned out for Kamala Harris.
That's a huge deal.
Breaking news. Sorry, we want to go out to Washington right now and listen in to Cedric Richmond.
I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the Vice President tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Well, you hear some cheers there, but those are not the cheers that they were expecting maybe to hear tonight. And you notice there is no VP seal on the podium. That's something that she's kind of been her signature when she shows up to speak. The vice presidential seal is on the podium. Cedric Richmond, former congressman there, speaking on behalf of Kamala Harris, promising an appearance tomorrow. But again, that's not the rhetoric you hear from a campaign that feels confident about their position, talking about that there are still votes that need to be counted, and they are down in all of those blue wall states right now.
Yeah, and it's still, I mean, it's getting late, 12:44,
Yeah.
so I guess the time is now for if they're going to let people go home and let them know, and they are going home indeed, as you see the crowd there,
And just
filtering out of Howard University.
Again, just looking at Pennsylvania, again, too soon to call the state, of course, but when you look at Monroe County right now, a county, this is actually where my dad grew up, and I spent a lot of time there as a kid. It used to be a very rural area. It's become more of a bedroom community for New York City, but it's moved progressively left over and over the years. But Donald Trump is now winning there, not by much, by half a point, but he is still winning. And that's a county that Joe Biden won handily back in 2020. And this has been the story on a very granular level all night. These counties that Joe Biden had won crucial places in 2020, Kamala Harris has not been able to put together the same kind of victory, at least not yet. And again, Pennsylvania, 87% of the votes have been counted. We're still going to, we're still planning a long process here before we learn more about that, but it's just one of those counties that we've been watching very closely all night. And as you watch the Harris supporters head home for the evening, much different scene in West Palm Beach, where they are waiting, and I think we're going to hear from Donald Trump very soon. In the meantime, let's bring in Joe Pinion and Chrissy Clark. They are back with us. So first, Chrissy, let me get your reaction to what we're seeing there in Washington, D.C. and what we just heard from Cedric Richmond. No word from Kamala Harris tonight. Not a good sign for her, I have to guess.
It's incredibly disappointing for the people that came out there to support her, but also I do see that there is a the general sentiment was that when Biden stepped down, there was going to be just a surge of young people going out to the polls to go vote for Kamala Harris. And I think what we can see from the early polling, it indicates that that just wasn't the case. Young people are still disaffected by the two-party system. They're still disaffected by everything that's going on in Washington, D.C., whether it be a Republican or a Democrat. So they didn't turn out to vote for Kamala Harris, and that should be an indication to the Democratic Party of what they need to do next time.
And Joe, we see on some of the exit polls, low black turnout they're seeing in swing states like Pennsylvania and Michigan. And obviously the party in this room here at West Palm Beach shows the real excitement. But there has been sort of a sense of the connection with all sorts of blocks of voters that Kamala was struggling with.
Yes, I think they believed that Kamala Harris could just show up with not a single vote cast in her name and inherit the Obama coalition. And it turns out that people didn't think it was a good idea to have a nominee that no one chose. Then after they basically canceled the primary to protect Joe Biden, a man that was called an old man with poor memory. And so they're sending everybody home. Shades of the Jacob Javits Center. That is not what you do when you believe you're on the pathway to victory.
True.
It's what you do when you realize your candidate can't find the words to realize that after he's on the path right now, if these numbers hold up, to lose all 3 of the states in that once famous blue wall.
But come on, she likes hard work. Hard work is good work. That and the middle class family. I mean, these talking points didn't resonate.
Yeah, but you have to do. You have
not a lot of joy in that room.
Exactly.
The joy is gone, and I think the reality is Americans didn't want joy. They wanted jobs. And President Trump had 7 million new jobs pre-COVID. President Trump had the lowest unemployment for black Americans while he was president. So these are the facts. And they thought that they were in a pre-2020 America. They were not. They were in a post-2020 America where PTA moms were put on terrorist watch lists, the border was overrun, and they started basically chaos abroad between Gaza and Europe and the South China Sea.
That October jobs report, too, of 12,000 was just another nail in the coffin, too.
Let's we're going to tell Chrissy and Joe to stand by. We'll get back to them in a little bit. We're going to be up late tonight. I guess I should say this morning. But let's get out to James Rosen, who is joining us from Howard University and what once was the Harris Watch Party, but it is not a party anymore, James.
And there's not much left to watch here as the crowd is now dispersing, having been informed by Cedric Richmond, the influential former congressman and former director under President Biden of the White House Office of Public Engagement, who came out and spoke briefly to this crowd, some of which had already begun dispersing, and told them in remarks that lasted only 3 to 4 minutes to go home, that they would not be hearing from Vice President Harris tonight, that they will hear from her tomorrow. It was an extraordinary moment, and you could just sense the disappointment in this extraordinary crowd that turned out here. There were several thousand people here as of, say, 4 p.m., and the crowd grew and grew. And a lot of these people were standing on their feet literally for 7 to 8 consecutive hours. And it's baffling to this reporter, having covered presidential politics for the better part of 3 decades now, why the vice president didn't come here and reward that loyalty and, frankly, that suffering from her supporters. There would have been very little to lose for the vice president simply to appear and to say briefly that the votes are still being counted, to thank these supporters for their faith and to urge them to keep the faith and stay tuned. Even if she had spoken in advance of former President Trump, as long as she didn't declare victory, she would have been on terra firma. And instead, I think it's safe to say that the vice president and her campaign have left a very bitter taste in the mouth of the supporters who showed up here tonight, who waited patiently for their candidate to appear, who stood on their feet for 7 to 8 consecutive hours, and who had to go home empty-handed, in a sense. To be sure, the actual results of the balloting were already casting a pall on the party atmosphere here, but it was extremely, I think, disappointing to these supporters that the vice president not only turned out to be a no-show, but didn't even appear via video, didn't phone into this crowd. Remember how many times we saw presidents before President Trump became the first sitting president to visit the March for Life rallies, the anti-abortion rallies in Washington? How many years we saw presidents call in to those rallies? She could have done that as well. So it's baffling to see, but nonetheless, the crowd is just about gone at this point, and life will return to normal here in the yard of Howard University outside Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall. John?
It's not even phoning it in tonight for watch party. All right, James Rosen, maybe
James
can get out of there. Well, at least one of us can have an earlier night.
Well, thank you, Jane. Excellent reporting as always. And she'll take some heat, but also we should note Donald Trump is heading to his supporters. Now, granted, it's under, a more jubilant crowd who's waiting, but they were still cheering for her. And no one, they still haven't called some states, but she'll get heat from that. But Donald Trump is going to show his face, not even just call it in. He's reportedly on his way, perhaps even with Elon Trump over to the West Palm Beach Convention Center. So we're watching that.
Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
They were talking. There was a picture of Elon Musk and Dana White and Donald Trump sitting down, huddled up at Mar-a-Lago tonight, and the caption was, "Which government agency are we cutting first?" Elon has, he has the Department of Government Efficiency, and that's really what he wants to do. He thinks he can cut $2 trillion from the federal budget.
Yeah. Well, he's done quite a few things in his life as far as outside of Washington and in business. So I'm sure he'd have some fun doing that, and probably to the benefit of many Americans. All right, let's bring in our very next panel as we wait for Donald Trump possibly to show up at the festivities there. Former New York Congresswoman and board member of the Independent Women's Forum, Nan Hayworth, with us. Also, the national affairs reporter at the National Review, John Fund. Welcome into you both. Thanks for staying with us. We know it's getting a little bit late, but we knew it would be.
Great to be with you.
All right. Kamala Harris, James Rosen, really hammering the point that these people were on their feet. They were outside. They were waiting. She could have done something, if not physically, called, video. Nan, why do you think she didn't come out to do it? Obviously, we think we know why, but Donald Trump's going to at least show some face this evening.
Yeah. Well, President Trump's had a really great night.
Congressman, Nan, can we just stop you real quick? Dave McCormick is stepping out on the stage right now, who's running for Senate in Pennsylvania. He has a lead there. Let's listen in and see if he's going to make a victory speech here.
What a great group of friends. We are so honored to have you all here today. And how about my wife, Dina Powell? So to say that Dina and I are partners in this whole thing, and I wouldn't have done it without her, is an understatement. She is, this is something we decided to do together, something that we felt honored to try to do. It was a mountain to climb, and none of this would have ever happened without Dina. So thank you, Dina. And now I want to just ask the question, who's ready to save America? We got to do it. We've got to do it. And listen, this election night's not quite over, but about 85% of the vote is in. And we've looked at where all the rest of it coming, and it looks like we're headed in a very good direction. And listen, when we started this, Dina and I looked at the country. We feel like we've been blessed by everything America has to offer, two of the luckiest people in the world. But that opportunity, that American dream is slipping away, and we got to get it back for every single Pennsylvanian and every single American. And we need new leadership. We need new leadership in the Senate to make sure that every single kid in Pennsylvania has the opportunity to be all that they can be, regardless of party, race, creed. We need to create opportunity for every single person. We need to create an economy that works for everybody. We need to secure our border. We need to have energy policy that protects the environment but also makes us secure and creates great jobs. The bottom line is we need leadership. We don't have it, and we're going to get it. And so, listen, in the coming days, the election results will be finalized. And when they are, we will look forward to a new agenda, a new America. And we'll look back on this day today and we'll say that was the day that we turned the corner. That was the day that we had new leadership in Pennsylvania. That was the day that we got our country back on track. And, you know, some of you know, I think most of you probably know, I had the opportunity to go to West Point, and my brother went to West Point, and my mom and dad went with us to West Point for 8 years in a row. And they hadn't gone back for 35 years, and we took them back last fall. And with Dina's parents as well, and we walked past the MacArthur statue, and it has a very famous speech etched in granite, and the speech says, "Duty, honor, country." Those three hallowed words reverently dictate what you ought to be, what you can be, what you will be. They are your rallying point to build courage when courage seems to fail, to regain faith when there seems little cause for faith, and to create hope when hope becomes forlorn. And that makes sense to me because this is a moment where we don't have enough leaders showing courage. This is a moment where Americans are losing faith. This is a moment where America is losing hope. But we can turn that page. We can look forward. We can have an America that works for everybody. It starts now. It starts with this election. It starts right here in Pennsylvania. And so, from the bottom of our hearts, we have been so honored to campaign across Pennsylvania. 450 visits in every little town, in every city. And the people we've met along the way have given us hope. They've given us faith. They've given us courage to want to represent and serve the great people of our Commonwealth. It'll be the honor of our lifetimes. Thank you very much.
Pennsylvania, somewhat of a celebratory speech. We won't call it a victory speech yet, but he's got to be feeling very good about where things stand. Let's welcome back in our panel Nan Hayworth and John Fund to talk more about this. Back to you, Nan. Just give us your thoughts on this race and a guy like Bob Casey potentially going down in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. It's been a remarkable saga of everyday Americans confronting, I think, I'm very much unlike, thank goodness for Newsmax, thank goodness for places like NEWSMAX2, but everyday Americans confronting, finally, with their votes, the machine that has been arrayed against them, against their common sense, against their pocketbooks, against their values. And President Trump was able to make, it seems, the New York Times Needle now has him at a 95% chance of winning the entire thing, the election tonight. But President Trump has brought together a movement, diverse demographics, Americans who felt left behind, who the Democrat Party and their nominee, who never made it through a primary process, who was appointed, was going to be installed, and they said no, we're not doing that. And Bob Casey was a part of that very ungenuine. Yeah. When he said he cared about the people of Pennsylvania, he still voted. I don't know, must have been at least 95% of the time with the Democrats who were oppressing the people in his own state. And John Fetterman said it. He said from the beginning Donald Trump is going to win. So I think that's what we're seeing, and I rejoice in it.
And John, when you see Bob Casey running ads, aligning himself with Donald Trump, that, even they're not having the faith that Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket would help them in the down ballot. And that was significant there in Pennsylvania. Now, McCormick just came out and said 85% of the vote. I think his tone was perfect, spot on. And it's more than what the Democrats will hear from Kamala Harris this evening. Her supporters were told to go home, and Howard University is now empty.
Look,
John.
This is an absolutely historic election. Donald Trump, comeback of the century, 2 centuries. The Republican takeover of the Senate. But your readers and listeners should understand there is one more chapter to be written. The House of Representatives, I predict, will not be decided for a week or 10 days. It's going to be very, very close. Even as Donald Trump won Pennsylvania, and even as McCormick won the Senate race there, Republican incumbent in Pennsylvania, Scott Perry, went down to defeat. There are other networks that say the Democrats have a slightly better than even chance of taking the United States House back. That would cripple much of Donald Trump's agenda because the House runs on base, and Nan knows this, the House runs on party discipline. And it's extremely difficult, since there are very few moderate Democrats left, to bring over any Democrats to anything that Trump would want to do. So there will be a lot of recounts. Yeah. There'll be a lot of last-minute votes, and I think eternal vigilance is necessary here. All those lawyers that were ready for election integrity efforts are going to have to be deployed to key House districts, because it's going to be very, very tight in the House.
John Fondin Hayworth, we appreciate your comments this morning. We thank you so much for being with us. And folks, if you are just joining us, this is our special election night coverage here on N2.
We'll be right back. Are we going on here?
Thank you.
With 1 o'clock, eh? It's 1 o'clock in the morning, Bianca, and here we are. We're still waiting. As you heard John Fund there, a very important point that he just made about how long it's going to take before we get the final results for the House in. Stay with us here. We're going to bring in former Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell, who I'm sure can talk to us a little bit about that. One of the key races there was in the 7th District of Virginia, Governor. Eugene Vindman, the Democrat, winning over Derek Anderson. Have you been surprised at all, Governor, about the way things have played out in Virginia?
No, I mean, the polls were showing that we were down 7, 8, 9 points in the Trump-Harris race. We've lost since 2008, unfortunately, John. And so it played about right. But the good news was Jen Kiggins, one of the top congressional races in the country. She wins a big race in Southeast Virginia by 8 points. And we have 2 others. In the 7th, as you pointed out, Derek Anderson came up 4 points short. Same thing up in with Mr. Clancy, Mike Clancy, up in Northern Virginia suburbs. So we ran competitively, but the House and the Senate races stay about the same.
Governor Bianca here, you know, you're someone who has dealt with Jack Smith, a figure in this campaign who Donald Trump has said he will get rid of if he is in the White House, and who the Supreme Court and obviously Eileen Cannon says was not appointed. You know, talk to us about what we have seen. John Fund just talked about the comeback of 2 centuries of Donald Trump, where he was even a year ago with all these indictments to where he is tonight, potentially any minute now, walking in to that convention center filled with love and supporters, and standing in really good position right now in this race.
I agree. I mean, it's extraordinary for a billionaire from New York to become the champion of the little guy in the flyover states. And tonight, with historic margins, gaining about 8 or 9% among Hispanic voters, about 8% among black males, significant new support among union voters. He's kind of reshaped the coalition on how to win. And yes, with my old friend, Mr. Smith, who is got chronically bad judgment about the rule of law and when to go after people, especially those he doesn't agree with. I'd say to have even an allegation of wrongdoing is enough to derail campaigns. But after 4 separate sets of indictments, 2 for Mr. Smith and others, I think we've lost some faith in the federal justice system to the point that Donald Trump was able to win. It looks like he's going to win, notwithstanding all these charges. So it's not. We need to restore faith in our justice system, I think, is the big takeaway. And kudos to Donald Trump for hanging in there against all odds.
Yeah, Governor, always great to see you. Thanks for staying up late, or I should say early, with us. My mom said nothing good ever happens after midnight, but this is the one exception where we have these types of interviews.
Well, you were younger then.
Yes, I was younger.
That's good. Thank you.
All right, good to see you, Governor.
Thanks, Governor.
All right, let's go back to the maps now and just give people an update on where things stand, because we are still watching the situation in Pennsylvania. You can see Donald Trump, according to our projections here, has a 3-point lead right now in that state. So let's just take a look here. This is Pennsylvania. Donald Trump up 51% to basically 48% to Kamala Harris. 91% of the vote is in now. And if you remember just a few moments ago when Dave McCormick was on stage, we were about 85%. So 6 more percentage points have come in. But again, we're still anticipating a very late night or a long couple of days for Pennsylvania. If we move over to Michigan here, Donald Trump has a 2-point lead in Michigan right now. And this was, somewhat of a surprise. This was part of the blue wall, which was supposed to hold up for Democrats and Kamala Harris. That has not panned out. And then Wisconsin, too. We were talking to Dan O'Donnell, who's a radio talk show host, has a lot of experience in Wisconsin, knows the area of Milwaukee very well. And he was very confident that Wisconsin might be the best looking state for Donald Trump in this area. He has a lead in all the blue wall states so far. We'll see if those hold up. Now, as we move down to Arizona, he has a tiny lead there in Arizona, a little bit over a half a percentage point, 0.6 of a percentage point there with 56% of the votes in. Now, if we go back to our 270 map, and this was the projection here. I don't know if it's going to work for me. Let's see. We'll go back to this map here. But, Donald Trump, if he brings home victory in the 3 blue wall states in Arizona and also Nevada, which doesn't have anything reported yet, he could have over 300 electoral college votes. And you think about that. Even what John Fund is saying, he's absolutely right. The House of Representatives can certainly slow down Donald Trump's agenda. But if he has a mandate of over 300 electoral college votes, what does that mean for him, too? And, we'll also have control of the Senate. We talked about the importance of his ability to get through his cabinet positions and the ambassadors and all the other federal appointees that'll have to get confirmed, how important that will be for his presidency.
And right now, again, if you are staying up late with us, there's most likely going to be a show. Even though things have not been called, Donald Trump is heading to greet the people who have been waiting all night. We want to make sure we get that, so we're going to take a very quick break, and we're back with more. And any minute, we could be seeing Donald Trump in West Palm Beach with the throngs of crowds. We'll be right back.
At 9:47 a.m. on the 20th of February, 1962, Lieutenant Colonel John Glenn Jr. of New Concord, Ohio, found himself sitting on top of an Atlas 6 rocket filled with 600,000 pounds of fuel. At liftoff, 360,000 pounds of thrust hurled the massive rocket and its occupant into space and America's history books. John Glenn became the 4th human being to enter space and the first American to orbit the Earth. For his remarkable heroism, President Kennedy awarded Colonel Glenn NASA's Distinguished Service Medal.
As our knowledge of this universe in which we live increases, may God grant us the wisdom and guidance to use it wisely. Thank you, Colonel.
Glenn went on to become the United States Senator from Ohio, and in 1984 ran for the Democratic presidential nomination, but lost to Walter Mondale.
I think that the heart of my philosophy is much more libertarianism than well, that's the fashionable word these days, I guess. A conservative is no longer just that. He's a libertarian. Well, always has been. Because how do we call a liberal? Someone very profoundly once said many years ago that if fascism ever comes to America, it'll come in the name of liberalism. And what is fascism? Fascism is private ownership, private enterprise, but total government control and regulation. Well, isn't this the liberal philosophy? The conservative, so-called, is the one that says less government, get off my back, get out of my pocket, and let me have more control of my own destiny.
It's 1:10 here on the East Coast, a live look inside the watch party, and they are watching for Donald Trump potentially to walk in the doors there in West Palm Beach at the convention center. He's expected to address supporters. We can see some folks there that are streaming in. A lot of energy here because Donald Trump has been obviously
doing well.
Doing really well at Mar-a-Lago, watching returns, and decides, let me go over to where all my supporters are.
Right.
Very different than what Kamala Harris did, which is send her supporters home.
And you
at
see
Howard University.
Tucker Carlson walking in there, greeted with the hero's welcome. He's been over at Mar-a-Lago all night, and obviously speaking on behalf of Donald Trump, showing up there. We're waiting to hear Donald Trump could take to the stage any moment, so we'll be watching for that. We also had eyes on Robert Kennedy Jr., who's there too. So the whole entourage has shown up at the Palm Beach Convention Center in West Palm Beach. Let's check in now, though, with GOP Chair from California, Jessica Millan Patterson. Jessica, great to have you with us.
Hey, great to be with you guys.
All right, so we were talking with John Fund earlier about one of the key aspects of this night that we're not going to know for a long time are some of these crucial House races, and a lot of them are in the state of California. We're talking about the 41st District, the 45th District, the 47th District, and I could go on. Give us your assessment on how things are going for Republicans in California, because this could impact the balance of power in the House of Representatives.
It does. The road to the House majority comes right through California. We've proved that over the last 2 cycles. We currently hold a 4-seat House majority, Republican House majority, and California has picked up 5 seats in the last 2 cycles. So our job is to protect those 5 seats. We also have a couple opportunities where we're going on the offense, but the ballots take a very long time to count here in California. We also have a curing process. So some races back in 2022 were not called until December. So we're buckled in. Everything is looking good. We've done a lot on the registration side. Every single one of these congressional seats that we won in 2022 or came close to winning in 2022 has a better registration footprint for Republicans. So we did our job on turning out the vote, and now we're just going to do our work in counting and curing.
And do you have a team of lawyers ready to go on standby to jump in there and make sure nothing happens, that everything is counted properly and everyone can feel confident about their vote being counted?
California has one of the most robust election integrity programs in the entire country. In fact, we train a lot of the other states when it comes to election integrity. We have a lawyer that's assigned to every single county in the state, an election integrity chair. We have done tens of thousands of volunteer trainings for poll watching and ballot counting. So we feel incredibly confident in our elections here. You have to remember, we won seats in 2020, like Mike Garcia's, by 333 votes in LA County. I promise you, if bad things were happening, that's a place that they would happen. And we came out the victors. In 22, John Duarte won by 560 votes. Again, we make sure that we are watching every single one of ballots and everything is above board, and we have all the confidence in our elections.
Sure.
Just have a few seconds left, but just get your reaction. Of course, the Senate now GOP-controlled, Bernie Moreno in Ohio, but you do have Senator Adam Schiff now, who has won.
Yeah. He has, and you know, Steve Garvey did a phenomenal job. It's still a tough lift statewide trying to win, but he was incredibly smart and strategic with the way that he ran his campaign here. I think we're at a turning point with Republicans, and especially with the Latino vote coming our way, that a statewide win is not far off. It just didn't happen for us this time.
Jessica Millan Patterson, really appreciate your thoughts and comments this morning on this historic election as we continue to watch results come in. Thank you for staying up with us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, next let's get out to national correspondent Mike Carter, who's covering the campaign for us from Pittsburgh. He has an update for us. Hey, Mike.
Hey guys, good evening. We're 90% of the vote in. Donald Trump still with a 4-point lead or so over Kamala Harris. Dave McCormick just spoke moments ago. I think you guys carried that speech. It wasn't necessarily a victory speech so much as a we're looking good type speech. Still a few counties yet to come in, but the numbers across the board here in Pennsylvania have just played very well for Republicans. We're looking at a few counties right now. Lackawanna County, that's home to Scranton. Donald Trump has improved his turnout the vote there over 2020. Now, that's Joe Biden's hometown, right? Scranton, Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris has so far failed to reach the same numbers that Joe Biden hit back in 2020. We're also expecting for Republicans 40% of the vote out of Allegheny County. That's here in Pittsburgh. And we're also expecting 20 to 25% Republican vote coming out of Philadelphia County. Just incredible numbers from Republicans today in Pennsylvania. And it just really needs to be said, the Democrat turnout in big cities here in PA just hasn't been there. Well, here in Pennsylvania, there are today more Republican registered voters than any time since 1970. It's unbelievable what has been done here percentage-wise here in Pennsylvania. Back in 2008, there were Democrats had a 1.2 million registered vote lead over Republicans. Back in 2020, that shrunk to just 685,000. This year, it's down to 286,000. So a lot of that has been grassroots efforts on behalf of local Republicans here in Pennsylvania, also the likes of Charlie Kirk, Elon Musk, these third-party Republican groups that Donald Trump has enlisted. Also, Scott Pressler has been huge. He's a conservative social media influencer. A lot of people had a lot of concerns about what would that get out the vote effort be in states like Pennsylvania, where Republicans really needed to cut into Democrats who had a much more bigger advantage with registered voters. Well, it seems like that has worked. And so far tonight, we still have a little ways to go. It's looking good for both Donald Trump and for Dave McCormick. And wow, wouldn't that be something? Donald Trump and McCormick out of Pennsylvania, shattering that blue wall that Democrats thought they had. I mean, you just go back to earlier this summer, Dave McCormick was down 10 points in this race. This past weekend, latest polling showed he was down nearly 3 points. And right now, he's up 2 points with 90% of the vote in, guys. It's an unexpected result, though not one that many Republicans felt was a hill they couldn't climb. But right now, we're still waiting for final results here in Pennsylvania. 19 electoral college votes on the map. We're going to be here all night.
All right, Mike Carter. Are the casinos still open out there in Las Vegas? We'll see. He's in Pennsylvania. They got casinos in Pennsylvania too. All right, Mike Carter. I don't know if he's a betting man or not. So.
I don't either. All right, so we're watching Pennsylvania. Obviously, so is the Harris campaign. Rick Leventhal is staying up late with us, 1:18 in the morning now. We are waiting Donald Trump to come in. When he came out, he lands at West Palm Beach, 5:35 this morning, Rick, after, 4 rallies yesterday. He comes out, he votes. He says, I don't have a speech. I'm just going to wing it, And obviously, we don't know the results of anything yet, but he is going to come out to speak. I'm excited to hear sort of the mood. I know he feeds off the crowd. We're showing live pictures of the crowd. We've got a lot of notable names in there, a lot of folks that we'll recognize. And then he comes on most likely with Elon Musk and Dana White. And what will you be looking for then? I mean, it's worth staying up late. I mean, why would you go to bed when we're about to see the show here?
Yeah, and I think and I hope that he's going to speak to all Americans because all Americans matter, and Trump knows that. It's not over yet, of course, and I'm sure he'll speak to that as well. They do have to count every single vote, but right now it is looking very, very likely that Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. Harris has to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, and it looks like Trump is going to win all 3 of those states, which would make this one of the most remarkable political comebacks in U.S. history. He is just the second president to win non-consecutive terms. I'm sure you know who the first was, Grover Cleveland, the 22nd and 24th president. And here's Donald Trump, repeating history like 100 years later. So congrats to him, and congrats to the Republican Party. Not over yet, but it looks very, very good for Donald Trump. And I, too, am very interested to hear what he has to say. And the guy never sleeps. We know that now. He never sleeps. So
no,
not surprised
Thanks,
he's showing up at 2 o'clock in the morning to talk.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Rick. Appreciate it. So we are waiting and watching, and we knew it would be a late night. I mean, we're kind of in it to sort of, ride this one out. We're here. I think that a lot of the folks who have gathered there are also waiting, and no one's going home there. Unlike Howard University and our James Rosen doing excellent reporting there, it was kind of a shock that people would stand outside for 8 hours and then they they don't even get a video message. In this day and age, you can tape something, you
Sure.
can say thank you, but no. So we have some live pictures here, I believe, inside the West Palm Beach Convention Center. And look at this. I mean, John, we know a lot of the folks who are there. You're getting some scoop
yeah.
from Mar-a-Lago as well. Something's happening here.
Something's happening here. I would imagine we're starting to see some of the Trump entourage showing up, and they're going to be walking on stage very quickly. I don't know if we can raise the music a little bit, but what we all know from covering these types of events, there's a soundtrack.
Great music.
And you hear the same songs. Gloria, I don't even know who sings that one, but it's one of my favorite songs from the 80s.
Laura Branigan?
Oh,
Come
thank you,
on.
Bianca. With Bianca with the knowledge there. You hear Phantom of the Opera. You hear Village People.
Jesse's Girl.
Jesse's Girl.
And then some
we can
opera.
hear. Let's listen in real quick and see.
That puts him at 267, now officially over the 270, but the path that it takes to get to 270.
Results coming in from Nevada. The Arizona is still an open question, although Trump has a lead there. If you take those two states off the board and you give Donald Trump Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, where he has the lead right now, he still has 295 electoral college votes, and that's without Nevada and Arizona, and if these leads hold up. So it just shows you how narrow the path to victory is for Kamala Harris, if there even is one still left. Let's talk about Arizona a little bit more. It's one of those states where we expect to see quite a significant delay before all the ballots are counted. Our correspondent John Glasgow joins us now from Scottsdale with the latest on the situation out there in Arizona. Hey, John.
Yeah, hey, good evening to you. Good morning. Late night here as well in Arizona, but the Maricopa County's election office, I just checked, they are still counting ballots. They have a live feed where you can watch them process and cure some of these ballots. So they're still hard at work trying to get more of an update here on the results here in Maricopa County, which is...
John,
we're going to cut you off here because we have a major call we want to make here. We can now officially call Pennsylvania for Donald Trump, which essentially makes it almost impossible for Kamala Harris to win. This was a huge pickup for Donald Trump. A lot of time and energy invested in this. We are now calling Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. So we can put that in the win column, and it's going to be huge. We'll see Donald Trump probably address that when he comes to the stage. That may have been what everybody was cheering about. We saw just a moment ago. John, sorry to cut you off there, but we had to get that in.
But this is, 19 electoral votes. So out of all the battleground states, the most electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Biden had won this by 1.2%. Donald Trump flipped the state of Pennsylvania by 0.7 in 2016. That was the first time a Republican had done that since 1988. He has done it again tonight, folks. Pennsylvania, a prize going to Donald Trump. And also, they were saying if he holds everything he did in 2020, he gets Georgia, which he did get. He gets Pennsylvania. He gets 270. He gets to the White House. So very exciting momentum right there.
We'll be watching to see if it is, in fact, a victory speech from Donald Trump tonight. This might change the tenor and the tone of that speech, but we do have other states to watch out for as well, including the one where John is. So let's get back there. John, I always hate to cut you off, but we got to get that one in there. Tell us, pick back up where you left off.
Yeah, no, that's big news. And, of course, it's crucial here for Trump's roadmap to 270. Also watching here Arizona, we do know that this is another one of those states that Trump could potentially pick up as well. Maricopa County, as I was mentioning, is 60% of the population, still tabulating some votes. Very close right now in Maricopa County. But also we're looking at Pima County, which is where Tucson is. And that's going, at the moment, it's leaning more blue. However, there's still lots of time and still lots of ballots to be brought in. This was a historic year
John,
for
I'm
the
going to cut you off again one time. John, I'm going to cut you off again one more time because we are now able to call the race for Donald Trump. It is 2024. It is 1:24 in the morning, and we are calling Donald Trump the victor after securing Pennsylvania. We have a new president-elect potentially. We have to, of course, wait for all this to be official, but we are projecting Donald Trump as the victor of the 2024 presidential race.
We're glad you're staying with us right here on N2. I'm Bianca De La Garza alongside John Bachman. We've had a team of reporters all over the nation doing great work. Again, we just called the state of Pennsylvania, and this is why we're now able to call Donald Trump right now the presumptive winner of this election, a historic election. Indeed, John Glasgow, thank you. We know you're watching Arizona. We'll be getting back to you. And look at the crowds here. This is West Palm Beach. Massive turnout. They had been waiting for Donald Trump to come over from Mar-a-Lago. It may be a victory speech. As we were saying earlier, John, when Donald Trump came out today to vote with Melania, he said, I haven't really planned or scripted it. I don't have to. I'm just going to speak from my heart. But today and tonight, as we are watching, this is a comeback, many say, one for the history books and one that our nation really has not seen the likes of in a long, long time. A candidate, complete outsider, won in 2016, threatening now everything that this Democratic Party had sort of put into play with Kamala Harris being replaced out of Joe Biden. You can see how jubilant they are.
And I think back to August, the Trump campaign called a few of us to Mar-a-Lago for that press conference. And before they gave us kind of a background briefing, it was supposed to be off the record, but they were so proud of the data that they had, they actually, allowed us to report it. But they were very confident about their ground game and their ability to get out some of these persuadables, as they called them, voters. They had identified and spent a lot of time when they hold these rallies all over the country. They try to identify people who had not voted for Donald Trump before, and that appears to be very effective. One of the other things, too, that I've noticed, having covered the 2016 campaign, the 2020 campaign, and the 2024 campaign, was the professional nature of the campaign, the way they handled it. A lot of credit has to be given to Susie Wiles, to Jason Miller, and to Chris LaCivita, and to Taylor Budowich, and those people who were with the inner circle and helped Donald Trump really orchestrate and then execute on this plan. And we saw how he expanded the map. Remember, we were all told we were not going to be able to get to this point tonight. It was going to be too close to call. We could be looking at weeks before we knew the presidential election winner. But here we are. It's 1:30 in the morning. Donald Trump has been projected to win the presidential race. He's expanded the map. We don't even have the results from Michigan and Wisconsin, Arizona, or Nevada yet, but we do have a new president-elect.
Yeah, if you are just joining us, yes, the race has been called. Newsmax is calling it for Donald Trump. We are looking live inside his watch party, where he will now be speaking any minute now. And what we're feeling, too, with all of this is, against all odds, Donald Trump, not just one indictment, 2, 3, 4 indictments, a lawfare. We've had 2 attempted assassination attempts on this man's life. And I know I was next to you during the RNC and the DNC, John, during this election cycle. You and I have sort of been right here side by side watching all of this unfold. And it has been moments that are unbelievable, but yet they have happened in American history now. And tonight is just going to mark another one for the history books. And we'll see what legacy Donald Trump has now for the future. And his legacy, again, just got another chapter to be written here in American political history.
And I remember very distinctly the Friday after Kamala's speech at the DNC. I was exploring Chicago. I went to the Billy Goat Tavern, an iconic spot, and I sat down to have a beer and a hamburger. And a guy came in and sat next to me. He attended the convention, and we talked a lot about how excited he was, about the new energy, about the vibes and the brat and the joy that they were experiencing. And what we've seen from the Harris campaign is what we've seen from her other campaigns. A burst of energy in the beginning, and then it faded to black towards the end. She didn't connect with voters. She didn't take opportunities to connect with demographics and voting blocks that Democrats were struggling with, and we saw that. And I think, again, this is more proof that you can't just present a candidate to the American public and expect them to go along with it. And I think something you were talking about earlier tonight, Bianca, is a lack of respect that Kamala Harris showed for her supporters tonight by not showing up at Howard University. And you compare and contrast that to the MAGA movement that we've seen, the Donald Trump we've seen as of late, getting in the garbage truck, going to McDonald's, humbling himself in a way that we haven't really seen Donald Trump do that before. So
what this means. Yeah, I'm also so proud too that here at Newsmax we have seen surging ratings, and all our viewers, all of you that are watching tonight, to see this historic moment with us. We really know how important the role of journalists are to report the facts, to not have just a legacy liberal media that is smearing, using name calling, and really acting as sort of a propaganda arm for whoever is in charge and the machinations of this Democratic Party. And tonight, I think we're seeing sort of a referendum vote of people versus the establishment. And it is we the people, and it is Americans and the power of the people. And you sense it. And I'm so proud to see where our nation is and where our nation may be. And we're both parents, so obviously the future is very important for us and our children.
I think a lot of parents are breathing a sigh of relief tonight, especially those of us who have girls who play sports. That's one of the things, it's not a traditional topic. It's not the economy. It's not immigration. But when we look at the exit polls really in detail and the crosstabs, as we absorb the results of these, it'll be interesting to see how these types of issues in the culture war really changed a lot of votes this time around. And the other thing, too, that I'm struck by, Bianca, is what 2020 was likely an anomaly. You had the pandemic, of course. You had a lot of rules and laws being changed in places like Pennsylvania, and you had a lot of that corrected after the fact. And, this is, I think, a win for America, even if I know there are a lot of upset Democrats out there tonight. But the fact that we do have an election result on the night or the morning of the election, I think is big for our country.
It is, and it may be some healing. This is live pictures outside of Trump Tower, Fifth Avenue there, and you can see people with their American flags, Israeli flags, their red MAGA hats. New York has packed Madison Square Garden. We saw the streets actually filled when he was convicted in Alvin Bragg's trial. They supported him. The next day he broke fundraising totals. So, his ties to New York, what he's done for that city, a lot of folks there, have always supported him. I think a lot of this, too, is about loyalty. And people who have stood by Donald Trump always had faith that, this was not necessarily going to be in the cards, but he fought. And, speaking of, sort of reaction to where we are, we're going to see Donald Trump in just a few minutes. As we wait, let's bring in some of our guests here who've been standing by to get some reaction to tonight's historic election. Executive Director of America First Works, Ashley Hayek, and also GOP strategist Joe Pinion. Incredible. We're waiting for Donald Trump, so please excuse us if we cut you off. It just means he's taking the stage. Joe Pinion, I'll let you get your first reaction here to what we're seeing and feeling tonight here.
He was going to blow it in Pennsylvania. It just feels surreal. They told us you couldn't vote for Donald Trump because he was a criminal. They told us that the border crisis was a figment of our imagination. They told us that they were the return to normal administration while they started effectively a wildfire from the war in the Middle East to the fires in Gaza. And now you have Donald J. Trump, poised to become the 47th president of these United States, building a coalition that looks a whole lot like the old Democratic coalition, with Americans sick and tired of being sick and tired. And in the end, it's Kamala Harris, perhaps showing her true self in the end. She didn't bother to show up for those people at Howard University. She hasn't shown up for them effectively in her entire political career, while we were all supposed to vote for her because she was going to be the first black female president.
Yeah, and there's so much to absorb here, and I think one of the things that I think might change as well. Ashley, this question is for you. We saw so much money. Kamala Harris raised billions and billions of dollars for this campaign. We saw how much money they spent on their digital strategy, their television strategy. Are we reaching a point now where we're going to start seeing people claw back some of that money and say, you know what? There are other ways to reach voters. Shoe leather campaigning still counts. You got to have a real movement. You got to have the organization. Talk to us about that.
Well, I think this is really ultimately about the American people. And I think that at the end of the day, there's a lot of money that goes to the pockets of consultants, but you didn't see that in the Trump campaign. I think what you saw was a campaign that utilized the FEC opinion. We decided to do door-to-door campaigning. We raised money through our 501c4 America First Works. We talked to real American people, and it was absolutely incredible. This is the greatest coalition this country has ever seen. We have a president who cares about the American people more than anyone. I'm actually overwhelmed. We had Muslim Americans, Jewish Americans, women, Black Americans. We had so many people who came forth who said, we want to be a part of the team. And that's what we built. And it's proven tonight to be successful. I'm super excited. This is all because of the vision of Brooke Rollins, Linda McMahon, Donald Trump, Donald Trump Jr., it's pretty incredible what we're able to accomplish when you actually connect with the American people and you put aside your selfish wants like you've seen with the bureaucratic establishment.
Yeah, and I think Ashley too, for America First Works and for this whole idea of America First, this is a vindication for those folks who had the audacity to say, let's put us first. Let's put American citizens first. Let's make sure we have housing for our wounded veterans and homeless veterans before we start putting illegal immigrants in hotels. That, I think, has got to be a vindicating feeling for you.
Oh, 1,000,000%. But it's across the board. It's, they're spending billions of dollars overseas while it's causing skyrocketing prices in America, and moms are paying $8 for orange juice as opposed to $4. I've talked about this now with y'all for like months. You look at what's happening with our borders, you look at what's happening just with their own pocketbooks. And so this is just such an incredible moment because honestly, I'm overwhelmed because I feel like we're once again giving power back to we the people, and it's giving power back to to everyday Americans, not the bureaucrats, not the establishment, not the political elites. That's what this is really all about. That's what America First is. And I'm so excited.
Truly. And every message that Kamala Harris was sending, even in her closing argument, was disconnected. It was Oprah, Lady Gaga. It was celebrity after celebrity. It was J-Lo. There was sort of this divide, and we say the elites, and it really does come down to people who aren't living, like you said, paying $8 for orange juice. People who don't walk in American shoes, taking second jobs just to make ends meet. And then I think also the attack on the nuclear family, I think the radicals just pushed it, progressives, too far. The radical left, Joe, it started with BLM, the defund the police, then they pushed it into more indoctrination in kids, gender fluid, and people just started going like, wait a second, this is actually just not what we want for our children. So, they took it and they pushed it so far, and they really accelerated it, I think, knowing that there was, once Donald Trump announced, it was like, okay, wait, we got to start moving our agenda in here quicker. And Americans tonight have voted, and they have put their foot down and saying, no, this is our family, this is our nation, and we have to restore it. It's now or never, truly, Joe.
Democrats truly believed that they could ride abortion back to keep them in the White House. They thought that just every single American would rally to their cause. And no one wanted to be Julia Roberts in that commercial. There were plenty of women who decided they were going to go into a ballot box and vote for President Trump, even though their husband may have been voting for Kamala Harris. And I think that might be what we find here in the crosstabs and the exit polls. All of those women who perhaps did take it to the ballot box with their mouth sealed and say, we're going to vote to put America first. We're going to vote to say that our children aren't going to be taught about the mechanics of sex before they know how to spell the word. We're going to vote to ensure that we're not going to have our credibility questioned simply for asking questions about the type of materials our children are being exposed to at a very early age. So I think that was the miscalculation of Democrats, effectively thinking that they knew better than the voters, that they could tell us that our eyes were lying to us. They were not lying to us. We had prosperity underneath President Trump, and I think we're getting ready to have prosperity under President Trump once again.
It's almost like not just a candidate loses, but it's more like America wins. And that's kind of where we're hearing Donald Trump is actually in the building, which is another layer of all of this. So as we're sort of absorbing this and our viewers are staying up late to wait to hear what he has to say, this isn't technically, it's a new day, and it's a new chapter. It's a new dawn for America, and it's a return to sort of a glimpse of what he was able to do amidst all everything he was up against. The way he started his presidency, he had the Russia collusion. They came after him. We're going to talk about the House too, because that could play out again. But
think about that.
Right when he started, they were already against him, and look what he was able to accomplish. And this time, knowing what he knows, surrounding himself with different people, maybe making different decisions, which, you know, he talked about with Joe Rogan. Nothing was perfect at the time. He'd only been in D.C. 12 times. So here we have an opportunity of a real battle-tested Donald Trump.
There's John Voight, a great friend of Newsmax, just an amazing actor in everything he does, including Zoolander. He's just so good. John Voight is fantastic, and he's just been a huge supporter of Donald Trump's. You know, this is the greatest political comeback, I think, in history. You have to give that to Donald Trump. You can think about other people like Teddy Roosevelt, who tried to regain the presidency and just couldn't do it. You know, Donald Trump is certainly in a league of his own, regaining the White House, and you know, we'll see what he does with it. But you made a good point,
Joe and
Bianca.
Ashley, thank you so much.
But can I say something really quickly?
Sure,
I just want to say, like, when we were setting out to do this, when we were setting out to do the ground game, and that was because of this FEC opinion, we went all in, and we knew that we had to get so many votes banked, and that's exactly what we did. And so this tonight was a math equation to us. We knew we had to bank so many votes ahead of time. We know there had to be low propensity and no propensity. We knew we had to expand the base, and that's exactly what we did. And going into tonight, we felt confident. You know, not cocky, but confident. And because of the president's vision, because of his record, I mean, we were able to build the greatest coalition this country has ever seen between Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. And I just hope that moving forward, the American people recognize the work is just beginning. Like, tonight is an amazing victory for the American people, but tonight the work actually starts moving forward.
Ashley Hayek, Joe
I
Pinion.
think that's excellent.
We got to wrap it up there, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
RFK Jr. you can see in the crowd there as well. And I wonder who else will be speaking tonight.
I don't know. I think it might be an occasion where you give the stage to Donald Trump and Donald Trump alone. There's no warm-up back.
But the family might be around.
This isn't a rally. I think they'll all be there surrounding him on stage. But it is his night. I mean, this is the man who executed this vision himself. He did it when nobody thought he could. Meredith McGraw wrote a book called Trump in Exile, which really chronicles the entire thing. Donald Trump being in a position. I remember going to CPAC in 2021 with Mark Halpern. Mark Halpern got an interview with Donald Trump, and the prospect, the idea that Donald Trump could actually accomplish this after everything that happened on January 6th, after 2 impeachments, after a lot of people in the Republican Party had written him off for dead. He comes back step by step. We saw him also evolve on certain things like early voting, really embracing that. We saw him vote today, of course, but encouraging other Republicans to do that. And when you have leadership at the top of the party like Donald Trump, people that are, you know, a guy who everyone is going to listen to, you see how a movement is started, you see how effective it is, and you see how energized his supporters are. Some of them have been with him since the day he came down the escalator.
And, you know, the other thing, too, that's real proof of purchase is you have people who used to not support him who are now supporting him.
Yes.
J.D. Vance, excellent pick for vice president. At one point was pretty vocal about how he felt about Donald Trump.
And remember, too, there were a lot of people who were not happy about the J.D. Vance pick. They thought he was too much of an isolationist. They didn't think he, you know, was going to balance out the ticket. But you saw him so effective as a spokesman for the campaign.
And what I love about J.D. Vance is he really is the American dream. And I got to interview him after they were trying to call him weird and the childless cat ladies. He's the same person that you see. Very well spoken, and also he was 40 years old. He was turning 40. So you have sort of the future of the party here, and the work really does begin now. But to my point is that people who used to not be are now coming over to Donald Trump's side, and even Joe Rogan having that thoughtful 3-hour conversation with him. You know, RFK Jr. once running against him, now saying I am all in for him, and this is sort of a moment that you can't even, you couldn't have planned any of this. This is just sort of something that is just unlike anything we'll ever have seen, and history will write the story. We're here, and Mark Cuban now has tweeted congratulations to Donald Trump.
Yeah, he said Donald Trump. He said Donald Trump won fair and square. I think Mike Cuban might be a little worried right? It was, and obviously I don't think any of this is going to happen, but it was so interesting to hear people like Michael Cohen and Liz Cheney always thinking that they're like #1 target if Donald Trump wins. They're worried about the reprisals. The military is going to be coming after us. No, Liz Cheney, I think we're just ready to let you ride off into obscurity where you belong.
All right, we're going to wait for Donald Trump to come out. In the meantime, let's bring in our next panel of guests here. GOP strategist, attorney, John Jordan, and also columnist for the American Spectator, Jeffrey Lord. Great to see you both with us. John, can I ask you, what is your read on what's going on with the House, though? Because I just talked about something that, we may not know for a while if the Republicans control it, and what type of, that situation that could be setting up for Donald Trump, who we have now called as the winner of the presidential election.
Yeah, that's the next big story. Republicans are going to win the Senate probably with somewhere between 53 to 54 seats. They can move tax reform and fight through a reconciliation. The big issue is the House, and do you have a governing majority? Just having a 4 or 5 seat majority may not do it, because you've got a lot of members from these states that are going to push for SALT, which is a state and local tax deduction, to try to modify the 2017 tax cut law. And Trump's got a lot of promises to keep with regard to overtime pay and tips, and all the while trying to deal with the deficit. So he needs to pad that, but there are a lot of races outstanding, especially out west. But he needs to have a big majority so that the Speaker can crack the whip when need be and move some stuff through Congress without everybody being a diva.
A diva. Jeffrey, we called Pennsylvania, and that was the clinch for Donald Trump. It's a state you know very well. Your thoughts on where we are in this historic election, and really a new dawn for America, truly.
It is. And, you were talking about the comeback the only one that I can think of that's remotely close to this was Richard Nixon, who lost a very close race for president in 1960 to John F. Kennedy, then decided to run for governor of California 2 years later, and he got absolutely wiped out. And everybody said, that's it, it's over. Well, of course, 6 years later, he came back and was elected president. But it is a rarity, and Donald Trump is going to hold this very unique position in American politics. And quickly now, things will change as he starts his agenda in progress.
Yeah, and it's realistic at this point to start talking about Donald Trump getting 300 electoral college votes. He has a lead now in Nevada and Arizona. If the leads hold in Michigan, that's not even with Wisconsin. I mean, if you put Wisconsin in that category as well, he could win as many as 312 electoral college votes, which would give him a mandate. And you still think about what are Democrats in the House if they win, John. I mean, how many impeachments are they going to try? The Band-Aid has been ripped off on impeachments. They're shameless about it. If the Democrats do win the House, how aggressive do you think they'll be if Donald Trump has a mandate, like 312 electoral college votes and a 54 or 56 seat, Republican majority in the Senate?
No, I don't think they'll push impeachments. They'll go with obstruction, and you pass a lot of messaging bills to try to put their party back together. But there's going to be a civil war inside the Democrat Party after something like this. Make no mistake. But it's crucial that there be a Republican majority. Kevin McCarthy was on earlier. He thinks they're going to keep the majority, but he has some concerns about how large. Remember, a 3 or 4 seat majority really makes it very difficult to pass complex legislation like tax cuts, because everybody can be a hero, everybody can be a holdout. So that's what I'm really worried about is in terms of the enactment of the Trump agenda.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Of course, Donald Trump accomplished a lot with executive orders. Remember when Barack Obama was in a position where he was blaming Republicans for being obstructionists? He famously told us, I have a phone and I have a pen. I think Donald Trump, he has those big black Sharpies. And I think he'll be the first to point out to Barack Obama he has a bigger phone than him, if that's still a thing. Do you want a bigger phone? Maybe. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah. No, everything's getting smaller. And, the coalition, we talk about sort of the new Republican Party. And it is Donald Trump who has been sort of the catalyst for this. But I really feel that now it is the American people and the people who have come over, and him to be able to reach across the aisle to so many Americans. It's bigger than him, Jeffrey. And I know that some on MSNBC right now are probably having conniptions? I don't even know because we're watching it here.
They're
It's
seething.
America.
They're seething.
They weren't prepared for this. I'll ask you both that. America was not prepared for this from the legacy media side.
Yeah, this is no longer about a candidate. This is about a movement. And it's a tidal wave here. The American people want change. They want certain things accomplished. That's specifically why Donald Trump has been elected. And they're going to hold him to it. And, on we go. And he gets it. The good thing here is this is his second time around.
Yeah.
He's been there. He's done that. He knows where all the bodies are buried and what the pitfalls are. And I think he'll have a very successful second term.
Yeah.
Well, Trump derangement syndrome, though, is very real.
Yeah, Bianca, to your question there, the liberal media hasn't prepared their viewers or the consumers of their content for the thought that President Trump might win. It's remarkable. They all went into this absolutely certain that they were going to win. And it's going to be, from a psychological point of view, very interesting to see a lot of our friends and neighbors that maybe voted the other way try to process this. Because at least we on the conservative side, we thought we might lose. We understand these things can go either way. But they have been so heavily propagandized that this is a break from reality for them. And it's going to be, I hope it's not too sad or unfortunate to see it unfold in the coming days. But it could be, as Mark Halpern said here on Newsmax, a mental health crisis for many.
Yeah, and going back to some of the things, the Trump derangement syndrome and the threats we've already heard from Democrats. You think about Jamie Raskin, Jeffrey, who's already floated the idea that they could hold up the confirmation process in the House because they feel like Donald Trump is an insurrectionist. Are they actually going to go ahead and push forth with that? I would say that would be a huge mistake, considering the mandate it looks like Donald Trump is going to have. But you can't put anything past these Democrats. They've been shameless about this stuff over the last, 8 years.
You're absolutely right. You mentioned Jamie Raskin, a congressman from Maryland. He is shameless, and I've already read accounts that he has been prepping impeachment resolutions and trying to understand what are the best ways to, stop President Trump and prosecute him and persecute him and all of the rest. So I have no doubt that this is going to go on, but I don't think the American people will take very kindly to it.
Yeah. The other thing, too, John, is Joe Biden, theoretically, is still going to be president until January the 20th of 2025. You're going to have a lame duck Congress, Democrat-controlled Senate. What can Republicans do between now and January 20th to make sure no shenanigans go on? There's still a lot of potential things that can happen between now and January 20th.
Yeah, that's a great question. Let's look at that. First of all, they're not going to get any big bills through Congress or any spending bills because it requires both the House and the Senate, and the House is still in Republican hands. They're going to try to push through as many judges as they can while they still have the Senate. Remember, the Senate changes hands in December. The House does too. That's not January like the presidency. So they have about a month to do that, and that's what they're going to try to push through. Also in the transition period, you have President Trump who's talked about solving the Ukraine or Russia problem. He has to be very careful with this because there's something called the Logan Act, which prevents private citizens from conducting foreign policy. So he still has to realize there's one president at a time and not try to not be too far, give the Democrats too much ammunition. He can talk to foreign leaders, he can suggest, he can consult, but still technically anyway, to the extent that Joe Biden is still conscious, we have one president at a time.
Yeah, look at that. John Voight with RFK Jr. Can you imagine that, those two guys having a conversation a year ago when RFK was running as a Democrat? John
Only
Voight
under Donald Trump would any of this be happening. 1:53 in the morning, a sea of MAGA hats, West Palm Beach. Elon Musk is also going to be there with Donald Trump as well. He kind of saved free speech here.
You think about, too, what would this, and this is, I think, a great question for both Jeffrey and for John, what this a campaign in the election would look like had Elon Musk not purchased Twitter. Jeff, first to you on that.
Yeah. Well, I think that's all part of this cultural revolution, if you will. And Elon Musk stepped up to the task in spades here and really did the deal with this, and both in a technical sense in terms of how this works with social media, but the larger cultural, political significance, this was a big deal. And I can only imagine how close he will be to come to being seen in the new White House.
Not only did he buy X, he was talking about how if Trump didn't win, that it would be shut down. We've heard Hillary Clinton talk about Section 230. And there was some real peril about what Democrats might do, what the machine may do, John, if it didn't go this way. Everyone was on pins and needles a little bit, at least those of us who want a free and fair press, which we know is paramount to a functioning civilization.
Well, we commented earlier, too, that both Elon Musk and Oprah Winfrey were basically saying this was the last election ever. The difference, though, I think, Elon Musk believed what he was saying. I think Oprah was just saying it because she was trying to scare Democrats to the polls.
Yeah, Oprah's my mom's neighbor in Santa Barbara, of all things. But let's go back to Elon Musk. What he did is more than a big deal. He broke the media. He broke their ability, their monopoly on information flow, which they were seeking to solidify, to continue to begin down their Orwellian control of American society, to continue down that path. And he broke it. And he set the conditions for Trump, for other newsletters to break through here and to win. And he Elon Musk maybe is responsible for saving the republic as Donald Trump.
Yeah, but a lot of things that he's done, too, he wanted to help get down the astronauts, and Boeing was like, no, we're going to let him float up there. He wanted to bring Starlink to the folks that were stranded. He wanted to give $1 million away to energize voters. You know, all of these things point up to people who are looking, saying this government is not just weaponized against Donald Trump, it's kind of weaponized against us. It's keeping us on a hamster wheel. It's keeping us broke. It's keeping us unhealthy. It's keeping us distracted from what may be going on, bigger machinations, even on a global kind of playbook here.
And let's just mention
it's not just a hamster wheel. It's not just a hamster wheel. Remember, they went after the squirrels this week. Remember Peanut?
Yeah. And guys,
no end.
Just a moment ago, too, I want to point out, we showed...
Don't forget the raccoons.
The raccoons and the squirrels are hopefully safe again. Now, I just
Who
want
knows?
A second ago, we showed a picture of two gentlemen on the screen, Brendan Dilley and Miguel California. They were two of the meme artists that were so... I think this was consequential for Donald Trump in this entire election. I remember the night that Donald Trump announced at Mar-a-Lago, if you know me, you know I'm a fan of memes. I met two memers there, and it was obvious in the beginning. Mostly peaceful memes and grand old memes were there. If you know the names, you know how big of a following they have and how influential they are on social media. The Trump campaign made a concerted effort to reach out in this kind of guerrilla campaigning manner. And two of the guys that you saw there, they helped Donald Trump amass this following. These people are so loyal to Donald Trump. Their content is so creative, and they really kind of perfected this game. We always joke about the left can't meme, but they weaponized it against Democrats. And again, when you have a candidate like Kamala Harris who basically has unlimited money, you need some kind of underground guerrilla tactic. And that was done by the Trump campaign. So most people don't know who those guys are that we showed, Miguel California and Brendan Dilley. But them and the Dilley Meme team, they have been so influential in helping Donald Trump win this.
And you spot them from a crowd here in this room, John. We also spotted Sarah Huckabee Sanders as well. But I love that you were able to call them out.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, that's a really big deal. You know, Andrew Breitbart said that politics is downstream from culture. And memes are kind of modern-day hieroglyphics. It's how we communicate in many ways. We communicate humor, feelings, all manner of things in this new medium, in the internet that we've developed the last few years. And so it's unbelievably important that we're able to effectively communicate and bring humor to this, because when you can bring humor, you can deliver a message far more effectively.
Yes,
but of course they tried with Dark Brandon, and
it it never works. The great cornholio moment.
Summer.
Yeah, no, it was all just reductive and a copycat of so much that Donald Trump did. Oh, you're going to propose a bigger child tax credit. We're going to do the same thing. You're going to propose no tax on tips. We're going to do the same thing. You did a skit with Jimmy Fallon back in 2016. We're going to do the same exact skit and pretend like nobody notices. In addition to to the realization, I think a lot of people are going to be coming to, there's a limit to how powerful money can be in politics now. I also hope we realize that there is a limit to the fake campaign that we witnessed for Kamala Harris. It was fake in so many different ways.
And wait, doesn't she have to certify the election, Kamala, in January?
She has to certify it. She can't not certify it but by law, because they changed that now. She can appoint somebody to do it for her. So the question is she going to pull Howard University tonight and not show up to certify the election? That's what we're going to have to wait.
There have been other vice presidents in her position. Richard Nixon was one. Hubert Humphrey was another.
Joe Biden.
both of them lost. They were vice president. They had to do the deal. So there will be comparisons made if she chooses not to live up to her responsibilities.
Yeah, and you know, you got to imagine what's next for Kamala Harris. I'm sure she'll be given some cushy speaking gigs and maybe a contributorship at CNN or MSNBC, something like that.
Well, John, you're in California. She's never actually lost a race. Like, this is kind of a first for Kamala Harris. She's always fallen up in her career, been sort of played the identity politics, been able to sort of go into shift into places. And this is really something she wasn't able to John's point just a moment ago. She's so inauthentic. Yeah, she can do some talking points, 9-minute speeches, even bring it out for one debate after heavy prep. This is a loss, and we don't know really what her future would hold.
You know, one of the things that will happen, I think, without doubt, is that she will become a martyr to a certain clique in her party. They will honor her for doing this. She ran, she lost. She's a great person. I mean, you know, you can just see all of this, sort of idolize her as they have made an idol out of Hillary Clinton, you know, for the same reason.
Yeah, and Tim Walz will remain the governor of Minnesota, but he goes back to that job badly wounded. He's been exposed basically as a pathological liar.
Well, Kamala's California and San Francisco is on full display.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bianca, you're on a roll tonight with some incisive questions about Kamala coming from California and failing up. And this is one of the problems you have when politicians come from one-party states. They don't really have to run for re-elections. They're not necessarily really good retail or modern politicians in that sense. They are just climbing the party hierarchy. Through, you know, all manner of different strategies. But that's very different from actually talking to people, from running a real campaign, from taking punches out there on the hustings. And they don't really develop those muscles when they come from those one-party states, and they just kind of climb the party secretariat, to use a Soviet analogy. And then they get exposed when they're put up against a politician that knows how to throw a punch and take punches. And that's what we saw tonight.
Yeah, and too, California has term limits too, but I think, you know, when you have a one-party state and term limits, it sets up this kind of, they just, you know, give it up. They just say, oh, you're next in line. We're going to basically appoint you to take over, and, you know, that's,
you know,
that's
and
what you get.
Newsom, I wonder if he's sort of licking his lips tonight here. Governor Newsom, I'll let you both kind of weigh in on that. Him, Shapiro, Gretchen Whitmer, all of them now are maybe looking at 2028. Jeffrey, any thoughts on that?
You can bet that the Newsom staff is clustered together somewhere right now saying, now what do we do with her? You know, she's going to come back, and what problems is she going to cause Gavin Newsom, which I think will be fairly considerable if he's not careful.
I had two different people tell me.
I have a different view on that.
Go ahead, John. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I have a different view on that. I don't think she's going to become a hero at all. I think she's going to become, basically, somebody's going to have to take the blame for this. They're going to blame Biden, and they're going to blame her. The Democrat Party, there's going to be a lot of them that want to force it more to the center. Then you're going to have the AOC. Then you're going to have the AOC wing try to push it more to the left, and there's going to be it's going to be really messy. And everybody's going to have to blame someone to avoid blaming themselves and avoid blaming their policies and the things that they espouse. And I think that blame is going to fall on two people, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And I think they're going to be the proverbial skunks at the Democrat garden party going forward.
And someone else I think we have to throw in this mix, too, is Nancy Pelosi. She was one that orchestrated this coup and really pushed Joe Biden out the door. And I know there's been some talk, armchair quarterbacking from Democrats, that Joe Biden maybe would have done better than Kamala Harris. So that, you know, as Nancy Pelosi maybe sunsets her career, this is her legacy, installing one of the worst candidates in the history of presidential politics.
Yeah, you can just see this coming down the road here. And, you know, whatever you want to say about President Biden, he and his team and his family are no slouches at taking offense here. And I think they seriously resent the fact that he was, and the way that he was pushed out of the presidency in a de facto coup, as it were. And I don't think those hard feelings are going away anytime soon, and that will cause them some problems.
Yeah.
You know, there's another interesting thing to consider here, right? Another interesting dynamic is that he still has to pardon Hunter. right? He's still got that liability hanging over.
Yes.
So one wonders, right, if Joe Biden, to try make some sort of grand gesture to say, you know, in the interest of starting fresh, we're going to dismiss the Jack Smith cases, and we're just going to let bygones be bygones, and I'll pardon Hunter, and maybe all of this goes away for everybody. Who knows? Stranger things have happened.
I think one thing maybe, you know, if Donald Trump can do this, is he can work it out with Joe Biden, but maybe wait and have a Rose Garden ceremony for Hunter Biden's pardoning. He can invite Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, too, and anybody else who might be worried about these, you know, revenge tactics from Donald Trump that he's not going to employ. But they could just do it right there in the Rose Garden.
Yeah.
You know, we could cover it live on television. It would be quite a scene.
Yeah.
You know, well, you know, we joke, but I think President Trump has mentioned that he would consider pardoning Hunter Biden. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if he did it, to really set them back on their heels.
Well, there's so much to focus on now with the future, right? And it's like part of the criticism to Donald Trump is like, oh, he has this enemy list, but he never went after Hillary. So now if there's really a fresh start here, populist movement, America has spoken, they have a leader, they have people surrounding this leader this time around. I've said that I think the Donald Trump 2.0 presidency is a lot stronger. He's battle tested. But John, it is sort of more of a forward looking. I think there's a lot of work to do, especially with this disaster that this 4 years and this administration has handed him.
Yeah, they're going to have their hands full trying to come up with ways to remove as many of these illegals as they can. At the same time, they've got to keep a lot of promises with regard to tax reform and extending the 2017 tax cuts, which expire by the end of next year. And I think that's going to be a Herculean task, especially with a small House majority. But they've got their hands full because they were left quite a mess. But here's the thing. The President Trump's not only he battle tested, I think they have a better understanding of what it is to take over the government and actually run it. During Trump's first term, they were stuck with all of the Obama appointees throughout the executive apparatus, and they never really removed them. This time, I think they've got a cadre of people that will go in there and really do that. And for the first time, they will actually take over the government.
Yeah, you think about guys like Alexander Vindman, in particular, the people that were able to hamstring the administration in the early days. Lessons learned then will be applied now in the transition too. I think that's something important to talk about, Jeffrey Lord. You know, Donald Trump now goes back into the White House thinking obviously about his legacy. And you can look back to the end of the Reagan presidency when you saw kind of the split between the neocons and the Reagan Republicans. And Jeffrey, you know this, and John, I'm sure you can comment on this as well. One of Reagan's goals was a nuclear abolition. And when you see Donald Trump, what he was able to accomplish with the Abraham Accords, we know he has a relationship with Vladimir Putin. He doesn't call him a killer. Talk to us about the reinstallation, Jeffrey, and then John, you can follow up on it, of the maximum pressure tactics that we saw with President Trump and what that looks like in the next administration.
Every president in their second term starts to think ahead about what is my legacy. And it was a serious deal. And in President Reagan's case, he was determined to put an end to the Soviet Union and the spread of communism. And of course, everybody in the day said, oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. Well, of course, he decided he wasn't going to listen to these people. He was taking a whole new, fresh approach. He did, and he won, and is revered as one of the great presidents ever since.
We are getting about a 2-minute warning. So quickly, John, what would Donald Trump's approach now, foreign and national security?
So, real fast, with regard to the Russians, think back to what Reagan did in 1985 when he met with Gorbachev. Reagan was an avowed hardline anti-communist. And he met with Gorbachev, and he went to break the Soviet Union and did so with the arms buildup and all manner of other policies enacted by Reagan to stop the evil empire. But he never really attacked Gorbachev personally. He tried to charm him, and that's what he did the lakeside in Geneva, and later in Moscow and in D.C. when they signed the INF and a panoply of other agreements. But he was hard on the government, but he always kind of left him personally away out and made sure there was a personal relationship between the two, no matter how much he disagreed with the policies of his government. And I think that's what Trump is trying to do, is take a page out of that, is be charming personally, but a hardliner where policy is concerned. And that was Trump's record in the past, and that was Reagan's record, and that's the path forward.
And that's maybe something that people thought about. We know certainly with October the 7th, and that, you know, Kamala Harris on a world stage face to face with our adversaries was not something that people thought would be advantageous to us. In light of the billions of dollars that Iran has been enriched with.
Yeah, I don't know his name yet. I kind of made a vow not to learn their names until they're in place for 90 days. But we have a new Hezbollah leader who's probably feeling a little nervous right now. You got to imagine the Ayatollah in Iran is up right now, very concerned, because you think about what this is going to mean for geopolitics. And we've seen Iran enrich themselves over the last 4 years. So many strange things. You wonder just why would the Biden administration do this? It's a new day when it comes to foreign policy and our national security.
John,
go ahead, Jeffrey.
I'll make this quick. When Reagan got into a tussle with the air traffic controllers and they said you can't fire them, he fired them anyway, 11,000 people. What we didn't know at the time was that it was the Russians who paid attention and realized, oh my goodness, he means business. He is a man of his word, and if he says he's going to do something, he will do it, no matter the criticism. I think Donald Trump is very much of that sort of mindset here.
Yeah, again, it's really exciting to think about what Donald Trump accomplished with so many people working against him in his first term. You think about the Abraham Accords. You think about his ability to keep Vladimir Putin out of Ukraine. You think about the story he likes to tell when President Xi was at Mar-a-Lago.
Chocolate cake.
And he dropped the Moab or killed Qasem Soleimani, I can't remember which one, over the chocolate cake. And people who know this story, President Xi speaks fluent English but doesn't like to speak English. He thinks it's kind of a sign of weakness. But when Donald Trump was telling this story, President Xi couldn't help himself and spoke English. What happened? It's a fascinating story to hear from Donald Trump. And again, you think about, too, some of the moments we saw during the Trump presidency, the struggle session with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer in the Oval Office when they were trying to work on an immigration deal. We were talking about the resistance Donald Trump is going to get. But I do think, we go back to this immigration deal and everything that was wrong with it. If you take out that immigration bill, if you strip out the things that were wrong with it, the legalization of so many of these TPP people who came here to this country, maybe there is something that can get done. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being optimistic at 2 in the morning.
No, deportation's wrong. But everything they criticized Trump for doing when it comes to his, dealing with adversaries was everything he should be doing. I mean, to see him walking in the demilitarized zone, with Kim Jong-un, these are things that, to have dialogue is better than not having dialogue.
Right. We have North Korean soldiers on the Russian-Ukraine border right now. That's something, John, I think you'd have to agree wouldn't happen if Donald Trump were commander-in-chief right now.
No, none of it would. People forget that the Obama-Biden administration refused to send lethal aid to Ukraine. They refused to do that. It was Trump was the first president to actually send the Ukrainians lethal aid, breaking with the Obama-Biden administration. Right. And also the annexation of Crimea happened in 2014 under Barack Obama and Joe Biden. None of this stuff happened when President Trump was president. And so I was going to argue with some friends last weekend and kind of pointed this out. You point out the chronology of this, and it stumps people. But that is the reality. Talk nice, but be tough.
And it was laughable last week to hear Democrats try to paint Elon Musk as some sort of Russian asset. And he's just like, by the way, I'm providing internet service for the entire Ukrainian military. So check yourself on that.
Yeah, they want to cancel his government contracts. Rachel Maddow is all in a tizzy. And I'm sure they are tonight. And I'm sure they are as they look at the crowds here gathered, awaiting Donald Trump any moment at 2:13 in the morning, West Palm Beach, Florida. This is the room to be in, because Donald Trump is going to come out and address the nation and the world now as the president-elect here of the United States.
There's the podium. And we just switched cameras, but you think about our friend Bricksuit, who's there in the front row. He was there in the front row in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
He's been there in the front row of so many of these rallies. There's Doug Burgum there, who's been a loyal Trump supporter. And one of these guys who you wouldn't think would get along with Donald Trump. He's the governor of North Dakota. But he was a very effective surrogate as well. Vivek Ramaswamy is there with them as well. And again, you see this coalition that Donald Trump has been able to build. Business people,
energy, they
private sector,
that. Yeah.
public sector. And this is what a leader does, builds these coalitions of disparate attitudes. You know, you hear Donald Trump talk about how much he disagrees with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on energy policy, but he's going to put him in charge of health for America. So it is very exciting, I think, for a lot of us to see what happens next. Jeffrey?
I mean, he's very smart and very creative. That's something that I think a lot of people seem not to get. He's not your standard politician. To just forget his political situation, just his business career alone involves a vast amount of creativity and thinking outside the box. And as he has said, as I've heard him say, people would tell him, no, you can't do that, and then he'd go do it anyway. So I think that's the mentality that approaches this. They're going to tell him he can't replace people in the Justice Department. They're going to tell him he can't do this, he can't do that. He's going to do it anyway.
Well, and also, too, John, as an attorney, you know, when we talk about lawfare and weaponization, and it was really incredible to see one after another, indictment after indictment, and him to kind of be where he is today. Fani Willis wins her re-election in Fulton. That's a whole other story. But Donald Trump going up against Jack Smith. We had Governor Bob McDonnell, the former governor of Virginia, who went up against him, too. You know, these are incredible sort of things to overcome that anyone, when the federal government comes after you, it would be difficult. He had 4 indictments, FBI raids at Mar-a-Lago, classified documents. It's pretty stunning, and I'm sure as an attorney you have some thoughts on this.
Yeah, absolutely. Jack Smith was overturned in the Bob McDonnell case 8-0 by the Supreme Court with regard to a bribery case that was thrown out after breaking poor Bob McDonnell. Interestingly enough, I do a lot of foreign TV too, as you know, Bianca. And one of the things I hear over and over in the English-speaking world outside of the U.S. is this belief that this bureaucracy, the Justice Department, needs to be independent somehow, or that they are outside of the executive branch. And I keep having to remind our European and English friends that no, the Justice Department is part of the executive branch. To have some sort of independent bureaucracy is to have some unelected, unaccountable level of government, which doesn't exist. And so that's a real risk. And so this has to be taken over, reined in, and made subordinate to the President of the United States, the chief of the executive branch.
Oh, I'm sure there's a lot of whistleblowers that are just excited to see this as well when it comes to either the IRS whistleblowers, the FBI whistleblowers. They look like they were doing a microphone check, gentlemen, so we do want to just be clear that Donald Trump could be coming out. It looks like it may be imminent there. The stage clearly set with some beautiful backdrops there, the American flags. What a proud night. What a patriotic night here in our nation.
Yeah, and you know, we'll stay frosty for that and be ready to pivot as soon as Donald Trump walks out to the stage. You know, we've seen this scene play out so many times before. And I was thinking about this last night watching the Ann Arbor rally, thinking this is going to be the very last ever Donald Trump presidential candidate rally. And, you know, been to so many of the rallies going back to the 2016 campaign. And it's just, you know, he has totally remade the idea of a presidential campaign through these rallies. It will be imitated. It will never be replicated. You know, Donald Trump is a once in a lifetime type presidential candidate. But I will think you'll see the MAGA movement carry on. There is a deep bench of America First, you know, pro-MAGA, self-identifying MAGA extremists that are willing to carry on this movement. So, you know, it's very exciting to see. And you see some of the folks there in the crowd who have, you know, in moments when Donald Trump needed them to pick up that megaphone and preach on behalf of what Donald Trump stands for. And, you know, it's 217. Donald Trump should be coming out to the stage any moment. And
this is pure joy. Kamala,
it's pure joy.
This is what joy
I
looks
might need
like.
another coffee, but you know, I might have we can do that soon. But this is exciting. Very exciting.
I bet they're having some Diet Mountain Dew back there, JD.
I bet there will be a lot of people studying Grover Cleveland and how he managed his second term after he was defeated for re-election, and reliving and seeing what does the president do in that situation.
Yeah, well, the other thing too is, you know, we've seen this more humble, a kindler, gentler Donald Trump, if I could borrow a phrase, on the campaign trail. You know, everyone talked about the mean tweets. We still got a little bit of that. But, you know, I'm somewhat looking forward to Jeffrey waking up at 4 in the morning to a 6-tweet rant by Donald Trump in all caps about NATO not paying their fare. We're almost back to that.
You wake up and you pick up your phone and you think, uh-oh, what's happened while I've been asleep for 5 hours, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it will be very interesting to see, and almost always I bet there will be something.
Part of his appeal, though, is you know where he stands. He's authentic, and he says
And
things
just
that
real quickly,
normal candidates do not say. Yes.
Looks like we see Wisconsin being called for Donald Trump now too. I don't think we've officially reported that yet.
No, we had not.
So there's another one of those blue wall states going for Donald Trump, and I'm gonna take Michigan off my map here real quick because I don't think we know the results of
Wisconsin's
that.
interesting because they had that little hiccup in Milwaukee, so they were going to retabulate and keep counting because there was like a box that hadn't been closed. So the fact they called it must be beyond the sort of the precinct. So that's
and you see Trump's lead in
that.
Arizona too, which is another state which we expected to come in very late, but we could get a call tonight on that. And again, even without Michigan now, Donald Trump very close to 290 or 300 electoral college votes. Again, not calling Nevada, not calling Arizona, but those are trending in the right direction. We can now call Wisconsin for Donald Trump. And of course, we've already called the presidential race for him. The only thing we need right now, Bianca, is Donald Trump to come out on that stage and tell us.
We might just be pulling an all-nighter.
Exactly. Yeah, why not? At this point, in college, I used to say at 3 o'clock, you might as well stay up and power through.
He didn't land at West Palm Beach, guys, till 5:35 this morning. 78 years old. Where do you think he gets the energy? John, tackle that because it really is kind of awe-inspiring, and he feeds off crowds, and he's got a big one tonight.
Yeah, it's hard. He's sui generis, a thing unto himself in terms of the amount of energy he has for a 78-year-old. And he's not, Lord knows he's not a fitness fanatic. He doesn't drink. I'm sorry to hear that because I'm in the wine business. But it's just something inside of him that is it's a drive. I don't know him well enough. I know him a little bit. I don't know him well enough to try to psychoanalyze him, and I wouldn't pretend to do that to a man like that. But he is unstoppable, and I think that the assassination attempt may have changed him, as I think any near-death experience changes people and kind of gives them a sense of purpose and a sense of something bigger than themselves. Even no matter how selfless you are, I think that sort of experience changes you and makes you a little more introspective, no matter who you are. Mm-hmm. And so it wouldn't surprise me to see if that's a big part of Trump 2.0.
Yeah, and as we look at the crowd here, we see some of the other people we can identify. That was Nigel Farage there. Looks like former Georgia Senator David Perdue there as well, a close Trump ally. So, everybody, well, I shouldn't say everybody, but a lot of people we've seen in the Trump orbit for the last 8 years are there tonight. The ones who have, of course, remain loyal to Donald Trump.
And his mending the fence with, Governor Brian Kemp in Georgia, too, is a really important point there. And you're from Georgia, John, so I know you.
Well, there's been a lot of changes. I haven't lived in Georgia for about 25 years, and maybe, 20 years. It's been about 20 years since I lived there. Where I grew up in Cobb County, Georgia, used to be a very red place, Newt Gingrich's old district. And, as Atlanta has expanded, Cobb County has kind of been swallowed up in that expansion. It's more purple now. One of the things that I notice when I go home, a lot of multi-family housing units nearby where I grew up, which didn't used to be the case. And that, of course, changes things. But I think another thing we've learned from this is what an anomaly the 2020 election was when you have COVID and you had just a completely bizarre scenario. And then you think about these two campaigns, 2020 with COVID, and this time around, 2 assassination attempts and everything else, the lawfare going on against Donald Trump. It is just quite a wild ride.
Certainly, but a ride that is culminating with a Donald Trump return to the White House, and that is what everyone in this crowd is so excited to hear from their candidate. A lot about loyalty, too. I forget who it was. One of the people, you talk about people in his orbit, they were like, our phone didn't ring for a while, so stop calling us now. I don't know, one of the Trump advisors. Because Jeffrey, you look at folks like some of his inner cabinet who even, politically come out just, in the weeks before, whether it be Kelly to disparage and make things up. And, it's politics, it's a tough game, but there is a sense here of now Donald Trump getting the last laugh here of the people who turned on him and wanted to see his demise. He's back stronger than ever.
Yeah. Wish you had
He's learned how this works and how Washington works. It can be a pretty cruel lesson for somebody who's never spent a day there as an elected official. I think now he's learned that lesson seriously. He is going to be very, very deliberate and serious about the people he picks to fill cabinet positions and White House staff positions.
Yeah, it's, again, we'll have to see how this all plays out. There's a constitutional process. It was obviously a truncated process in 2020, and so much criticism from Democrats. And again, we saw them try to hold up the confirmation of the 2016 election. We saw how often they called Donald Trump an illegitimate president. You can't say that this time around with a victory this big. And is Hillary Clinton going to come out and do the right thing and congratulate Donald Trump? She's been so aggressive about calling him a Nazi. If these people actually do care about our republic and restoring democracy, as they say, and the norms, they will come out and say and do the right thing. All right, we're going to listen in now. They just announced Donald Trump as the president-elect. As you can imagine, the phone's going up, the crowd's wild. So let's listen in to the scene.
From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, Detroit down to Houston, and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say,
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends on this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond. And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that Our country has never seen before nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And to every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body, I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes. But it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Very proud of that. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he's a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp, and you know the enemy camp is certain networks, and a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay, which one, CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks fun. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Well, Mr. President, I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. It lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie. You want me to say something?
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at this. She's shy. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie. They're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and I put it straight. And it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No, nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. He's slightly longer than me. It's a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your, nobody wanted to give him Marines because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and they said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bussin' with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work. No, he's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. He came in. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but, Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight, when you think. I mean, I was looking at it. I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us, nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time. But we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together, we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from the, can you imagine? 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great, great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
There's no need to feel down.
All right, there we hear YMCA, and we saw Donald Trump dancing. And tonight, Bianca, not just any dance, it's a victory dance for Donald Trump, winning big. He predicted maybe 312 or 15 electoral college votes, quite the mandate. And as of right now, he's leading Kamala Harris by, I think, about 5 million votes when it comes to the popular vote. So,
a moment in American history that will not be forgotten, one for the books. Dream big again. America is dreaming. They're not sleeping yet, though, because this was a speech everyone was waiting up for. We're going to take a very quick break. Donald Trump, the president-elect of the United States, he was 45, and now he's 47, and the parties have just begun in West Palm Beach tonight. We'll be right back here on N2.
Abraham Lincoln began the war between the states with a single stated purpose: to preserve the Union. So it surprised everyone when in July of 1862, President Lincoln announced his intentions to issue an Emancipation Proclamation to free the Southern slaves. Lincoln was urged to delay his proclamation until the Union Army could boast a battlefield victory. That opportunity came at the Battle of Antietam, when Union forces drove Lee's army out of Maryland. 5 days later, on September 22, 1862, President Lincoln issued the preliminary Emancipation Proclamation, stating slaves in those areas still in rebellion within 100 days will be freed. This action made slavery the focus of the war and ultimately caused France and England to withdraw their support of the South. You're watching An American Moment on Newsmax TV. Thomas Jefferson is credited with doubling the nation's size through the Louisiana Purchase, but it was events far beyond his control that made that purchase possible. After becoming president in 1801, Jefferson recognized the Mississippi River had become a major trade route bordering the eastern boundaries of the United States. But he also recognized its vulnerability, since the city that controlled the mouth of the Mississippi, New Orleans, was owned by the French. America's overtures to purchase the city of New Orleans were repeatedly rejected by the French until 1803, when the French Navy suffered a major defeat off the coast of what is now Haiti. Napoleon found himself needing money to rebuild his navy. Consequently, when in that same year, Secretary of State James Monroe again traveled to Paris with an offer to purchase New Orleans, he was pleasantly surprised to learn Napoleon was willing to sell not only New Orleans, but all of France's territories in the New World. The United States was ready to spend up to $10 million to purchase just the city. So when Napoleon offered to sell all of their land holdings for a total of $15 million, the future president accepted. In one action, 828,000 square miles covering the future states of Arkansas, Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Minnesota, Missouri, Montana, Nebraska, New
Welcome back to our special now November 6th coverage of election. We're now into the next day. It's Wednesday morning here, and we just watched Donald Trump give his victory speech there in West Palm Beach,
You were
Florida.
thinking of inauguration in January.
I was
all
actually,
the exciting things to come.
in the commercial break, I was checking out some of the other coverage on some of the other networks, and there are a lot of bitter Bettys on the broadcast networks, and they're actually talking about January 6th on CBS News and what's going to happen to all those prosecutions. And they are, Nora O'Donnell, the anchor, looks like someone shot her dog. She's very upset.
They may be surprised, but here, no surprise, Donald Trump, who spoke to real Americans, who fought for real Americans, and even took a bullet here during this historic election, has been reelected as the 47th president of the United States. Newsmax proud to call it, and also proud to bring you the best coverage, I think, here of this after party here, which has had a lot of moments and a lot of hope of what the future of America looks like, as it is a major comeback, and literally at 3 a.m., a new day dawning here.
And folks can remember back to after the 2016 election and what the scene looked like at Trump Tower. And you had these people coming in, auditioning for jobs. I remember seeing Wilbur Ross in a camouflage Make America Great Again hat, who went after he became the Commerce Secretary. But it is a new day in America, new leadership elected to the White House. President-elect Donald Trump, Vice President-elect J.D. Vance, and Melania will be returning as First Lady. And there's a lot more, obviously, to be figured out. But exciting night and a victorious night for the Trump campaign.
We thank you for staying up with us, and we'll have much more coverage, of course, tomorrow morning right here on N2. I'm Bianca De La Garza.
And I'm John Bachman. Thank you so much for spending the last several hours with us. It's been a ton of fun, and we've watched Donald Trump return to the White House, elected the 47th president of the United States. We'll see you later.
Good night.
The Bible says in Deuteronomy, the secret things belongs to the Lord, and those that are revealed to us belong to us and to our children.
If the pot is boiling, and at the point of boiling over, we've created a world that is a powder keg. We have begun to trust government where we used to trust God.
I know another group of people that are desperately playing shuffleboard on the deck of the Titanic.
You see this